So here's Astrologaster. It says continue game, but I've never played it before, so. uh, Good thing no one in my family that I can think of is born in November. There's no one real close to me. All right. So, new game. I don't know. I didn't play this, so. Unless I turn it on one day, like a long time ago.
England in 1592. There begins our tale, and all of it is true. Through all of London, bubonic plague did spread, covering folk in weeping sores and leaving thousands dead.
I like the asterisk here. Okay. Drag left to turn page. Oh, this is neat.
From towns and cities, doctors they did flee, leaving their patients to die in misery.
But one brave doctor stayed when all the cowards fled, might not have been because he was too sick to leave
Leave his bed.
Alas, 'tis my final hour. I will surely die. I am too far gone to recover, and for the plague there is no cure. Unless a cure might be found in the stars.
Okay. So to diagnose the condition, how might I be cured of the plague? Okay. Should foreman use this reading? I have the plague, characterized by a loss of appetite, immoderate thirst, and pus-filled swellings behind the ears, in the armpits, and in the groin. Ugh. These are symptoms of a fever provoked by excess sanguinity in the liver. Jupiter domicile in Sagittarius. This indicates a severe imbalance in the blood humor. Sure. It didn't get much other options, so.
Let me see now. According to the stars, the way to cure the plague is to treat the fever it provokes. Oh, can it be true? Might a disease so monstrous as the plague be cured by treating it as if it were an exceeding bad fever? Then I must use powerful herbs to bring the fever to crisis and break it. Let me see now. Angelica and dandelion for heat, borage to provoke sweating, infuse them in wine, strain and distill the mixture to produce a most powerful strong water.
At least I have to read everything.
Huzzah! I am cured! I shall now go forth with my miraculous strong water to cure all London of the plague.
Not alcohol, I don't think. I don't know. Unless it's dandelion wine. Because I think it's dandelion wine is a thing. Or something like that. I've kind of heard it. Okay. Case summary. Current Simon Foreman. Scene. Okay. October 13th. 1592. 4 p.m. Okay. Yep. Might I be cured of the plague? I judge my plague symptoms. I invented a new kind of strong water to cure it. It's possible, okay? Okay. Hey, I've thought about going back. I did try brewing sake at one point. I might try that again. I thought about setting up another stream, and have it be nothing but a webcam watching my sake brew. You know what I mean? Okay. or return for another consultation. Here, Londoners of the Plague, so wondrous will be my work that plays and songs will be written in my honor. Okay. Oh, so drag left. Okay.
Foreman made a plague cure and used it on himself, then left his house to restore Londoners to health.
Huzzah! 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 Simon Foreman.
Oh no, I get it. It's middle of the night for you. I know that.
A little vague, but we know he knows astrology and knows his strong water. So won't he be just a proper licensed doctor?
The singing just gets me.
Here comes a lady queer and a little warily. Her name is Avis Allen. What can her trouble be?
It's the singing that gets me the most right now.
God give you good day, madam. How may I?
Are you Mr. Foreman? Mr. Simon Foreman, the doctor?
Aye, madam, I am indeed Dr. Simon Foreman. I bid you welcome to my consulting chambers. Mistress.
Allen, Mistress Avis Allen of Lambeth.
Pray tell me your age, if you please, madam.
I am 33 years of age.
And how might I do you service this day, Mistress Allen? Pray describe your troubles to me.
Well, the pain started full late last eve upon retiring to bed. Oh, not that I am
Whack.
in the habit of retiring so late, but my husband did desire a special supper of cold meats to celebrate and give thanks in any case, it
Kinda
started in
old
the night
for
and
a
it continued until dawning. That being the pain in my
16th
head
century.
and the chundering.
A moment whilst I make note of this. Headache
the head.
and involuntary purging. Is that all?
Aye, that is all. And thinking on it, my complaint to seem most trifling, and you are doubtless busy with important cases. Oh, like the plague! Yea, verily, mayhap I should not have come after all. Good day, Dr. Foreman. I beseech you, pardon me, for I have wasted your time.
Prithee, do not go, for I assure you, madam, your case verily is important to me. And 'tis important to you, is it not, Mistress Allen? Else you would not have come this day.
Well, aye.
Let us consult the stars
just-
now then, shall we? What is the cause of Mistress Allen's suffering?
I just realized that the odd, like where they're standing and the way the sound is and everything is like they're on a stage. Like they're actually doing like a stage play. Okay. I was up all night with headache and chundering, which is vomiting. And what caused my suffering? Okay, this one is... Troubles have been provoked by anxious passions associated with her being with child. The mind. Detriment in retrograde. This suggests a mild imbalance of black bile in the body. I think she's pregnant. Because she said that the husband came celebrating. Yeah. I think I'm going to go with this one. Disturbance of the... Okay. Broke by anxious passions associated with your being with child. Did say something about cold meats, though. Is there any way to check it? Oh, no. Continue game. What's this? Letters recommendation. Nope. Up all night with headache and chundering. Okay. I don't know. What month were you born in? Oh, I put that on the wrong. Minimize that. Ah. this up over here. In case I get that question again. January. One list. Come on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, everybody. Trying to find. Just want. Yeah. Oh, this is going into the all. I don't want that. I would just want the whole list of when it's what. That's the houses, everything. Ah. Gonna give me just a straight list. There we go. Okay, you're January. Are you before or after the 19th? We're gonna go with. We're gonna go with this one. Because if you're before the 19th, you're a Capricorn. If you're after the 19th, you're an Aquarius. I'm gonna say she's a child.
Child, Mistress Allen. 'Twas the reason for your celebration last even, methinks.
Aye, but how did you know?
I can see it in my chart, madam. There is a planet aligned with Scorpio at present, Scorpio being the constellation that rules over such matters. Pray tell, how long has it been since your monthly courses?
It has been 14 weeks since my courses, and
Yeah, I'm used to looking over to the right now.
So, indeed,
Oh.
'twas the cause for our celebration, as you say. For I have been with child before, you see, but 'tis never. And Mr. Allen and I do pray this one will be born alive.
Aw, sad.
There, dear lady. The presence of the planet Mercury in my chart does suggest you suffer from anxious passions on account of your condition. And
Okay.
given your ill-favored history, I warrant 'twas the
Give her
twin
some
burdens of hope
valerian
and
root.
fear that provoked your troubles last evening.
Oh, I see.
Pray take this flask of wine, madam. It has been infused with cloves, ginger root, and cinnamon.
Yes, give the
Drink of it each morning.
pregnant
and you
lady
shall
wine.
soon feel much
Well,
improved.
it's safer than the water in
Oh,
those
do as you
days.
advise. I thank ye heartily, sir. Fare you well, Dr. Foreman.
Fare you well, Mistress Allen.
Okay. Warrant did present with symptoms of headache. Okay. Jim, thinks. Look pleased with. Okay, good. 55 letters of recommendation. I can see why this takes 6 hours to beat if it does this with every single one.
Good day, sir. You are Simon Foreman, the physician, are you not? These are your rooms.
Indeed, I am he, and well met, sir. Be it Thomas Blagg I have the honour of welcoming to my humble consulting chambers, the Dean of Rochester Cathedral?
Indeed. 'Tis I, Thomas Blagg. Though it is not upon church business
Yeah, exactly.
that I come to you this day. 'Tis upon a matter of my own that I require counsel. I have lately been offered some very lucrative investment opportunities. And, well, it is said that God speaks to us through the stars, does he not?
Indeed he does. 'Tis well known that astrology is but a conduit for the word of God, as interpreted using scientifical means. And now, these investments of which you speak, pray tell of them, if you please.
2 merchant ships will shortly set sail on very lucrative trading expeditions. I do not possess the coin to invest in both. Hence, I must choose between them. And I must choose very wisely indeed. For sea voyages are most perilous, and if my ship were to founder or be captured by pirates, I would lose my entire investment.
Aye, forsooth, 'twould be most lamentable, to say nothing of the poor souls who might lose their lives.
Who are, naturally, the greater of my concerns.
Of course they are.
Aye, naturally.
Naturally.
And whither might these ships be bound?
The first is bound for the Spice Islands of the East.
Spice Islands.
'Tis a voyage
East,
to be
okay.
undertaken by a ship named the Conquering Cherub. The other
Cherub.
is the Pride of Yarmouth. She is to bring back sugar from the Americas. Have you now the
Sugar
information you require? Then perchance you may divine for me upon which of these 2 ships our Lord God has bestowed his divine blessing.
Aye, Dean Blagg, we may now consult the stars. Should Thomas Blagg invest in the voyage of the Conquering Cherub, or that of the Pride of Yarmouth?
What does this have to do anything with, Okay, read the stars by selecting the highlighted section in the sky. House of Children. This represents victory. This was a change in fortune. Okay. Femininity. A house of oak represents femininity. The ship's name should evoke a woman who partakes in a marriage. Conquering Cherub. The children would be the cherubs, and the one part of Yarmouth would be the other one. This would be the best. This would be the most victorious, but this one change in fortune, but that might not be good. I think we pick A. Huh. I'm thinking A because of this one. Because of this. It says represents victorious. Oh, children. Ship's name should evoke a child who is victorious in battle. So this one would be safer, I think, because it's gonna be victorious in battle. The other one would be a change in fortune, which, yeah. Okay, change in fortune, House of Journeys. Name should evoke a woman who partakes in a marriage. Which do you think, Gene Phil? I know, that's why I'm kind of iffy on that one, is because it could be good, it could be bad. We don't know. We still had streamer mode on, or moderator mode on there. I'm gonna go with A. They're victorious in battle. Whatever.
The stars advise you to invest in the ship named the Conquering Cherub.
I see. And why is that?
Well, I have calculated that at this very hour, upon this very day, the planet Mars and the
Oh.
constellation Scorpio do both dwell in that part of the sky we call the House of Children. And as it happens, Mars is the ruler of Scorpio, hence we may say that Mars is presently exalted.
Mars has been exalted by Scorpio, you say? And what might that mean?
When
I think we
exalted,
should have done the other
Mars
one.
represents victory. And so, with victory in the House of Children, we may read this as a victorious child.
See.
Ergo, the conquering cherub.
Ah, I see. For a cherub is a kind of child, is it not? In sooth,
Okay.
I do find the science of astrology verily fascinating.
It might have worked.
I thank you, Dr. Foreman. You have been most helpful.
Okay. Alright. It was 20. I think we would have done better on the other one. But, oh well. Oh.
Good morrow, sir. Pray tell, are these the consulting chambers of Simon Foreman, Doctor of Astrology and Physic?
Indeed, 'tis I, Dr. Simon Foreman. And your name, madam?
Emma Sharp of Shoreditch, sir. 25 years of age.
Welcome, Miss Sharp. And how may I do you service this day?
Well, 'tis a trifle delicate. A man has asked me to be his wife. A dear, kind
Right.
man.
Yeah.
But I fear you will think me cold, Dr. Foreman.
There, madam, whatever is the matter?
Well, he is exceeding advanced in years. I do worry he may not be long for the world, and if he were to die, I do not think I could bear it. Verily, I
Okay.
would not. Indeed, methinks I would rather not marry him at all. Am I very heartless, Dr. Foreman?
Nay, not in the least, madam. Your fears are most reasonable.
Okay.
The man in the winter of his life is indeed more likely to die. I assure you, madam, 'tis a medical fact. But methinks you wish to know whether this man be afflicted with a grave health condition, do you not? To wit, any ailment that might soon prove fatal?
Forsooth I do. That is my question precisely. Why, Dr. Foreman, 'tis as if you have a gift for reading minds.
Merely the gift of logical surmise, madam. Let us see whether a judgment of the stars may calm your fears. Does Mr. What was your gentleman's name?
Mr. George Middleton,
George
a wool
Middleton.
merchant.
Does Mr. Middleton have any ailments that might hasten his
Oh.
death?
Okay. Okay, let's check here. Witch Brigade has been bewitched. The enchantment matrix. Okay, this is just a mild enchantment cast by a witch. Ruler of the Head. Now, Ruler of the Head might have to do with him being a wool merchant because of the fact that he, the sheep. Aries, yeah. Okay. What about this one? He's a merchant, so that's kind of what Libre is kind of part of. It's just severe vertigo, a fear of heights. Comes from dropping down of the piss. Nation. Okay. Middleton. All right. You have a good night, Janville. We'll catch you next time. You get some rest. I know it's really late for you there. An imbalance of phlegm. Saturn in detriment in Leo. This suggests a mild imbalance of black bile. Illness cannot be cured. Neptune. I think. He's an Aries, ruler of the herd. See, this one's with being a wool merchant. This one seems closer to being his actual astrology here. No, the timing's just. I mean, getting it early enough on Sundays is good because it gets you the most time. But yeah, it being so late in the time zones, yeah, it happens, man. I understand. Um, I mean, when you live on the other side of the globe, it's understandable to catch as much stream as you can is great. I appreciate it. I'm not. Don't worry about it. If you could be here, you can be here. If not, I appreciate what time you can, dude. Catch you on the Discord. Anybody else want to join us there? It's right there. Just come hang out, and I'll catch you later, GM Phil. And you have a great night. All right, let's see here what we're gonna do for this. I think that's gonna be the one we want to go to. But she wants a reason to stop seeing him. I think this is gonna be the one we're gonna go with. We chill around here. We don't be creepers and lurk. Nah, you're good, man. We're still gonna go with this one. It's closest to what his is.
I have grave news for you, madam. The stars indicate that Mr. Middleton is in mortal danger. Aye, it seems he has been bewitched by a ruthless woman who intends to kill him. Know you of any such woman in his life? A jealous sister, perchance, or a spinster neighbour with a particular fondness for cats?
Nay, I do not think I know of such a... But hark, is that the hour? Methinks I do hear the church bells strike.
Verily?
I must now to the almshouse hasten to attend
I
the
should have
poor
done the
sick
other one.
children who await my
Oh.
ministrations. I thank ye and bid you good day, Dr. Foreman.
Oh, I think I messed up on that one. I think it took my advice a little ill. Yep. I think I should have gone with the third one. With the lion one. Oh, I lost some recommendations on that one because of it. Alright. Beware, is the man treating you a qualified licensed doctor? One has lately been importuned by low-born charlatans claiming the title of doctor. These men have never attended university and therefore cannot be trusted. Any man found to be practicing medicine without a medical license shall be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Dr. Richard Smith, President of the College of Physicians.
Murdering would those doctors come.
Murdering those doctors come.
Murdering one fine day.
Those doctors would they slave for me?
Ooh. That's not good.
They sent him to jail.
Here.
What is the meaning of this warning being put about by the College of Physicians? Do they mean to do me harm? It is true that I do not have a medical license. What am I to do? Mayhap the stars will advise me.
See what the stars have to say. See what we got here. Jupiter falling on Capricorn. This represents ignorance. This advises ending a war. This represents a religious authority, the head of the church. Church of England can help me, for the Archbishop of Canterbury has a special power to grant medical license. Ooh, that's an option. I did help the one the one person, you know, just a little guy. I forget his name already. It's intelligence. The moon exalted in Taurus advises sensitivity. Ooh, the solution involves being sensitive to the needs of my querents. I must use my brilliant mind to forge strong relationships with my querents. I can either fall on the authority the licensed doctors of London hold is primarily owing to their wealth and privilege. There's much that they do not know about physics. Okay. College of Physicians is making war against me. If I am to become the best doctor in London, I must find a way to end this war. Okay. So either I become the best, like I either do it through doing the best I can for all of my patients, or I get the church on my side to overpower the college. Um, let's not rely on the church.
It seems that if I'm to avoid prosecution by the College of Physicians, I must obtain a medical license. Towards this end, doubtless the best course is to serve my querents well, treating their illnesses and problems with intelligence and sensitivity. For if I do, they
Might
may
be the
favor me with
tougher
letters
way
of
of doing it.
recommendation, and I can use these to petition the University of Cambridge to grant me a license.
Now, okay. Okay.
Who's this man at the door who we've not seen before?
Oh.
Who's this man at the door who we've not seen before?
Who is come to inquire dressed in such strange attire? 'Tis
Good day to you, sir. Oh, I see you're having some difficulties. William, fetch my guest a chair.
No, it's good. I am just a little stiff.
As you wish.
Okay.
Mr.
Stiff.
Signor Riccardo Ferraro. I am a gentleman of Venezia, come to make a trade in London.
Venice? 'Tis a fine city, I hear. And how may I do you service this day, Signor Ferraro?
I am come with una problema medicale, and you are most great dottore who does cure all London, huh? You cure Ferraro too, see?
Forsooth, I will seek to do so, Signor. Pray, describe your complaints, if you please.
Okay.
Is burning when I make the water.
Pain during urination?
See, and is pain down here. Molto pain.
And pain in the lower back. Now, let us see what the stars can tell us. What ails Signor Riccardo Ferraro?
Alright, let's see. Balance of yellow bile, color in the body, gout, which is caused by hot, dry humors seeping into the joints of the foot. Nope. From kidney stones, this disease can occur. Loss of appetite, severe. This sounds more like it. But he's not vomiting. Okay. Dysentery. Yeah, I'm thinking it's gonna be this one. He hasn't gotten that. He's gotten the kidney area and the passing urine. That's what I'm thinking is this one. Go with that one.
'Tis a case of stones in the kidney, I regret to say. But worry not, Signor. I will give you an ounce of my strong water to dislodge them. Drink this entire flask when you rise at dawn tomorrow. You may then expect to evacuate the stones by way of your privy member within just a few hours.
Your famous strong water. This water is said to cure the plague, huh? I thank you, Signor Foreman. And now Riccardo Ferraro bids you good day.
There we go. He's healed. Or at least that's positive review. Okay. Okay, close. Alright. Not much yet, but yeah, there's a recommendation from him. He locks with him there. Oh, it's Avis Allen again. And it says... Okay.
Well met, Mistress Allen. Pray tell, the last time I saw you, you were with child, methinks. Pray tell, how
I
fares...
would rather not talk about that, if you please.
Oh,
Okay.
I see. I am full sorry, madam. What
I'm
brings
come
you
upon
this...
the
I
matter
beg
that
your
brings.
pardon, madam. I prithee, madam, say on.
I'm come about the new law. I know not what to do, and I would have counsel.
You are in trouble with the law, madam?
Nay, at least not yet, but my neighbours have begun to remark unkindly upon my absences, my Sunday absences from church. I'm
Oh,
afeard
okay.
one of them may soon denounce me.
Ah, 'tis the Act
Oh.
Against Recusants you speak of. The law that obliges Catholics to attend church and take the English sacrament. You are of the
Okay.
Catholic faith, then, I take it?
Oh,
I,
okay, I
a
didn't realize how
Catholic,
religious this
but
was
as
gonna
well,
get.
a law-abiding woman and a full loyal subject of the Queen. Long may she reign.
I do not doubt it, madam.
Okay.
Take the Protestant sacrament. Oh, 'tis heresy. So says the Pope in Rome.
Ooh.
I risk being damned to hell if I do it, Dr. Foreman.
Shipped off to
Verily,
Northern Ireland.
I find myself in a most terrible bind.
I see. Damned if you do, yet condemned if you do not. A cruel bind indeed. Well, let us see if the stars may untangle it for us. Should Mistress Avis Allen attend Protestant church services?
Oh, great. This is a fun. Okay. Alright. Indicates jealousy, suggests confusion. Some have the wrong impression of the island's wealth and are envious. The problem is her female neighbors. Okay. Oh, this is a lot more. Avis must remain strong in her Catholic faith, for when the Queen dies, her successor may revert England back to Catholicism. Domicile, heirs, strength, serpent's death, represents rising political event. It may be a creative solution for appeasing the Pope in Rome, whilst also honoring England's Protestant embassy. Suggests creativity. It's foreigners, okay. Getting in trouble with the law and being punished by the authorities, okay. It is Mistress Allen's duty to cooperate. We can blame on the neighbors or advise that she take it and go back to going towards England, I think it was said. It's like faith for an okay. We're gonna go with B. Don't know what that's gonna do for us, but we're gonna go with B.
The stars confirm your fears. You must attend church every Sunday, lest you risk being prosecuted for being a recusant.
Oh, but then what of my soul, Dr. Foreman?
Methinks I have a solution for that, madam. If you were to cross your fingers behind your back during the service, any Protestant oath you swear would not count. Of course, you must be sure to stand at the back of the church while doing so, so that only God may see, and no one else.
Forsooth, what an ingenious notion! Oh, Dr. Foreman, you have saved me. You are so wise, sir. 'Tis so. Verily, 'tis most admirable.
But, dear lady, 'tis you who is to be admired. The strength of resolve, your devotion to your faith, and your... Madam, would you care to... see my collection of Venetian glassware?
I think I
God.
would. Indeed, I would like that very well.
Oh, great. Coitus post post consultatio. Great. After they lost the baby apparently, which is not great. She's had trouble before. Okay. Oh, 90. Okay. Getting there.
Here comes a beauty
Good night.
Her hair does shine, her eyes are bright. A damsel formed for man's delight.
Good day to you, sir. I am Amelia Bassano of Bishopsgate, here for my consultation.
Welcome, Mistress Bassano. Bassano. 'Tis an Italian name, is it not?
Aye, it is, sir. Though I was born in London, my family are from Venice. They did come to London to gain employment as musicians at the royal court.
Ah, I know one of your countrymen, Riccardo Ferraro, another one of my querents. Mayhap you know him? He hails from Venice, too.
No, sir, I do not know him. Venice is a large city, and as such, 'tis home to many thousands of men. And as I did mention, I was born in London.
Aye, of course. Mayhap we turn our
Awkward.
thoughts to what brings you hither this day. Have you a question for me?
Aye, sir, I wish to know what afflicts me, for my belly does begin to swell, and lately I oft find myself chundering after meals.
Uh-oh.
Swollen abdomen and involuntary upward purging. Well, now, let us consult the stars to judge the cause of these troubles. What is ailing Mistress Amelia Bassano?
Well, body. Got worms. She's with child. We're afflicted with a crick in the knees. Cause I don't think it's that. I don't think it's worms. She's quite the lady. I don't think she's gonna like it because saying she's with child, but I don't think she's gonna like us saying that she's suffering with worms. And it's not a crick in the knee. This is gonna be interesting.
I neglected to ask. Is there a Mr. Bassano?
Aye, my father still lives.
I mean to say, are you yet married, Mistress Bassano? I presume you are, for the stars indicate that you are with child. Wondrous news indeed.
Ah, I see.
Of course, it is natural for a young lady to be a trifle anxious when she's expecting her first child. And I see you are anxious, are you not?
Aye, Mr. Foreman, I own that I am.
Well, doubtless you are anxious owing to the unpredictable nature of your condition. For instance, sometimes the child might emerge from its mother's womb early, weeks or even months earlier than anticipated. This possibility is a medical fact, and one that should be explained to any husband you may... Do you see what I'm saying, Mistress Bassano?
Nay, not in the least, sir.
Some of my maiden querents, I assume you are still unmarried and therefore a maiden, when they find themselves inexplicably with child, they oft do not remain unmarried for long. I advise you to discuss this with your family without delay, Mistress Bassano. Doubtless they will be keen to make the arrangements for you.
I see. Yes, of course. I must lose no time in finding a husband. I thank ye, Dr. Foreman. Good day.
All right. I doubted it was gonna be worms. How do rust? Satan's fa la 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 la. Oh, that was great.
Pleasant morrow to you, Dr. Foreman. I am Mary Payne of 4th Street in Lambeth, and come to seek your counsel about my neighbours.
Good morrow, Mistress Payne, and well met. What trouble do your neighbours give you? They play their lutes into the night, perchance? Mayhap a neighbour has cast a malignant spell upon your cabbages.
Why, sir,
My
'tis no
cabbages!
trifling matter. Indeed, 'tis a matter of grave importance. Doubtless you do know we have a Catholic living on 4th Street, a woman by the name of Avis Allen.
Ah, yes. I did hear tell that Mistress Allen subscribes to the Romish faith. But 'tis no crime to be a Catholic, is it, madam? At least, not at present.
Aye, but harbouring a Jesuit priest is, Dr. Foreman. These evenings past, I have spied a man sneaking in and out of the Allen's house. 'Tis my reckoning the man is a priest who is going hither and thither all over Lambeth to perform the Catholic Mass and take confessions. Doubtless Mr. Allen is hiding him in one of those little cupboards.
You mean to say you think Mr. Allen has installed a priest hole in his house? A secret room hidden behind the wood panelling of a wall?
Indeed I do.
Priest
I am
hole?
certain that he has such a hole, and that a priest is going in and out of Mr. Allen's hole from dusk till dawn.
Verily? How troubling. But surely you are mistaken, madam, for under the cover of darkness, how can you be sure the man you did spy was not Mr. Allen himself?
Nay, nay, 'twas not Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen is a fine, tall figure of a man, whereas the figure I did spy was very narrow and malformed in appearance. A scrawny little imp of a man he was.
I see.
Now, you must not think me intolerant, Dr. Foreman. If Mistress Allen must cling to her idolatrous backward beliefs, 'tis her own affair, and I have no wish to cause trouble for the Allens. And 'tis true that Mistress Allen does now attend church on Sundays and takes the English sacrament just as she ought to. But we residents of Fore Street are decent English folk. We will not abide an agent of Rome sneaking around our neighbourhood, muttering incantations in some devilish foreign tongue.
I think you mean Latin, madam.
But before I act upon my suspicions, I think it wise to know if there be any truth in them.
Then let us see what the stars can tell us. Who is this mysterious stranger, and why does he frequent the Allen's house late at night?
I wonder why, huh? Hey! Ooh, tuning fork, okay. The man Mistress Payne this all harbors cruel intentions toward the Allen's household. Gold, goods and possessions. Die suddenly, perhaps before the end of this consultation. Narrow and malformed, a scrawny little imp of a man. This speaks of a relationship with an untrustworthy foreigner. As foreigners are untrustworthy by nature, this element may be of no particular significance. Xenophobia at its finest, folks. Great. Miss Allen's maternal instincts have been thwarted by her inability to bear a child, but she's stubbornly persists in trying to reverse her infertility. Okay. What's C give us? Alright. The man Miss Payne saw is a public enemy who engages in adulterous worship of the Virgin Mary. In other words, he is a Jesuit priest. Stars speak of an educated man who adorns himself in fine clothes. Okay. This one's adultery, pretty much like adultery, maybe with a foreigner. This one suggests him going around and teaching Jesuit, or what they, Jesuit, Roman Catholic kind of. This is them, like a burglar. He doesn't want to get them in trouble. Oh. This is a tough one. This one pretty much agrees with them, with the sister or whatever she's called at this point. This one says it's the adultery, and this one says it's a thief, and that she's in trouble right now. Screw it, let's go with A.
The man you saw prowling around the Allen's house is no priest. He is a thief, come at night to steal silver plate and candlesticks.
'Tis a mere robber I saw. On my honour, that is well to hear. Still, Something must be done about it. I will rouse the menfolk of 4th Street and have them patrol our street each night until this sneak thief is apprehended.
Ah, is that truly necessary, madam? Be there not more.
Pleasant day, Dr. Foreman.
Yep. He's no longer going to be able to sneak around and everything, but jeez, please. Yep.
When the querent does rock a continental frock, when the Ferraro does rock a continental
Frock.
When his Italian flair features on facial hair, 'tis
When the moon hits your eye, the big piece up by it. Oh, I don't know.
God give you good day, signor. And how may I assist you?
Tis I, Riccardo Ferraro, come once again to see the great dottore, Simon Foreman.
So I see. What brings you this day?
I bring myself to you, so you treat my illness. 'Tis very grave.
And, what might this illness be? Perchance we might start with your complaints.
First problem is the laughter that cannot be controlled.
Uncontrollable laughter, you say? I see. Anything else?
Next problem, the dancing that cannot be controlled.
Uncontrollable dancing. And yet, you do not appear to be dancing at present.
What can I say? 'Tis uncontrollable dancing. I cannot control when I dance.
Nay, 'tis a fair point.
Doubtless my disease, whatever it may be, is very rare and very difficult to diagnose. But of course, if it be beyond your
And
medical
he's
understanding...
Burping.
Let me assure you, signor, that whatever is said of us on the continent, the learning of we English doctors is unparalleled. There is no better medical care to be had than in London. Now, let us see whether the stars may tell us something of your unusual and troubling
There's
illness.
laughing and dancing and burping. Okay. Has been bitten by a tarantula on one of his ankles. Tarantula venom causes the victim to laugh, sing, or dance uncontrollably while also provoking acute loathing of music. Okay. Rolling of ankles. From colic, a disease that occasionally can abdominal pain, belching, and bloating of the stomach. Chronic, this represents an imbalance of but he's sing or dance uncontrollably while also provoking acute loath of music, but he's also belching uncontrollably. So is he testing us? Or the belching might have nothing to do with it. This could also be something... Okay, but that could be something we have to deal with later. So you need to make note of the fact that he's belching now.
You have been bitten by a tarantula. Its venom has been creeping throughout your body, provoking the wanton laughter and dancing you're experiencing. The tarantula is a rare spider from foreign climes. Doubtless it travelled with you from Venice, hiding itself among your belongings.
Doubtless you are right this time.
The venom may be expelled
he's
from
not
the body
happy.
using a combination of heat and music. I advise you to have a lutenist come by your house to sing and play for you while you bide near the fire. But take care not to insult the musicians playing, for whilst you will find it most loathsome, 'twill only be on account of the venom.
Okay.
Molto bene, Signor Foreman. I will do as you advise. Riccardo Ferraro bids you good
He was
day.
not happy that we were able to diagnose it. Okay. Oh, we got some recommendations from that one. Ooh, it's Amelia again.
Mayhap the world is too unkind. Nay, doctor, medicate her mind.
Pray cure this comely lady.
Pray cure this comely lady.
It's gonna be fun. Okay, what do
Good
we
day
have
to
next?
you, madam.
Yes. Good day, Mr. Foreman. Pray tell, is your Venetian querent Riccardo Ferraro one of the patients you treat for troubles of the mind? Forsooth, his manner is right strange. I passed him at the door, and when I addressed him in the Italian tongue, he abruptly turned from me and ran away down the street.
Nay, Signor Ferraro has no grave troubles of the mind that I'm aware of. Mayhap he was merely dumbstruck by your beauty, madam.
Dr. Foreman, a man is rarely struck dumb by a woman's beauty. Indeed, 'tis quite the reverse. He is oft rendered all the more loquacious, plaguing her with ill-formed metaphors he believes are compliments, and with hasty declarations and invitations she has neither sought nor invited.
Ah,
Yeah.
quite. But let us turn our minds to happier thoughts. I did lately hear of your marriage to your cousin, Mr. Alfonso Lania, for which I must congratulate you. And as I recall, you were with child when I last saw you.
Aye,
Yep.
I was, as you correctly judged.
And your
Oh,
child and husband
nice.
are both well, I hope?
I would rather not discourse on the subject of my husband, Dr. Foreman.
As it
Okay.
pleases you, madam. What brings you this day?
Lately, I have been feeling heavy and lethargic. I do also find it hard to fix my attention upon the book I am reading or upon words I am composing. And yet, although I oft feel right tired, I am having difficulty sleeping.
Ah, well, becoming a mother, beset with all the demands of a suckling babe, can force change upon the normal rhythms of life.
Nay, 'tis not that, for I have employed a wet nurse for the feeding and much of the care of my son. Methinks I must have some kind of disease.
I see. Let us
Okay.
consult the stars to see what afflicts you.
Postpartum
What is
depression.
ailing Mistress Amelia Lania?
Melancholy being an excess of black bile. Okay. A mild imbalance of black bile in the body. This suggests the illness is curable. Okay. Melancholy. From phlegmatism. It is a temperament associated with an excess of phlegm, created by stoic and stoicism stubbornness. It indicates the illness will get worse before it gets better. Okay. Excessively choleric temperament. It is associated with an excess of yellow bile. Sufferers exhibit an aggravated opinionated nature. Aggressive opinionated nature. I'm thinking it's this one, the melancholy. And it suggests it's curable, which she'll prefer. But, I mean, sluggish and depressed, and I mean, a lot of that, the melancholy is going to be a lot of that. We're going to go with that.
Mistress Lania, the stars indicate that your suffering is occasioned by melancholy, or, in other words, black bile.
I see. And what treatment can you give me for it?
Before we speak of treating your condition, madam, I think it wise we determine what has provoked it. You did express a desire not to speak of your husband, and I cannot help but think that such a reluctance reveals where the source of your troubles might lie, to wit, within your marriage. Would I be right in thinking this? I do not wish to cause you distress, madam, but as a doctor, I do feel I must press you in case it is relevant to your troubles.
My marriage is not a happy one, Dr. Foreman. Mr. Lanier and I do not agree on matters of money and strong drink.
I see. And what are your opinions on these subjects?
That he spends all our money on strong drink. He disagrees.
And your husband cannot be brought around to see your point of view, nor you his, I presume. Well, the marital discord provoked by strong differences of opinion can oft engender melancholy in a wife. Until the matter is resolved between you, you may take a syrup of roses and chicory. Drink of it each day, and it will serve to reinvigorate your vital spirits. I will also have my manservant William bleed you of some of that excess bile.
I thank you, Dr. Foreman.
William,
Okay.
come hither and bleed Mistress Lanier.
Leader. Nice, okay. Yep. Looks like we did a good job on this one. Ooh, 65. Doing good. Oh, I got mail. Sir, I thank you for your recent inquiry with regards to obtaining a license to practice medicine. Note from our records that you terminated your enrollment at our institution some years ago on the grounds of insufficient funds. Whilst we do not ordinarily issue medical licenses to men who have not first completed a medical degree, proof of equivalent professional experience in the form of letters of recommendation may be taken into consideration. Minimum of 8 such letters of recommendation is customarily required. I advise you to write to us once you have obtained the requisite number of letters. Okay, John Cowell, Vice Chancellor, University of Cambridge. All right, so we have a chance. He's got to get 8 letters.
It's very late, we are no longer shy. Seems for us now we're patient and
Hey, this is the... Alrighty. We're not even that far into the game yet.
Dear Avis, what a pleasure it is to see you. I have oft thought of our last...
I cannot tarry long. My husband will be expecting me home.
Of course. But, dear lady, is something the matter?
Of course. Do not all your querents come with a matter they wish an answer to?
Well, yes, but...
I wish to ask of the stars whether a man I am close with, a man who is not my husband, whether that man be also close with another woman.
A man you are... I see. Well, if I am to judge the stars for you, I must ask you to be more precise. In what sense do you mean close? The platonic bond of friendship?
Nay, close in the sense of being intimate.
I see.
Okay.
Then 'tis the familial tie of kinship, perchance.
Nay, I mean someone with whom I have shared physical relations.
Verily, madam, if I am to give you an accurate reading, you must state your question clearly.
Methinks you know full well what I ask. I bid you ask the stars whether my lover is, that is to say, be it true that he engages with another woman in acts of strumpy-humpy.
Madam, you astonish me. 'Tis unlike you to speak such indelicate words. Now, if I understand you correctly, you have a lover, and you wish to know whether he has been sharing his tender favours with another woman.
Aye, but did I not verily say so?
And now that we have at last fathomed your question, let us read the stars to fathom an answer. Has Mistress Allen's lover been unfaithful to her?
How are we going to answer this? Wait. Is my lover engaged? Okay. Okay. Mrs. Allen's mind has been turned by jealousy and confusion. Okay. House of the Querent. Okay. Mrs. Allen should be more optimistic about her romance with this man. The consultation will provoke unexpected intimacies between me and Avis. Okay. Mrs. Allen's lover is seeing a woman who is willing to and able to marry him. He wishes to continue his family line. Okay. Mistress Allen no longer pleases her lover. The spark has been lost. Okay, yeah. Do we continue pursuing her or not is the question here. Will it please? Okay. It's creativity being reversed. Okay. It's just a father. Okay. Do we want a child or not? Or are we just kind of continue the infidelity or break it off? Or try to break it off. What do we want to do? She's a Catholic, so already we're committing adultery. Why? Why is this in here? Um. Nah, let's just go with it. It's just a game.
The stars are most clear, madam. Your lover has not been coupling with another woman.
He has not.
Forsooth, the stars say that your mind has been turned by jealousy and confusion. Now, if there is nothing further, madam...
Oh, how relieved I am to hear you say this. Oh, Simon, what a fool I have been not to trust you.
But you... this lover... 'twas me all along? You were not speaking of some other man?
I beseech you, pardon me, Simon. I had to know the truth from the stars, for I did hear tell of other women.
But how could you not see? No other woman is to me so dear and verily Is it not clear to you that I...
Do you verily, Simon?
Oh, my dear, sweet Avis.
Okay, and more coitus post consultatio. Yay! Hey, we got a recommendation letter. That was easy. Yep. So that's one down. 7 to go. Ooh, a new person. See, we got a monkey. The tarantulas? Alright, let's see what ailment she got from
I humbly welcome you to my consulting chambers and thank you for choosing my practice. Mistress...
Fortescue. Mistress Sybil Fortescue.
Well then, Mistress Fortescue, what may I assist you with this day?
I come upon a most troubling matter, sir. I know not whether it is a medical matter or something else.
I see. Pray describe your trouble to me, madam.
Well, I suppose it all began with a dinner I hosted at my house last even. Mayhap you have heard of my dinners, Dr. Foreman. They are much talked about. Though
Really?
I fear last evening's dinner will be talked about for all the wrong reasons.
Talked about, you say?
Yes, indeed, invitations to my dinners are much sought after, for I host the most desirable of guests. Lords, bishops, poets, explorers, painters, and the like. Why, last eve I hosted the famous Robert Lord Devereux, the playwright William Shakespeare, and the Bishop of London and his wife. As well as fascinating conversation, at my table I serve the very latest and most original dishes. Last even, I served an exotic green vegetable called a potato. So crisp and refreshing. My dear husband sent them home to me from the New World. Doubtless you have heard of my husband, Captain Fortescue. He is a great friend of Sir Walter Raleigh.
I see. Your dinners do sound most excellent, Mistress Fortescue. But what occurred at last eve's dinner that has you so distressed?
Well, in truth, 'twas after dinner. We all felt a strong desire to take some air, and so we left the table to take a turn in some pleasure gardens nearby. But then, as we were walking along the path, right in the middle of the gardens, in full public view...
Pray do not distress yourself, madam. Prithee, take your time.
My guests and I were, all of a sudden, stricken with pain. We began chundering and voiding from our... But there was nowhere to turn, you see. There were no bushes close by to shield our modesty. 'Twas unspeakable.
A moment, madam, as I note this down. Abdominal pain and simultaneous upward and downward purging of a most sudden and violent nature.
Oh my god.
Now, let us see how these stars explain this most distressing and unsavory event. What troubled Mistress Sybil Fortescue and her guests last eve?
Oh, good old food poisoning in the 16th century. With evil digestion. Okay. Okay, that's a good one. Chilly cold. Okay. Wandering hands. Neurosis. No, it's definitely this one. Evil digestion.
Madam, I think you said the New World vegetables you dined upon were green in colour, did you not?
Yep.
And you described them as crisp and refreshing, I think. I take it then that you serve them to your guests green and raw?
Yes, indeed. Most of the potatoes my husband sent me were full, dull, and unhealthsome in appearance. Hence I served only the green ones. I had my cook cut them in such a way as to resemble roses. 'Tis the way I oft serve my apples.
Ah, then your trouble was a severe case of evil digestion. I have read that
Yep.
these vegetables can be noxious if they turn green.
Oh, my days! Do you mean I poisoned my guests?
In a manner
No.
of speaking, aye. But worry not, madam, for the suffering was but temporary. Indeed, it does sound as if the bodies of your guests were most comprehensively purged of the poison. However, in future, be sure to cook the potatoes until they are soft, and pray do not eat the ones that have turned green.
As God shall mend me! What a shameful affair this has been! I shall go home and, well, I shall write to my husband and ask that he includes cooking instructions with the next gift of food that he sends me. I
Good
thank thee
idea.
and bid ye good day, Dr. Foreman.
So we don't give the guests the runs the next time. Ooh, 44, 45 off that first one. Nice. Ooh, here we go. Amelia.
One such as we do rarely find, just needs a man to be behind, for she's but a lady.
Oh, we're gonna have a.
Good even, Miss Lanier. What brings you?
I am come about my future, Dr. Foreman. I wish to know whether I will find success as a writer of poems and plays. You can
Okay.
predict futures, can you not?
You, madam? A writer of poems and of plays? Forsooth, how verily remarkable.
Well, 'tis true most of us Basanos and Laniers are musicians, but I have chosen a different path. I've lately begun a collaboration with a poet and playwright. Let us call him Mr. S. He is presently writing a play that takes place in northern Italy, and as I am of Italian heritage, he has asked me to help him write it.
How interesting. And does this collaboration betwixt you go well?
Right well, or so methinks. Indeed, Mr. S did suggest that I am full talented as a writer. Be not afraid of greatness, he told me. For once our play opens upon the London stage, our success will follow, as night follows day.
I see. Then what would you have me ask the stars, madam?
Well, I've noted that Mr. S, although a brilliant man, is oft prone to exaggerated melodrama and implausible plot resolutions. I wish to know whether this story of his, of our future success, is true.
Very wise of you, madam. Then let us see whether your success or failure is writ in the stars. Will Mistress Amelia Lanier find fame and fortune as a writer?
Well, let's find out. Ooh, 3 options. Okay. Let's see. The first path takes us through House of Ambitions. If Miss Lanier maintains optimism, her ambitions will be realized. Not only will she be successful, her work will lead to transformative and surprising political changes. Suggests victory. This advises optimism. This represents surprises in politics. Okay. This represents transformation. Now, one thing to remember is in Shakespearean London, it was illegal for women to take part in plays as actors. So all the women parts were played by men too. So it's something interesting to note. Mrs. Lanier and her writing partner work well together. Okay, nice. I like this one so far. All right, this was pretty simple. Star urges Miss Jones to be more sensitive to the needs of her child. Okay, yeah. But she's not looking at that. The house warns of a legacy marred by deceit and jealousy. Because she's indulging creative theft. lost and stolen goods. Okay. So we're seeing all three of these, I guess, maybe. I don't want to... Yeah, we're going to go with A. Screw it.
It would seem Mr. S.'s confidence is not misplaced, for the stars foretell that if you have faith in your success, you will succeed. And your contribution to the world will reach beyond literature to be of great benefit to society.
So, in order to succeed, I must hold fast to a belief that I will succeed.
Just so, madam.
But what you are asking of me is right illogical, Dr. Foreman. Indeed, 'tis an impossibility. How can I maintain a belief that my success is inevitable when you have just informed me that my success is conditional and contingent? As Aristotle teaches us in
Mistress
his...
Lanier, mayhap I have confounded you with the nuances of my astrological reading. All you need know is that the achievement of your goals is very likely. Indeed, 'tis indicated that your collaboration with Mr. S will be a fruitful one. Prithee, madam, look not for bad news among the good.
Aye, mayhap 'tis best I not overthink it, as you say. I thank ye, sir. Good even, Dr. Foreman.
Okay, we'll see how that turns out. Little please. Okay, I should have gone with the... I think I should have gone with C. Okay, we're at 75 on that one. Okay, back to Avis, yeah. I don't really condone this, but, you know, it's the game.
Good day to you, sir.
Good day to you, madam. What service may I perform for you this day?
For me? None. None at all.
Verily. Then I cannot fathom why you...
'Twas my husband who bade me come, for he finds it difficult to speak of... As I say, he had me come in his stead, and I could think of no reason to give him for why I should not come.
I see. Then what is troubling your husband? Madam, I cannot treat a querent without knowing first what his troubles are.
He is unable to perform his marital duties.
I see. And whatever does that mean? Your husband forgets to put out the night soil? Some broken shelving he's neglected to fix? Prithee, madam, I bid you be more precise.
You know perfectly well what I mean, Simon. I bid you not drag this out any longer. Pray read the stars and let us get this over with.
As you wish, madam. Now, let us see. What ails Mr. Allen so as to render him unable to perform his marital obligations towards Mistress Allen?
Let's find out. Okay. Loss of carnal lust. Okay. Deficiency of blood. Mild enchantment cast by a witch. Illness will get worse before it gets better. Okay. Suffers from a cold in the heart. Will be long lasting. Mild imbalance of black bile in the body. It's just a disturbance of the mind. Prick in the back. This causes pain in the hips and makes it difficult to perform duties around the house. Okay. Cast by a witch. Go with this one. Here we go.
Your husband is suffering from a lack of sanguinity in the brain, which has resulted in a loss of carnal lust.
Sanguinity in the brain.
Chart, there is little hope of remedy.
Verily, no hope at all.
Nay, I'm afeard not.
Oh, then Mr. Allen is not, cannot be a full husband to me. At least not in the full, true sense of being a husband.
Precisely so. And as a physician, it behoves me to observe how unnatural and lamentable it is that a wife be so neglected.
Oh, Simon.
Oh, my darling Avis.
And Marquitus was had. Oh, great.
Doctors against him do make war. Doctors against him do make war. He makes love without a care.
Tis true, Avis is not his, my lord.
Part in love and war is fair. Part in love and war is fair.
Last even, 'twas like a dream. Never in my life have I felt so. Oh, Avis, 'tis true
This game
you are
is giving
married,
me
but surely a love as great as ours can transcend such earthly
not going the
ills.
directions I thought it would.
Dare I hope for? Nay, 'tis most unlikely. Or is it? Forsooth, there be no harm in asking the stars. Might Avis Allen one day be mine?
Let's see. Loyalty lies with her family. Avis has betrayed her marriage vows. The damage this has wrought upon her marriage cannot be undone, and her past cannot be erased. I may be optimistic, for Mr. Allen would suffer ill luck and die. Avis will then be free to marry me. I am not seeing things clearly. If I knew the truth about our relationship, I would presently be seething with jealousy. Avis is cunningly hiding a secret from me. Correction due to death. Let's see where this leads us. Why not?
What is this? Avis harbors a secret from me? Something that might arouse my jealous passions. Doubtless 'tis another man. But who could he be? Her carnal desire for him must be powerful indeed to draw her thoughts away from me, and I do not think Avis has occasion to meet any man so becoming as to provoke... Ah, I see.
Okay. He thinks I know who's be okay. How am I gonna give myself a letter recommendation? Ah, there's the... See how the investment turned out.
Good day, Dean Blogg. Fare you well?
Most well indeed, and I will tell you why. The conquering cherub has lately returned home to England.
Ah, this being the voyage you did invest in.
Aye, and what a sound investment it was, for it has paid off most handsomely. The cherub's cargo of nutmeg and pepper will fetch a high price indeed. In sooth, as I recall, it was you who advised me on this investment, was it not? I thank ye heartily for it, sir.
I am glad to have been of service, Dean Blogg.
Forsooth, my earnings have enabled me to make a substantial investment in Sir Walter Raleigh's expedition to the New World.
Ah, methinks I've heard of this. 'Tis a quest to find the fabled lost city of gold, is it not? Or as the Spanish call it, El Dorado?
The very same. For it is said that El Dorado does lie deep within the rainforests of the southern parts of the New World, hiding vast quantities of gold and precious jewels. Hence, what I would have you tell me is, exactly how rich can I expect to be made from my investment?
I see.
For if I am to be made very rich, I am afeard that news of my fabulous wealth may cause some jealousy among the clergy. News travels fast around the diocese, and I think it wise to get ahead of it if I can.
Then let us consult the stars. What will become of Thomas Blagg's investment in Sir Walter Raleigh's quest to find El Dorado?
Alright. First one. Finances will bring him unhappiness. Bishop will encounter foreigners who are stubborn, confident, and lead by instinct. His partners will be met with violence. Okay. Well, we know how that turns out, actually. There's cause for pessimism and a surprising reversal to save the lives of children. Okay. How's the child again? It's curiosity, towards exploration. Doug will be able to leave his children legacy. We're gonna go with this one. Go while you're ahead.
I have ill tidings for you, Dean Blagg. Raleigh and his men have been set upon by a tribe of angry New World natives.
Angry natives? But surely the natives would greet us with much rejoicing. For do we not bring with us the gift of civilization? Would they not crave freedom from their tyrannical chieftains and cruel pagan gods?
Well, it would seem these particular natives cannot be reasoned with, as they are led by instinct alone, and they will fight to the last man, as it is not in their nature to surrender with honor, as Christian men would.
Truly? But...
Alas, I am afeard that Raleigh shall be forced to abandon his search for El Dorado, and your investment will come to naught.
I must own, sir, that I cannot share your uncharitable view of these savages. They may be heathens, but are they not still God's children? I will now take my leave, that you may engage in quiet reflection upon the spiritual dimensions of this question.
He's not happy with how I said it. Oh, I lost a few. Okay. He's our odd man out kind of guy. He keeps trying to throw us oddballs.
Good morrow, sir, and well met.
Indeed, 'tis I, Riccardo Ferraro, come once again to the great Dottore Simon Foreman.
Aye, and I can see why you are come. Methinks you are not well, signor. The colour of your face is quite alarming.
It is because I am losing the blood. The blood does drain away from my face, way down my body, and out of my...
You are bleeding from your fundament. How much have you been bleeding, and for how long?
Un poco, not too much. It does come and go. Sometimes blood, sometimes no blood. You stop the blood, see?
Mayhap I will, but first I must consult the stars to find a diagnosis. What ails Signor Riccardo Ferraro?
It is fundament. It's hemorrhoids which are swelling in anus and rectum. Blind hemorrhoids cause pain, whereas open hemorrhoids are apt to bleed. Okay. It's from jaundice, a blockage. Okay. It has caused the collar to... Okay, so he's not yellow, he's pale, so it's going to be this one.
There is nothing here to worry about, Signor Ferraro. Your body is merely purging itself of corrupted blood, in a similar manner to that which does occur in a woman's nethers each month. To wit, 'tis most healthsome and natural.
Are you sure? Are you sure that is your final answer?
Indeed it is. I do assure you, Signor, 'tis the very latest medical thinking on the subject of hemorrhoids. You are welcome to procure a second opinion, but I warrant you will find that most doctors in London will tell you the same.
Then Riccardo Ferraro bids you good day, Signor Foreman.
Waiting for that one to come. Oh, sorry. Had to sneeze. A little, but I mean, what was I gonna tell him, that he had something that he didn't? But it is not hard for a common man to procure a medical book nowadays. Okay.
This woman has a gift for words. If only she had written these words, they'd probably be much better words. Written by Our Lady.
Alright.
Did you see that?
See what, madam?
Your querent, Signor Ferraro, scuttling away from me like a frighted rabbit. What have I ever done to upset the man? All I did was wish him buongiorno as I passed him at the door.
Verily, Signor Ferraro's behavior does sound full strange. But let us not think of him, but of the matter that brings you hither, Mistress Lanier. How do you fare?
I fare most well, in the main. For you spoke true when you said my collaboration with Mr. S would be fruitful. 'Tis going exceeding well.
Ooh.
Verily,
Ooh,
Dr.
almost
Foreman, I
have
would
her.
be right content with my lot at present if it were not for the trouble I am come about this day.
Pray, tell me of this trouble, madam.
I am being prowled. Oftentimes in the night I see him following me home. One time methinks I even caught him looking at me through my window. I would have you tell me who this prowling man might be.
A
Oh,
prowler?
okay.
How very worrisome. Can you describe this man to me?
Nay, for 'tis always at night that I spy him, and I have always been too frighted for my eyes to linger upon him very long.
Then let us see what light the stars can shed upon the identity of this man who hides himself
Star
in
witness,
darkness.
huh?
Who is the man prowling Mistress Lanier?
Find out. Ooh, 3 options. Okay, first one. Carl is a violent husband. Carl hopes for a reversal of the ill luck he has had with Mistress Lanier. He harbors a misguided hope that she will perform her wifely duties and resume intimate relations with him. So it thinks that it's the husband being upset and wanting to get her to, start having doing her wifely duties, marital duties, or whatever. Mistress Lanier is suffering mental confusion owing to her religious beliefs. She also harbors an unjustified level of mistrust towards prospective romantic partners. Okay, so it's somebody somebody else besides her husband that's trying to maybe court her in the secret of the dark or whatever. Alright. Prowler is a man of authority and a master of wit. Mr. Leonard considers him a friend. Prowler harbors undeclared feelings for Mistress Lanier. Could be friendship, could be anger, could be a mix. No, not quite a mix, but an unknown. Maybe it's Mr. S. Sure.
The stars suggest that your prowler is a man with a talent for wit, a man who secretly harbors amorous feelings towards you. Does that sound like anyone you know, madam?
Dr. Foreman, I find your question most illogical. I cannot know of a man who harbours secret feelings for me, for indeed, if I were to know of them, the feelings would not be secret.
Yes, well, let me put it another way. Your friend, Mr. S, is the keen-witted man who furtively admires you. He is your prowler, madam.
Mr. S is my prowler, you say? I bid you, sir, check the stars again.
Is it not the most likely explanation, though, madam?
I assure you there is nothing likely about the unique relationship betwixt me and Mr. S. Indeed, he has too much respect for my literary mind to use me so ill. For his is a noble intellect that allows him to soar above the baser instincts of lesser men. Now, if you will not judge the stars again for me, I will bid you good day, Dr. Foreman.
He wasn't happy with that. Ooh, we were so close on that one and then lost a bunch. Okay.
Hear ye!
find
Yep.
legendary Treasure City. Rumours say next rally voyage is to Pot of Gold at End of Rainbow. Hear ye!
Reports have lately come in that Sir Riley's expedition to the New World in search of El Dorado has been a colossal cluster fail. Despite Riley's assurances to the Queen that he would return with gold raided from the legendary city, it is said that Riley's ships bring back naught but potatoes. Experts predict Her Majesty's reaction to be somewhat testy.
Here comes Emma, so kind-hearted, kindly she, to the frail and aged she offers sympathy. What is she for others have? Especially when they're born of wealth. Here comes Emma, so kind-hearted is she.
Good day to you, Mistress Sharp.
Good day, Dr. Foreman. But I am Mistress Delamere now.
Mistress Delamere? But as I recall from my case notes, let me see now, 'twas 3 years past. Aye, were you not hoping to marry a man named George Middleton?
Oh, yes. I did marry Mr. Middleton. For although you did tell me he might die, my family refused to hear of it. They quite insisted that I marry him, but only months after we were wed. He died, Dr. Foreman. He fell to his death whilst taking the air atop a church belfry.
By the saints, how very tragical.
Doubtless Mr. Middleton was under the spell of a witch, just as you said. Mayhap she had him think he was a bird.
There, my dear lady. How distressing your late husband's death must have been for you.
Aye, indeed, Dr. Foreman, so much so that my friends urged me to marry again, lest I die of grief. But now that I am once more a wife, I would not wish to be widowed anew, and John Delamere, my present husband, is also an older man. Dr. Foreman, you must tell me whether there be any illness he has, whether there be anything I might do to save my dear sweet husband from an early death.
Then let us see what the stars have to say. Is Mr. John Delamere troubled with any condition that may cause him to die?
Yeah, it's called marriage to this crazy. Oh. A cardiac passion. Okay. Just witchcraft. This suggests possibility death. She'll use that again. Go with Quincy. Condition characterized by soreness in the throat. That would keep him alive, maybe. This... he'll probably die from it, but won't. This one, she'll probably use again. We want a recommendation, though. The recommendation? Do we want to keep her from killing people? Okay, so she's... I think that's her Emma Sharp. You know what? Screw it. Let's go for it.
Mistress Delamere, the news is very grave. The stars tell of your husband being under the spell of a witch.
What, this again? I beseech your pardon, Dr. Foreman. 'Tis just, well, the thought of a witch does fright me so.
Know you of a woman in your husband's
This
circle
again.
suspected of being a witch?
This again? I
A
should have gone with the heart one.
By feudal inheritance laws, perchance? Mayhap a local cat enthusiast, or a Scottish neighbour.
Scottish neighbour.
Nay, as true as I live, sir,
dang
I
it.
do not. But I will be sure to make inquiries. Good day, Dr. Foreman.
I should have gone with the heart thing. Yep. Alright. Yeah, we lost. Dang it.
Sibyl's a fine host, of this she will oft boast. She loves to entertain, though hard she does try, her dinners go awry. And in tears and shame.
Yep.
Good morrow, Mistress Fortescue. How may I help you this day?
I did lately experience feelings of a most strange and disturbing nature, for which I desire an explanation.
I see. Prithee describe these feelings to me, madam. When did they occur?
Last eve, at a dinner party hosted by my dear friend Mistress Emma Delamere. All was well at first, but soon after my arrival I was stricken with a kind of madness.
Madness, you say?
Madness.
Yes, moments during which I found myself overcome with feelings of mirth, laughing most immoderately at the dullest of remarks made by other guests. At other times I felt an unnatural fascination with the shape of the candelabra in the table's centrepiece. And all the while I was so ravenous with hunger, I quite absent-mindedly ate all the sweetmeats at my end of the table. I fear my rapaciousness did not escape the notice of guests seated beside me.
Such an immoderate appetite is out of character for you, I take it. It could not have merely been occasioned by anxious passions?
Why, nay, Dr. Foreman. Forsooth, I ought to have been very calm last eve, for I did spend the afternoon inhaling the fumes of an aromatic oil, a gift from my sweet husband, sent back from his explorations in the Near East. I did mention my husband, Captain Henry Fortescue, before, I think. He is a great friend of Sir Walter Raleigh. Oh, Henry and Sir Walter find the oil most relaxing, so he tells me.
Yet you were not so very relaxed last eve, I take it.
No, not in the least, for I fear a capricious spell was cast upon me. Over the course of the evening, I developed the strongest intuition that malignant forces were present in the room, and that I had been bewitched. Could it be true, Dr. Foreman? Might a witch have cast a spell on me?
That is something we shall have to ask the stars, madam. Let us see. What was it that afflicted Mistress Sybil Fortescue last eve at dinner?
Alright, let's see. Yeah, no, not melancholy. Temporary witchcraft. No. Both from smoke inhalation. Chronic. But it's just an altered mental state. Yeah, it's from the smoke.
Now, madam, the oil your husband sent you. This was the first time you did inhale its fumes, methinks.
Yes, the shipment of gifts from my husband did only lately arrive.
Ah, then I think we have your answer. I have read some interesting tales of such oils and herbs of the Near East. 'Tis said they occasion certain temperaments, to wit, an excessive sanguinity, which will have caused the immoderate laughter and increased appetite. They can also provoke a narrowing of the mind, which would explain your temporary fascination with the candelabra, and I believe the fumes of this oil may also have been responsible for the notion that you have been bewitched.
And the men of the Near East gain pleasure from this oil? They would render themselves foolish on purpose?
Aye, indeed. Foreigners have many strange customs and desires that we cannot hope to understand.
How fascinating! I thank you for this explanation, sir. Indeed, 'twill make for a most diverting tale with which to regale guests at my next dinner. God give you good morrow, Dr. Foreman.
Diagnosis and entertainment. Oh, let's see. Most pleased. Yes. Ooh, 70, 80. Nice. Or if Dr. Foreman's manservant was ever in the Navy, his arms do appear very strong.
Another consultation. Will this one end in bad? Or will Mistress Allen slap him round the head?
Good day, Mistress Allen. What brings you this day? Oh, dear lady, you tremble like a leaf on an autumn day.
Aye, for I am most affrighted. But Mr. Allen says he thinks I worry over naught. So I am come to you, for methinks you would. Perchance you may help me.
By my troth, pray tell me of this evil that have frightened you, madam, and I shall do all in my power to protect you from it.
Yes, evil. Oh, indeed, 'tis the very word for it. I've seen a dark figure prowling outside our house in the night, and once I saw him spying through my window. Who is he? What does he want from me? What am I to do?
I see.
Uh-oh.
And you do not recognize his face or any other particulars? The colour of his hair, for instance?
Oh, nay, for 'tis always so dark. But by his silhouette I can tell he is a bony, scrawny little man.
Is he verily? But your husband thinks 'tis naught to worry over, you say?
Aye, he says the man is doubtless naught but a poor travelling tinker who is merely taking shelter in our garden. 'Twould explain why his figure is so slight, to be sure, but what if he is not a tinker? What if his purpose is more sinister?
Aye, indeed. Then let us consult the stars.
Yeah.
Who is the man prowling outside the Allen's house in the night, and what is his purpose?
Yeah, what is his purpose, huh? The Avis is mine. She must rein in her behavior. Not only does Avis have a deceptive nature, she is obsessed with romance and has a preference for younger men. Okay. Avis risks being punished by God for her frequent comings and goings from her house. No. The intimate relationship between Avis and I is changing. The Prowler is a mature, intelligent man who is a secret enemy of the Allens. Yeah, let's go for it.
The stars suggest the Prowler is a secret foe of your husband. Does Mr. Allen have any gambling debts, perchance?
Hold. Methinks I see it now. Ah, 'tis you! The Prowler, 'tis you!
Me?
Oh, great.
Now, madam, what an outlandish notion.
So you would deny it? That you have prowled and spied upon me these last months?
Prithee, Avis, you've got it all.
I will not have it. I am not a thing to be owned. I'm not one of your prized possessions.
Prithee, madam, put that down. Put it...
Ah!
Fie, madam. That was a priceless Venetian vase.
Oh, well, I'm guessing we're gonna lose her. Oh, we already got the letter, so we can't apparently get anything worse from that. Double roll. In Spain. And with his fame. Is his name.
Good day, sir. How may I? By Jupiter! Can it be true? Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex, Lord of Her Majesty's Privy Council, a hero of the Battle of Cadiz.
Prithee, calm yourself, Sarah. Pray, treat me just as you would any other querent.
Of course, as it pleases your lordship. But may I say, what a great privilege it is to... may I offer you a...
You are the man who had some success treating the plague some years past, are you not?
Oh, indeed, my lord. You are very well informed. My strong water did save many a Londoner from a most lamentable death.
Then perchance you might have some cunning cure for me as well. For since I am returned to England upon having resolved that small matter in Spain, I find myself afflicted with the most vexing ailment.
Oh, but your most glorious capture of the Spanish city of Cadiz was no small matter, my lord. All England talks of nothing else. Why, pamphlets recounting your heroic exploits are sold on every street corner in London.
Mayhap they are. I know nothing of them. My single-handed victory against the King of Spain was but a trifling affair, and the least I could do for my queen and a grateful nation. But I fear vast riches and the hearts of many a Spanish beauty were not the only things I did capture while I was there.
What else did you capture in Spain, my lord? I fear I do not grasp your meaning. If you would kindly show me where upon your body you are... Ah.
As you see, this Spanish disease I caught has me oozing a most disagreeable substance.
Methinks I have a fair idea of the nature of your affliction, but I must confirm the judgment with a reading of the stars. Let us see, what disease troubles Robert Lord Devereux, the Earl of Essex?
Yeah, what did he bring back with him from the beauties of yeah. That's what I thought. Suffering from gonorrhea disease characterized by white matter running from the privy member and pain when passing urine. Or is troubled with love. Yeah, that's totally oozing from him. Evil digestion, yes, because that totally just oozes out. That may occasion both upward and downward. Okay, this is just severe narcissism. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be this one.
You have gonorrhea, my lord. 'Tis a condition provoked by an increase in intimate activities.
Too much strumpy-humpy, eh? Well, 'tis true that since
Strumpy
news of my
humpy.
victory got about, every wench from Southwark to Shoreditch wants a piece of my action, as it were. And how may this gonorrhea be cured?
The most effective method is lead plate therapy. Usually this requires a man to lie in bed for many hours with a leaden plate positioned upon his privy parts, thus allowing the lead to impart its healing properties to the affected member. But, of course, men such as your lordship have no time to lie around in bed, which is why... Let me just fetch it from my cabinet. Which is why I invented this.
And that is what? Some sort of wonder job? Like the ones old men used to wear?
Precisely so, my lord. It is a codpiece that I had a blacksmith fashion out of lead. I invite your lordship to wear it under your breeches so that the lead may remain in contact with your privy member at all times.
Oh.
Indeed, until you are cured.
Something's gonna fall off.
How droll this is. Verily, how old-fashioned. I will appear as hung as old King Henry Tudor. Mayhap I just wear it in my chambers.
Good day, and please come again. If you need anything at all, I am at your service.
You just gave him a lead. God, but... Oh, jeez. We've met him once and he's already that happy. Oh, let's give it up already.
Yes, I did not expect to see you this evening. Do you bring news?
Aye, some very good news, at least if you confirm it for me. Methinks I am with child.
Ah, how very wondrous. And, have you any idea of who might...
Aye, verily, with child, but I dare not to. Forsooth, what if it be naught but false hope?
Then let us ask the stars without delay. Is Mistress Avis Allen verily with child?
Are you gonna check with the symptoms? I know they're confusing, Miss Allen. Within a few months, it will become clear that she's not with child. She feel optimistic about the relationship between Avis and me. Miss Allen is aging. This decreases her chance of being with child. Family thinks she is lazy. Was been creative when it comes to her marital duties. Okay. Child, but it will die, for she will experience some sudden bad luck. Okay. I can be cruel about it. The father on board child is a strong young man that she is romantically involved with. Oh, it's mine, and she's gonna lose it, or she's mistaken. This has the most stuff to it. Let's see about that. Okay. Your marital duties. Oof. Neither one of these is really good answers. Let's see. I don't like this one either. Screw it. I'm just gonna grab one.
I am sorry to tell you, Avis, you are not with child this time.
Nay, verily?
I am feared so.
But why?
Why are you so plump at present? Well, you're not as young as you once were, but with a trifle more exertion around the house.
First you tell me I'm not with child, and then you call me a plump, lazy old woman.
'Tis not I, 'tis the stars. I have no control over...
Oh, how could you speak such... Oh, why must you insult me so?
Oh.
What new imagined sin did I commit that you would punish me for now?
By my troth, 'twas never my intention to insult you, Avis. But I see I have vexed you. Pray forgive me, Avis.
Fret not, Simon. In truth, I know you mean no harm. Methinks 'tis that such disappointment is hard to bear. I did so wish it to be true, that you and I were to have a child.
Rich but not satisfied, mayhap you have not tried this one weird trick for displaying your wealth. Buy herbs and confections to boost your complexion and pass idle hours tending to your health.
Okay.
Good even, sir. Who do I have the pleasure of welcoming to my chambers this day?
Nicholas Muggs, proprietor of Muggs Rugs down on Silver Street.
Muggs
The
Rugs.
wig makers. You supply wigs to players, do you not? I have heard tell of your fine work from some of my playhouse querents.
I thank ye for your kindness, sir. I do hear you are very skilled at your trade also. For are you not the curer of the plague of 92? Forsooth, I do hope you may cure me as well. For though I do not think I have the plague, whatever I have is doubtless most grave, no matter what my wife thinks.
And what is it your wife thinks?
It be her mind that I have taken naught but a chilly cold in the head. But 'tis not so, Dr. Foreman, for I ache all over.
Oh, okay.
My throat is grown sore, and I cough day and night.
Day and night, you say?
Aye, verily.
I see. Then let us consult the stars.
Okay.
What does ail Nicholas Mugg?
So he aches all over, coughs all day, and has a sore throat. Okay. Mugg is showed hypochondria possibly induced by witchcraft. This condition could one day prove fatal. Okay. Full head symptoms include a cough, short windiness, a hoarse throat, and pain throughout the body. Suffering from a cardiac. He's cold in the head. Let's just diagnose him.
I am pleased to say that your wife is correct, and you have little to worry over. You have what we doctors call frigidus ad hominem, or as it is more commonly known, a man cold.
Frigid... A man cold, you say?
Aye, 'tis a cold in the head, suffered uniquely by those of the male sex. And although it be a minor affliction, the suffering can be very great.
A minor affliction, you say? That cannot be right. I bid you check the stars again, sir. For see how ill I am, and my throat grows so
I guess I should have gone with a hypochondria.
I think the trouble in your throat may be occasioned by overuse. Perhaps you might try discoursing less.
Well, I think you ought to know that I will be seeking a second opinion.
As you wish, sir. Good
Fine.
day.
Yep. You didn't like that. Ah. Yep. Devereux again. We don't have his stuff fall off. Let codpiece. More likely to go delirious from the
Day,
lead
my lord.
poisoning.
How may I do you service? Would it pertain to some thrilling adventure upon which you may soon be embarking?
Indeed it does. Sir Walter Raleigh and I did recently come across some intelligence concerning a fleet of Spanish ships that will soon be sailing home from the New World, bearing a goodly cargo of gold. Raleigh and I plan to borrow the royal fleet, which we will use to intercept the ships and seize the treasure.
Huzzah! But, borrow the Royal Navy, you say?
Aye, only temporarily, of course. The Queen will hardly know her ships are gone. Indeed, when we return them to her bearing a handsome prize of Spanish gold, she will doubtless forgive our failure to file the correct paperwork and whatnot.
Doubtless. And how may I assist your lordship in this glorious endeavour?
Well, in order to intercept the Spanish fleet, we must know which route it is planning to take. One possibility is that it returns to Spain having retrieved the gold from the New World's southern continent. The other possibility, and this is the one Sir Walter thinks most likely, is that the gold has already been transported by conquistadors from the southern continent up to Havana, and the ships are to fetch it from there.
Then let us see whether the stars can tell us upon which route the treasure ships may be intercepted on their return to Spain from the New World. Will they be sailing from the southern continent or from the Spanish colony of Havana?
Okay. Let's see. The crew of the Spanish ships happened upon the gold by conquering and killing its owners. Victory indicates a sudden change of fortune, represents death. Okay. Through the conquering of foreign peoples, the King of Spain establishing a fine cultural legacy for future generations. Creativity represents foreigners, this indicates refinement. What's his friend? Early instincts. Simple secret that relates to a lack of self-control. Ooh. Into the Spaniards' travel plans. I think it's going to be this one. The impulse secret that relates to the lack of self-control. Go with that one.
The stars are of the same mind as your friend Sir Walter Raleigh. Now, for regardless of where the Spaniards load their ships with gold, they will stop at the port of Havana. It seems the Spanish sailors will be unable to calm their carnal desires.
Excellent, excellent. But where are we to intercept them? Pray, give me the precise day, latitude, and longitude.
Certainly, my lord. But divining nautical coordinates is a somewhat lengthy and complex process. If your lordship would kindly return in an hour or so.
Quickly, sir! I have not the time to bide here all day.
Well then, let me see now. Taking into account the position of Jupiter, divide by 3, carry the 1. Yes. The Spanish treasure ships may be intercepted upon the 15th day of October at a latitude of 9 and 40 degrees north and 5 and 20 degrees west, or thereabouts.
Okay.
That said, however, I cannot promise you that...
Excellent. Raleigh and I shall sail to this very spot. Huzzah!
Huzzah! Godspeed, my lord.
Wherever the heck that is. Okay. Okay. There's requirements for a location where may God be with me. Time to verify the soundness of my calculations. My men have yet contrived to scrape all that damnable Manchego cheese off my astral.
Went to school, and she's kind and never cruel. Do not take Alice for a fool. Alice Clark, she is no fool.
Good evening to you, madam. How might I...
Hi. Pray go tell your master, Mr. Foreman, that Mistress Alice Blarg is come to see him.
Ah, Mistress Blarg. It is I, Dr. Simon Foreman, at your service. And what an honour it is to welcome the wife of the Dean of Rochester to my humble practice. To whom do I owe my thanks for having recommended you to my care?
Well, I will not lie. You owe your
I
thanks
wish I had
to
a frock
nobody.
to
For folk
wear.
to tell me that you are not a real doctor, but a quack, who does conjure demons and dabbles most unlawfully in the dark arts.
I do assure you, madam, that whatever you may have heard, I am
Yea, do not quibble, sir. If I did seek the counsel of a doctor who has one of those fancy medical degrees, or the kind of high-bred know-it-all who does see fit to judge a woman and vex her most cruelly, I would have gone elsewhere. But, truth be told, I have need of such a man as you, for I have been bewitched by a witch.
Ah, I see.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yea, a loathsome spell has been cast upon me. It does cause me to awaken in the morning with a most terrible pain in my head, a pain so wretched it does have me chundering into my chamber pot.
Pain in the head and involuntary purging. And what leads you to believe your suffering is occasioned by witchcraft?
The
course it has
timing
to be
is
witchcraft.
most unnatural. My troubles do occur every Saturday morning without fail. I suspect the doings of our new neighbour, the widow
Every
McDoom.
Saturday morning?
As well as being Scottish, she does possess several cats.
Several cats, you say?
One or two of which I may have kicked, and now she has seen fit to take revenge upon me with her dark, foreign magic.
Indeed. Scotland is well known for the powerful black witchcraft practiced by its womenfolk. But as compelling as this evidence may be, my practice does draw upon the latest scientifical arts. To diagnose your condition, I must first perform a rigorous astronomical analysis. So, let us see now, what do the stars say is the cause of your Saturday morning suffering?
Saturday morning sufferings. You don't watch enough cartoons. Caused by noxious food or drink. Chronic. Severe addiction. Black bile, okay. See, I would think this if it wasn't for the fact that it's every Saturday. It's just every Saturday that it happens. Okay. Violet Shaman cast by a witch. The illness will get worse before it gets better. This is probably going to upset her, though, if I don't tell her that she's bewitched. But I'm trying to go for actually, like, trying to go for recommendation letters, but I'm also trying to be a doctor. Game is kind of confusing exactly what your goal, what is best to go with. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this. I know she's probably gonna not want to hear it.
Madam, may I delicately inquire as to whether it be the habit of you and your husband to take wine with supper? On Friday evenings, perchance? Drinking a little overmuch on occasion is nothing to be ashamed of. Many of my most respectable querents do find that a fine French claret can be deceptively...
Oh, nay, more's the pity. My husband is a tiresome teetotaler who prefers to spend his evenings writing sermons and counting coin. He hardly ever accompanies me to the tavern on Fridays.
Oh.
Does he not? Well, in any case, I am much afraid that the ale you do consume upon these tavern visits may be to blame for your affliction. The consumption of strong drink can provoke an excess of black bile, which then does cause the body to purge itself the following day. I do advise you to consider...
Then I am not bewitched. But if that be true, then to poor Molly McDoon I have been most rude and unneighbourly. For shame. I must go to her this hour and apologise. Fare you well, Mr. Foreman. I must bid you good day.
It's a positive. Nice. A little pleased, but still it's pleased. It's a positive. Okay. But my Scottish neighbor to take a conciliatory pint of ale with me. Okay. Ah, the hypochondriac again.
Accuse to us violence, but they call it science. They mock our beliefs and belittle our fears.
Alright, what's the problem now?
Well met, Mr. Mugg. How fare you since our first consultation?
It seems as you were right. Though I was, in sooth, much troubled with the vile disease of, what did you say it was? Frigipus and Honeyman, I did not die.
Frigidus ad hominem. I am most glad to hear it, sir. Indeed, you do look well.
Well? Mayhap I look well now, but 'twill not be for long. I have been poisoned.
Poisoned? By the saints! Who is the author of this foul deed?
My friend George Sprottle, the bookbinder. I did dine with him not 2 hours ago.
Ah, I see. A bout of evil digestion. Pray tell, was there turned meat or some such at table?
Nay, not meat. 'Twas a pie full of cherries.
Jeez.
I had a bite of it afore I knew what I was eating.
Cherries, you say?
Aye, cherries. And this after I took particular care to give Mistress Sprottle a list of foods I must not eat. I added cherries to the list when I did hear that the Countess of Devonshire has declared against their noxious qualities.
The Countess of Devonshire, you say? Noxious qualities, indeed. And now your symptoms, Mr. Mugg. Had you any reaction after eating these
from cherries?
My reaction? Well, I reacted as any man would. I spat them out. And know you what Mr. Sprottle did then, Dr. Foreman?
Nay, but pray tell.
He did laugh at me. He even called me a dinner-ralphing fusspot. Fie, I may soon be in the grave, thanks to George. Will he still be laughing then?
Well, let us not speculate, shall we, Mr. Mugg? Now, let us see what the stars may tell us. What ails Nicholas Mugg?
Nothing. Splenic occasioned by raucous behavior. This indicates an imbalance of bile. Well, rancorous behavior. Sure. Why not? Let's just tell him he's got cherry poison.
You have indeed been poisoned. The cherries have provoked an imbalance of choler. You must take the antidote for cherry poisoning, which is... let me see what I have here in my cabinet. Yes. Saccharum officinarum. Dissolve a pinch of these crystals on your tongue before dinner for a week.
Saccharum?
Saccharum officinarum, more commonly known as sugar.
Sugar, forsooth. I have heard tell of sugar. 'Tis a rare and fine substance, I do believe, and therefore doubtless most efficacious.
Oh my god. Give him a placebo. Okay, he's halfway to giving me a... Let me see here. I must now to my grocer go, for they say the Countess has had a portrait painted in which she sits beside a bowl of grapes. Oh my god.
William! Ah, there you are. Did Mistress Allen call whilst I was out this day? Nay? You're quite sure about that, are you? Ah, I see. I cannot understand it. Why has Avis not come these past weeks? Does she no longer wish to see me?
I have been deprived of tender favors of late, but my fortune seems to be reversing. I expect to see Avis again soon. Says Alan's reluctance to see me is but the legacy of my unpleasant manner towards her in the past, provoked by my suspicious fancies. Okay. Alright. Avis feels that she has treated her husband carelessly. It was cruel of Avis to allow me to hope that we would one day be together. It is only self-constraint and a sense of duty towards her husband that keeps it falling on me. There's three of them. His feelings cannot be trusted. She harbors romantic feelings towards another man. Avis does not know who is father of the child she carries. Okay. This was the one. It seems to be reversing. I expect to see. We gonna hold out for her because she did seem a little more like, you know, yeah, you kind of insulted me, but I understand it. Yeah, let's hold out for Avis.
So, 'tis the madness of my love that keeps Avis away. My jealous passions and accusations have vexed her, mayhap even caused her fright. When she comes to see me again, for she surely will, by and by, I must remember to be kinder to her, to not plague her with my suspicions. And until Avis does return, well, there are other women in the world, are there not?
But I'm gonna be the cheating one. Great. Mail. Oh, okay. Sir, I must thank you for resolving the misunderstanding betwixt me and my neighbor, Mistress Molly McDoon. You advised me that my Saturday morning headaches and chundering were not caused by her witchcraft, but by my consumption of strong drink. You spoke true, and for that I am grateful. Although Molly was not then the author of my suffering, she surely is now, for since we are become friends, we go together to the tavern every Friday. Nice. Alright, that was the 30. Nice. Okay. Son.
If snowy white her breasts are down, and that is our description done, for she's but a lady, she's but a lady.
Good day, Mistress Lanier. Much time has passed since I last saw you. How do you fare?
In truth, not well, Dr. Foreman, not well at all.
Then I am full sorry for it, madam. Pray, tell me what manner of ill has befallen you.
First, I must beseech your pardon, sir, for methinks Mr. S may verily be my prowler after all, as you did surmise.
Think nothing of it, madam.
Recommendation.
But what has made you change your mind about him?
I have been publicly humiliated. Mr. S has been circulating a collection of insulting sonnets about an unnamed dark lady, and all of London thinks this dark lady is me.
Well, your complexion is rather, that is to
I
say...
am described as having foul breath and black wires for hair, though methinks the very worst line is the one that tells of a gross body rising at the utterance of my name. And I cannot abide illusions, Dr. Foreman. If Mr. S wishes to reference bodily levitation and other such cheap stage magic, he would do well to leave my name out of it. My interest is in the dramatic arts, not fairground attractions.
I am not sure that is quite his meaning.
Dr. Foreman, you know of Mr. William Shakespeare, then? Do not tell me you have read the sonnets.
Well, I own that I have. But as you did remark, madam, all of London has read them.
Oh, well, I am undone. My professional reputation is now utterly spoiled, for now the whole world will look upon me as naught but Mr. Shakespeare's fancy wench. No longer will they judge me on my own merits.
Let us hope it is not as grave as that, madam. Have you discoursed upon the matter with him?
Nay, I dare not confront him about it. For we are almost at an end with our work on a play, and I dare not risk it not being staged.
Then let us see what the stars advise. What may Mistress Lanier do to restore her professional reputation?
See what our options are. A says this suggests dissatisfaction. It's intelligence, and this is adultery. Miss Lanier harbors secret thoughts of adultery which relate somehow to her intellect and her feelings of dissatisfaction. Okay. Ignorant of her romantic feelings, and this must be reversed. Abandon her career ambitions and revert to her true vocation, bringing forth new life. She should have another child. No. Confused about her feelings for me? How interesting. No, I don't think that's going to be it. God will help Miss Lanier if she exercises constraint and discipline. Nope, I don't think that's going to be it. Between Mr. Shakespeare and Mistress Lanier is not an equal one. Shakespeare's arrogance will overshadow others' contributions to the play they are writing. Find a way to dissociate her name from these sonnets, for if she does not, her literary legacy be betrayed by association with them. I think we're gonna go with C on this one. My favorite of the three.
You are right to be concerned about the damage to your reputation, Mistress Lanier, for there is a danger that your partnership with Mr. Shakespeare and his depiction of you in his sonnets will forever overshadow your own literary achievements.
God's womb. But what can I do to forestall such an injustice?
I suggest you spread a rumour of your own about another lady. For instance, there is a brothel owner in Clerkenwell they call Black Luce. If you were to put it about that she is the subject of Shakespeare's sonnets, 'twould do her reputation no harm. Indeed, the effect will be quite the reverse, for doubtless there be many a manor present who would pay handsomely for a tumble with Shakespeare's dark lady.
Well, indeed. I do feel 'tis most important to advance the interests of my fellow women, especially those seeking to make their way in business. Oh, do you see that, Dr. Foreman? 'Tis your mute Italian querent, Signor Ferraro. He is staring at us through the window.
Is he? Then doubtless he has come for another consultation.
All right. Please, okay. Got another one. That's 2. 6 to go. All right, so that one's taken care of. And cliche, it is Barrow. Secco.
Good day, senor, and well met.
Tis I, Riccardo Ferraro, come once again to see the great Dottore Simon Foreman.
Indeed, I did recognize you, senor. How may I assist you this day?
I am ill. I tell you my problems. First the problem. I do make a chandar in the morning. Next the problems. My belly does swell, and my chest, 'tis a most tender to the touch. And now, for the very most terrible of problems. I have the big feels. One moment I do weep, and the next I do curse and gnash my teeth. So, Dottore, you tell what ails me, huh? You wanna make a water into this cup? Un momento, I make the water.
Nay, not in my... prithee, hold. If you please, senor. As with our previous consultations, I shall be judging your illness by reading the stars.
So, you need not of my...
Nay, Signor, I have no need of it. Whilst 'tis true that most physicians do spy and sniff their patients' urine, I find this method of piss-pot diagnosis most imprecise. Indeed, the practice is quite primitive. 'Tis my belief that if medicine is to advance in this modern age, we must all adopt a more scientifical method. I am quite sure history will bear me out on this question.
This scientifical method. Tis reading my diagnosis in the stars?
Precisely so. Speaking thereof, perchance we may consult the stars now.
See what it says.
What illness troubles Signor Riccardo Ferraro?
He's not pregnant. The tender chest, chundering, moodiness. Condition of the brain provoked by a sudden fit. Okay, I don't think that's it. Wait, well, gnashing of the teeth, memory loss. No, not quite. Mattering in the breast. Gathering of corrupt matter in the chest area, occasionally pain in the breast. He's not with child. But he could be moody and everything. The tender chest, okay. But the one that gives it the best option of all this. Yeah, it has moodiness, but that's gnashing teeth and everything. I'm not gonna say he's a child. We're gonna go with this one.
Worry not, Signor. You are merely troubled with a mattering in the breast. I advise you to take to bed and cover yourself with sheets that have been warmed before a fire. But you must not sleep, nor may you eat or drink, for food and drink would serve to increase the corrupt phlegm and matter in your chest.
Mattering in the breast. Most dottori would say my problems do not match the signs of mattering in the breast. But you, Signor Foreman, are not most dottori, eh? You are genius of the medicine who does find true meaning in the stars. I thank you, Signor Foreman, for your advice has been most enlightening. Riccardo Ferraro bids you good day.
Yeah, I know. They're taking this as like 16th century and it being a man kind of thing, so I don't think this game is taking into account of any transgender type of stuff that could happen and be an issue and be a thing that happens. So that's why I'm going with this one. So no, I lost? How did I lose on that one? I guess I should have gone with him being pregnant. Alright, what's going on with the food guy?
Pray tell, did the matter with the, cherries resolve itself in the end?
Those sugar crystals you gave me did work wondrous well. Verily, Dr. Foreman, methinks you should fashion this medicine into little round pills and sell them by the score. I warrant you would make your fortune.
Yes, if only I could have my querents believe that mere sugar pills were the cure for all their ills, great and small, I would be a very rich man indeed, would I not? And what may I assist you with this day, Mr. Mugg?
I have the spotted fever. I must begin treatment now, or else I will...
Hold, sir. The spotted fever is exceeding rare. Why would you think you have such a disease?
Well, sir, not only am I covered all over in red spots, I have lately taken to chundering, such as are the very symptoms listed in the medical book I did read. I am already taking the treatment Mr. Cogan prescribes, but now I require...
You mean to say you have read Thomas Cogan's Haven of Health? Why, that is a most technical book, writ for doctors and medical students. How did you come to be reading it?
My friend George Sprottle did bind a printing of it in his shop. He kindly let me spy some pages afore 'twas sent up to Cambridge. Oh, but Dr. Foreman, I forget myself. You have no medical degree, so you doubtless have not read it. Mayhap if I ask George nicely...
Sir, let us consult the stars and see if they may tell us what ails you.
Okay, so he's got experience of benign pimples on the privy member. Okay, able digestion, spotted fever. I mean, he does. He says he has spots. Well, he doesn't. I don't think he has spotted fever because it's rare. But if he does, he could be. I don't. Whatever. Go with it.
You do indeed suffer from the spotted fever, Mr. Mugg. Now, as to your cure. It does require some uncommon ingredients that I do not keep here in my chambers at present. A moment, pray, while I write this down. Here, take this recipe to your apothecary and have him make you up a preparation. Take a spoonful each morning until your red spots disappear.
Ooh, ground up horns of a deer. And cinnamon, how very fine. And this red coral from the South Seas.
Aye, verily. Nothing but the finest of cures for my loyal querents.
It is just as well for us that I did consult Mr. Cogan's book, is it not, Dr. Foreman? On my word, my wife was very wrong to doubt him. I shall tell her you said so. One thing more, if you please, Dr. Foreman, for I feel I must give ye warning. A great storm is coming. I feel it in my bones, and my bones do always speak true. You would do well to bide indoors at the first sign of wind and rain. God keep you well, Dr. Foreman.
Okay. Pleased. Alright. Ooh. 80. Alright, Thomas. See how much you like the fact that we... Smack him upside the head.
Good morrow, Dean Blagg. How fare you this day?
Well, Dr. Foreman, I must own that I do not fare well. For my recent investments have left me in a rather vexing financial position.
Verily, that is ill to hear.
Aye, Sir Walter Raleigh's quest for El Dorado failed most woefully, just as you predicted. His ships did return loaded with naught but a few sacks of worthless root vegetables. I cannot fathom it. We are Englishmen. We do not eat vegetables.
Aye, a disappointing outcome indeed.
Oh, but that is all by the by. For you will be pleased to know that I
you
put
eat
my
your pudding
remaining
if you don't
fortune
eat your meat.
into a new venture so assured of success that I will make all my money back and more.
Assured, you say? How very reassuring.
I have invested in an expedition to intercept a fleet of Spanish ships carrying gold back from the New World. For this expedition, Sir Walter Raleigh will be joined by that famous military genius, Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex. So success is virtually guaranteed. There is but one small worry, however.
Ah, only one?
Aye. 'Tis that Raleigh and Essex set sail full 2 months past, but there is yet no tidings of them. Such silence is a trifle vexing. Have they yet captured the Spanish treasure ships? Surely no ill has befallen them.
A most vexing mystery indeed. Let us see whether the stars can tell us what has become of this expedition.
will best this blessing upon, but he must be patient. Okay. Is a lazy fanaticist who indulges in excess of creative thinking. Okay. Violent battle is being waged in a foreign clime. God is granted blog. Good intuition. The moon shines its benevolent light upon the blog family fortune. Endangered by secret information from an untrusty authority. Trustworthy? How very dare the stars throw shade upon my honor thus. My skill in reading navigational coordinates in the stars is unimpeachable. It's been careless with his financial legacy. Okay. Sailing their ships in the wrong direction and will suffer a reversible fortune. What? Don't look at me. Sure, this was the more entertaining.
Bad tidings for your family's fortune, I fear. The Earl of Essex and Sir Walter Raleigh did sail their fleet into the middle of nowhere, with not a Spanish treasure ship in sight. It would seem their geographical information was at fault, having been obtained from a most unreliable and untrustworthy authority.
Truly? I am ruined. Zoons! My goose is cooked! Mistress Blarg will have me baked into pies!
Okay. Oh, we lost some points on that. It's for my wife the news of my wretched...
Why must this wench act so distressed? Mayhap she can't abide a jest. No word from love and his professed.
What an ungrateful lady! What an ungrateful lady!
It's the singing that just makes it even better.
Good day, Mistress Lanier. Pray, come in and take comfort by the fire. The wind is fierce and cold this day.
Did you see him this time, Dr. Foreman? He did it again. He ran off the moment he saw me.
See who, madam?
Your patient, Signor Ferraro.
Ah, verily? Indeed, I was expecting him to come for a consultation this day. But he changed his mind and ran off, you say? Huh, how very mysterious.
Truly, 'tis as if all men are determined to use me ill.
Surely not all men, madam. I, for one, remain most devotedly at your service. My dear lady, I do not need to read the stars to see that something grave has befallen you. Pray, tell me what it is.
Yesterday I did meet with Mr. Shakespeare to discourse upon our new play, which is to open this week at the theatre in Shoreditch. But though I was determined not to confront him about the sonnets he wrote about me, 'twas difficult to hide the heaviness I did feel in his company.
I can well imagine, madam.
So then, well, he remarked upon my dark humour. To wit, he said to me, Amelia, your pretty brow does furrow, so I will kiss it smooth.
And I sense that you did not receive this well?
Indeed, I did not. Forsooth, I was so enraged by this, I reversed my flagon of ale full over his head. Whereon he rose from his stool, declaring I was the most ungrateful and unworthy wench in all of Christendom, and then he flew out of the tavern like a bat from out the gates of hell.
A most vivid image, and no doubt most apt. Men who work in playhouses are prone to indulging in such melodrama, of course. Why so many ladies care for such men in preference of those employed in solid, stable professions, I shall never understand.
And if only that were all. For this morning I saw a bill advertising our play posted on a wall in my street. It bears his name and not mine.
Verily? Surely not. Mayhap there has been some error made.
Nay, Dr. Foreman, 'tis no error, for I rushed to the theatre to see what was amiss, but I was refused admittance. Indeed, the player who came to the door denied all knowledge of my collaboration on the play. Methinks Mr. Shakespeare is exacting his petty vengeance upon me for rejecting his sly suit by denying me credit for my work, and he means to deal with me by pretending I do not exist, as if I were a ghost. Or is it he who has become the ghost? In truth, I am not yet sure how that metaphor should work.
What monstrous perfidy! Pray tell me what I might do to punish this wretched scribbler. Though I am not adept with a sword, I do have a book that instructs in how to command nefarious spirits.
Oh, prithee, sir, I am come not in search of vengeance, but to seek answers. As you know, I have been ill-treated by my husband, and now I am betrayed by Mr. Shakespeare. Pray, read the stars and answer me this, Dr. Foreman. Will I ever be able to trust, even love, a man again?
Oh, if you could read the room better. There's only one. Oh, jeez. Okay. Emily secretly wishes to commit adultery with a man of high intelligence. Emily's friends have been unworthy of her confidence. To give in to her true feelings. God rewards men who invest time in their friendships with comely women. The relationship betwixt Amelia and me is currently wrought by confusion. I guess he has been betrayed by Mr. Shakespeare. Mrs. Lanier is ignorant of the love she inspires, but her ignorance will be reversed. Amelia's present adversity may bring chance and new life in the form of a child. Okay. There's no other option. Okay, I guess we're going with A.
To your question of whether there yet be a man in this world worthy of your trust and affections, forsooth, I have never seen an arrangement of stars that speaks so clearly.
Verily? Then pray tell, what answer does it give?
My dear lady, the answer you seek need not be divined by reading the stars. It may be read in the signs you see before you now. To wit, the answer you seek is right in front of you.
Of course, I've got a hit on her.
Dr. Foreman. 'Tis your feather quill, a half-eaten apple. Your desk is a little untidy, and I must confess the symbolism in Flemish still-life painting has always quite confounded me. Take a skull, for instance. What sense does a skull make alongside a bowl of... Below. 'Tis clear to me now, your face was always hid in shadow, but 'tis you, Mr. Foreman. You are the man who has been prowling me these last months.
Dearest, loveliest Amelia, allow me to profess to you my undying admiration for your charms, which are not insignificant.
God's womb.
He's such a creeper.
Dr. Foreman. Fie, you of all men to betray me thus. But 'tis true. I now see the answer. For I know now never again to trust a man to guide me. Henceforth, I shall write under my own name, and when there are decisions to be made, I shall take my own counsel and make my own judgments. By the by, methinks I do at last understand that prediction you made for me some years ago, Dr. Foreman. The one about how belief is required if I am to succeed. 'Tis a belief I must hold not in the inevitability of my own personal success, but of the successes of the women who will come after me. Farewell, Dr. Foreman, and clean your desk. Verily, 'tis quite disgusting.
Luckily, I think we already have her letter recommendation. Yep. Sir, I must thank you for your diligent care of my husband, Nicholas. Your efforts to disabuse him of his fanciful notions are much appreciated by his family. Please continue to speak true to him, that he may one day come to his senses and peace may be restored to our household. Okay, Miss Muggs, yeah. Mrs. Muggs, Mistress Muggs, whatever.
Lancelot Moore is of a great house. Much does depend, much, on his choice of a spouse. He must be well. Consequence
Good day to you, young sir, and well met. You are Lancelot Moore of Middlesex, are you not? What an honour it is to welcome a son of the great house of Moore to my humble consulting chambers.
'Tis indeed I, Lancelot Moore. I will own it. But hear this. My family is ignorant of my designs in coming here, and I wish them to remain so.
Okay.
Which is why I come to you, Mr. Foreman. For methinks you are not such a man who would ever find himself in the company of a family such as ours.
Ah, well, you may count upon my discretion, Mr. Moore. And what is the matter that brings you this day?
'Tis that my family wish me to marry my wretched cousin Barbara.
And I take it you would not wish to comply?
Nay, I verily would not. Cousin Barbara is a vile little minx. She loves nothing more than to sport with me and play cruel japes. Last Christmas, she even hid a dead mouse in my mince pie.
The lady does seem most spirited.
The lady? Oh, pish! Cousin Barbara is hardly a lady, for she is not 14 years of age. It is most unnatural to ask a grown man to wed a child.
Indeed it is. 'Tis my belief that in these enlightened times we should consider...
Verily, Barbara be damned. My heart belongs to a true woman, not a freckled, scrawny slip of a girl. A full-blossomed woman.
A woman, you say?
Aye, Marion, my other cousin.
I see.
Ah, Marion. So beguiling are her shapely charms.
Really?
Oh, to
England
lie,
or
if not to die,
Anyways.
in Marion's arms. So soft her lips, so sweet her face. Oh, how I yearn for her embrace. In me she hath such passion stirred, a fever rises in my... But nay, I pray for death and would be martyred
okay.
if from her I
We're
be
back.
thus parted. And so you see, you must help me forestall this wretched marriage so that I might wed my sweet cousin Marion.
Is he done yet?
Mr. Foreman? Mr. Foreman?
Yes, indeed. Let us see what the stars advise. How might Mr. Moore avoid this marriage to his cousin Barbara?
Three choices. If Moore spreads a rumor about Barbara being sexually active, the marriage plans will be abruptly cancelled. Okay. So I think I missed the fact that she's already being... This house suggests Barbara is with child. She may not be as chaste as she seems. Okay. Moore's vanity may induce him to travel abroad. Be able to extract himself from disengagement once he has come of age and has control over his fortune. Betray his family by serving his country. He should go to war. Okay, send him to war. So you're getting happy about the marriage. God's aid will come via cousin Barbara, who is both intelligent and rebellious. Moore's intuition tell him about this marriage. Therein light is the key to unraveling his engagement. Send her to war. Think of her as being unfit, being promiscuous. Or, yeah. Have him try to figure it out with Barbara.
It is apparent you do not wish to marry your cousin Barbara. But have you considered whether she wishes to marry you?
Nay, but I cannot think why she would not want to marry me. I am exceeding eligible.
Doubtless you are, Mr. Moore. But do you not think her unkind japes may indicate she harbors some degree of malice towards you?
Mayhap you are right. I did find a toad in my bed Thursday last. 'Tis as if Barbara were possessed by a demon.
Very possibly. And thus possessed, she may be distracted and not wholly aware of your, fine qualities. I advise you to simply bide your time. For the stars suggest she is a cunning maid who plans to thwart the marriage using a method of her own devising.
Yeah.
Verily? Then I will leave it all to Barbara, as you advise. But it shall be on your head if I'm forced to marry her, Mr. Foreman.
I kind of misunderstood for a second there. This gets a little like, who's who? Okay. I should have gone with the war one.
Hear ye! Spanish Armada nears English coast. Nation prepares for invasion whilst Queen searches for missing navy. Hear ye!
Spanish ships near our shores. The Queen's ground troops prepare for what promises to be a blood-soaked slaughter of Englishmen by continental Catholic savages. With England's coast undefended, experts predict Spanish ships will be sailing up the Thames to London within days. Sources in the royal court say the Queen is more than a little vexed by the absence of their royal navy, which experts describe as lost. Oops.
Wench, be sure to marry, lest ye be branded a witch. If Mary sees you keeping cats against you, she will snitch. Beware of Mistress Mary Page, she is a nosy fa. La 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 la.
Blessed even, Dr. Foreman.
Mistress Payne, what brings you in such weather? 'Tis most dangerous to be about in it.
Oh, it takes more than a little wind and rain to forestall me from doing the Lord's work. Besides, foul weather is naught but God's righteous vengeance upon London for the sinful debauchery of its inhabitants.
Verily? Then I dread to think what Northerners get up to of an evening.
Pray heed me carefully, Dr. Foreman, for 'tis on a most pressing matter that I am come. Doubtless you have heard the news. The Spanish Armada does sail once again towards England's shores. It seems this latest Armada was most unexpected.
Well, as 'tis oft said, no one expects the Spanish Armada.
'Tis very grave this time, for I have heard tell that our own warships are far away at sea, and with our coasts undefended, a Catholic horde may soon be sailing up the Thames to slay us all.
Aye, our situation is most grave indeed. But what would you have me tell you, Mistress Payne?
I wish to know whether the English fleet will arrive home in time to defend our shores, or might we ordinary folk be compelled to take up arms to defend ourselves? Dr. Foreman, are you ready to beat off the Catholics, come what may?
Am I ready to beat off the... Prithee, madam, let us pray the need never arises. Perchance the stars will offer us some reassurance. Will the Royal Naval Fleet return home in time to defend England from the Spanish Armada?
Let's see what our options are. Royal Navy is absent due to a reckless and misguided pursuit of gold. Ambitions will be thwarted by confusion. Unpleasantness will result from a cunning plan to steal goods. Okay. Authorities cannot be trusted to uphold their duty to defend ordinary Englanders. Mistress Payne must rouse her neighbors to take up arms. Don't want to put her in charge. Catholic evil angels will have their plans thwarted by a deadly, unpredictable event. Delay due to the idleness of their sailors. The one guy, Muggs, said something about a storm coming. But I think this might be part of it, thwarted by a deadly, unpredictable event. This was due to a reckless, misguided pursuit of gold. Thwarted by confusion. Built from a cunning plan to steal goods. A or C is what I want to go for. Go with C, because I think that's what she's going to want to hear as well.
Feared Mistress Payne. The Spaniards are soon to be thwarted. Although the Armada does near our shores, its progress is slow. For, according to the stars, the sailors are most idle in nature.
Ah, yes, 'tis a trait oft remarked in continentals.
And they will be punished for this sin of sloth, for their lives are soon to be taken by a most deadly event.
Glory be! And what nature of event might this be? How will England achieve this glorious victory? A fierce sea battle won by our mighty warships? A triumphant charge of our cavalry brigades?
Well, England will use her... let me see now. Yes, these southern continentals will be struck down by England's most terrifying weapon of all, our lamentable weather. Batten down your hatches and wrap up warm, Mistress Payne. A violent storm is coming.
Hopefully the guys' barometers will work. I'm most pleased to hear this news, but if Foreman is be wrong, may God forgive him, for I will not. Okay. Okay. Sir, I must congratulate you on the sterling counsel you gave me in relation to my horrid cousin Barbara, whom my parents did wish me to marry. As you did predict, the wretched little fiend did at length contrive a method for ending our engagement. She has run off with the Earl of Shrewsbury. You're relieved? Alright, so yeah, she took off with someone else.
They corrupt your humors and cause cancer tumors, so doubtless they're causing your current disease.
Good morrow, Mr. Mugg. Back again so soon. And yet your red spots do seem to have faded.
Aye, of the spotted fever I am cured, for, as he remarked, those spots have near vanished and no new ones are appearing. But my wife does swear they were the work of fleas, and she beat the rugs and banished the dogs from the house to rid us of them. She'll be beating and banishing me next if she has her way.
Well, I am glad to hear you are faring better. What brings you this day?
I have a humoral imbalance and need treating for it.
A humoral imbalance, you say? Well, 'tis true that an imbalance of humours can affect a man's mood. For instance, an excess of black bile, which is a cold, dry humour, can provoke feelings of melancholy, whereas yellow bile is
hot and dry. I thank ye for the explanation, Dr. Foreman, but I did learn all about humours when I took supper with my friend, Mistress Ollingworth. She has a humoral imbalance and takes medicine for it. Hence, I am come this day for medicine to treat my own imbalance.
I see. And what mental symptoms are you experiencing? Any unusual or troubling feelings?
Aye, very troubling. Why, I find myself a-fretting and a-pacing all the day long. Even my wife has remarked upon it.
Really?
Anxiety and agitation. Pray tell, did these feelings begin before or after you spoke with your friend, Mistress Ollingworth?
Let me see now. After, methinks. Aye, after. Why? Does that matter?
Yes, quite possibly. But let us see what these stars do have to say. What humoral imbalance does ail my querent, Nicholas Mugg?
Choleric. Okay, listen to the anger, impatience, irritability, constipation. Okay, it doesn't give us an option to do the other one, so irritability, suspicion, and a related psychological condition. That doesn't sound constipated. Pacing and everything and anxiety and stuff seems to be impatience and irritability. We're gonna go with this one.
Have you a diagnosis yet? This day I am to dine with Mistress Ollingworth, and I wish to tell her all about it.
Aye, 'tis done. You have a choleric temperament, brought on by a minor imbalance of yellow bile. It does often induce feelings of irritability and impatience in the sufferer, and in severe cases, it can provoke outbursts of anger.
I see. How very interesting.
We must counter the excess of this hot, dry humour with wet and cooling elements. Take this powder of violets and salt and boil it in some water. Then you must drink the infusion once it is cooled.
I thank ye for this medicine, Dr. Foreman. But
Just want
may
your
I trouble you for
recommendation.
twice the dose of it? For if the symptoms be what you say, I think my wife had best be taking it as well.
Oh, yeah. Yay! Another one. That's 3 down. Yeah, we got one, two. Oh, his. Yeah, it'll finish that one. That's 3 now.
Hear ye, hear ye! Spanish Armada
Yes.
sunk by English storm! Hear ye!
Proving once again that God loves England more than our Catholic enemies, the Spanish naval fleet has been defeated by a mighty storm that has been raging in the English Channel for nigh on 3 days. The remains of the Armada has fled back to Spain. Beachcombers are advised to wait for the storm to abate before looting purposes that have washed ashore.
Here comes a son of noble birth. Know you how much his father is worth? For such a boy, advantage is bought, entitled to much, deserving of naught.
Oh, sirrah, I have dire need of your counsel.
Pray calm yourself, sir, and tell me of this urgent affair.
Oh, verily, 'tis most urgent. A fair maiden has my heart, a maid with hair of shining gold and eyes so blue the finest sapphires grow pale with envy. But she is a most pious and demure in nature, and has many other suitors. How might I win her favour?
Golden hair? But in our last consultation, let me see here in my notes. Yes, you told me your heart belonged to a maid with hair of onyx black that doth make the finest ebony go grey with envy.
You mean my cousin Marion? Pish! That was naught but a childish fancy. I bid you, Foreman, pray focus on the matter at hand, for if you do not help me win my true love's favour, my bursting heart will tear asunder, my soul will wither unto...
Aye, as you will. Let us see what guidance can be had from the stars. How may Lancelot Moore win the heart of this golden-haired maiden?
Which is probably going to be Avis Allen. Okay. Sudden religious conversion is strongly advised. Moore's hopes will be realized, but he must be self-disciplined and patient. Okay. In secret, beneath the veil of false religious fervor. It appears that Moore has a brutish nature. Moore may win the lady's hand in marriage with jewelry and fine things. Okay. Lie about the size of his fortune, a trifling task for such an over-sauced peacock. Peacockle, okay. The maid's father has a deceitful business partner. Okay, wait. It's the liar who has turncoat. Do we try to get him to be more... Yeah, he's not gonna like that. That Moore has a British nature. Shower her with a bunch of stuff. Sure. Why not?
This maid does give off an air of piety, but in truth, she is no different from others of her sex. It would seem she hides a secret fondness for jewels and fine nicks and knacks. The stars also indicate that you would do well to make much of your masculine qualities of strength and bravery.
A most excellent plan, Foreman. Mayhap I take my love to the finest bear-baiting ring in London. For there she will see I do never flinch at the sight of blood
This guy's
spilled.
such a...
And as for fine things, I will impress her by wearing twice my usual number of necklaces and earrings. Verily, I will this very moment go to my tailor to order a much wider ruff.
Yeah. That didn't help as much. Okay.
She likes a drink. She does care not what you think. Her head may end up down the sink, but Alice cares not what you think.
So,
Good
the
day,
boozer's
Mrs. Black.
back.
What brings you?
Oh, Dr. Foreman, I have worked myself into such a state that I have urgent need of you.
Oh, you have you? Well then, let me just,
Yea, I have urgent need of your counsel. I am certain that my husband Blarg is hiding a shameful secret from me. As you doubtless did note from my flushedness of face and heaving of bosom, I burn with the fever of suspicion and curiosity.
Indeed, I did remark a fever upon your person, and wish fervently that I may bring it to a speedy resolution.
Really now.
Let us see. What is this secret that your husband Thomas Blarg hides from you?
See here. It appears that Alice is to inherit wealth one day. Alice's husband serves his wife and family well through his frugal management of their affairs. I see intelligence, authority, yea, verily. Alice is impressed by my authority and intelligence. Okay. The secret relates to a sudden transformation in fortune. Surely this refers to the Spanish treasure expedition Alice's husband invested in. But would it be right to reveal what I know to Alice? Okay. Oh, blog, that's the dean. Okay. His husband has been carefully optimistic with the family's finances. Okay. Carelessly optimistic. Alice's husband business instincts are misdirected. Okay. For C. Religious romance. Yeah, let's go with B.
I fear the secret your husband hides is a sudden transformation from wealth to pauperdom. For he has been careless with your family's finances by making a series of bad business investments.
Lawks a mercy, that boil-brained chump has ruined us. Upon my virtue, I can hardly bear to think on it. Nay, I cannot even. Say, is that medicinal wine I spy on the shelf behind you, good sir? Prithee, pour your patient a dose of it.
That'd be interesting.
Simon makes a fine figure when he reads the stars wisely. Mayhap I stay a while and take wine and a little else with him.
Yep. Coitus post consultation. Okay. Of all the vices, why must my husband choose grief? Okay, it gives a far less trouble than a gamble. Yeah, great.
Alas, for little Emma, such sorrow she has borne, since she was made a lady. She has much to mourn.
Again. Okay.
Such sorrow she has borne.
I got something for this. Do I have it here? No. Not on here. Okay.
Good day,
I was
Mr.
just playing,
Stellamere.
but I don't have it on
Good day,
me.
Dr. Foreman. 'Tis Lady Dyer now. I remarried after poor Mr. Delamere passed.
Verily? Oh, I am full sorry to hear of your husband's demise, my lady.
'Twas the work of a witch, just as you predicted, Dr. Foreman. On the morning he died, I saw our cook Mavis mixing some manner of potion in a cauldron, while uttering some evil incantation in a foreign tongue. I sent her packing back to Wales, but alas, 'twas too late for my poor Mr. Delamere. He collapsed and died that even.
Ah, and you are sure your cook was not merely singing a Welsh folk song while stirring a pot of soup? But yes, she was very probably incanting a spell, as you say. Oh, what a ghastly business. You must have been most distressed.
Yes, I was. So I hope you will understand why I worry for the health of my new husband, Lord Dyer. Mayhap 'tis not at all, and yet...
And yet you would wish to know so that you may rest easier. Why, of course, my lady. Pray, describe Lord Dyer's troubles to me, no matter how trifling they may seem to you.
Well, I have noted that my husband awakens many times in the night to make water. Mayhap 'tis the reason why he tires so easily during the day. And he does oft complain of thirst and hunger, even after meals.
Frequent urination, tiredness, dog-like appetite, and thirst. Be there anything else?
There is also a small wound on his hand. It does not appear grave, yet it has not healed, even though it be some weeks since he cut himself.
A wound that will not heal.
Not good.
Then let us see what the stars have to say. Be there any
Like an
grave
infection,
illness
maybe.
troubling Mr. John Delamere?
Methinks you mean Lord Henry Dyer, Dr. Foreman.
I beseech your pardon, my lady. What illness troubles Lord Henry Dyer?
Alright, let's see what we got. The trouble with the diabetes. Weird balance with black bile. Okay, diabetes. Bewitched. We're not going to go with that one again. Gangrene in the hand, characterized by inflammation caused by... I think it's going to be gangrene, because the wound on the hand that's not healing. Because, I mean... I don't know enough about diabetes. I would think it was that, but the wound in the hand is what gets me. Is the fact that even with people, I don't know, there is neuropathy that happens with diabetes, though, but not necessarily the hunger issue that I've known about. Let's get more in here. It's probably this. My back was starting to ache, so using that a bit. Still put this on. Trouble with diabetes. Fetus. Thinking it's I am thinking it's the gangrene. Gangrene. No, it's not going to be this one. Oh, gangrene.
You may calm your fears, my lady. Nothing is the matter with your husband besides the wound on his lordship's hand.
He has no grave
It's probably
afflictions,
diabetes.
Then. You predict no illness that could provoke his death?
Nay, my lady. For the treatment of his hand, Lord Dyer might consider seeing his barber surgeon and having him apply leeches to the wound. 'Twill draw out corrupted blood and hasten the healing.
How well it is to receive such reassurance
I bet I'm
from
wrong.
you, Dr. Foreman. I shall at once to home go and beseech Lord Dyer to call upon his barber surgeon. God give you good day.
Yep, I lost points on that one. Yep. Oh, we're back down to 0. She's so hard to please. Either you want it to be something you can kill your husband with or not. Right after we, yeah.
Good day, Mistress Allen. I hear a child was lately born to you. I trust he is well?
Yes, indeed. God has favoured us with a healthy boy. He is a true blessing to Mr. Allen and me. And we pray he remains so. That is, that this child remains in good health. And as I do ail of something, normally I would not have come, but methinks 'tis best I am treated, for the sake of Marmaduke, lest he take ill from me.
I see. Then pray describe your troubles to me, Mistress Allen.
Well, in truth, 'tis but a cough, but indeed at first I thought 'twas naught but a chilly cold, but 'tis many weeks now, and it lingers still. Forsooth, I am afeard it does grow worse.
Many weeks, you say? Aye, that is most concerning. Let us see what the stars have to say. What ails Mistress Avis Allen, and how may she be cured?
Long cough? I think this one could be it. Chest. Go with mattering in the chest. There you go.
Before I complete my judgment, madam, I must ask a question of medical relevance. Who is the true father of your...
God mend me, Simon! You would plague me with your suspicious fancies even now, in my very hour of need. Have you no thought for my son and my... I am full sick of your jealous delusions. Oh, verily, I should never have come. I will bid ye good day now, Simon.
But would you not wish to know what ails you?
Indeed, I would. Which is why I will be finding myself another doctor.
What? Okay. You got her like her letter recommendation already. Tessie feels put to the test. It is oh.
Good day, Signor Ferraro. How may I do you service?
How may you do me service, huh? 'Tis a question, is it not? I do hear you offer many different services, huh? Not just in medicine, for you are a dottore of a special kind, one who gives answers to all the problems, see?
Forsooth, 'tis true, Signor. In my practice, I endeavor to treat the whole man, mind, body, soul, the location of his...
Now what's he gonna throw at us?
All are connected at a holistic level. I take it this time you are come about a problem that does not pertain to a bodily complaint?
See, this is my mama. She does worry night and day. She say, Ricardo, you must go to the wise man who reads the stars and have him tell you what your future holds. I say, Mama, if it'll make you happy, I will go to Signor Foreman and ask him.
I see. And is there any particular reason for your mother to be thus concerned? Be you faced with some kind of imminent danger?
A particular reason, you say? Nay, signor, she needs no reason to worry. Mia madre is an Italian mama.
Ah, yes, of course.
You see now, huh? She is not like these London mamas who make the children live in a cupboard with the dog.
Well, then, mayhap the stars might offer your devoted mother some comfort. What does the future hold for Ricardo Ferraro and his mother?
Covered like with a dog. Not being honest, and soon his deceptions may be discovered. He's about to undergo a sudden transformation. is an authority figure who holds a position of responsibility at a learned institution. Yep, I think that's it. Young man who is in a relationship with Signor Ferraro's mother is a hypocrite who will betray her. Ferraro will one day inherit an agreeable sum from his mother. Ferraro family is frugal. This includes Signor Ferraro, who has carefully managed. Let's go with this one.
I am afeard these stars reveal information of a most disturbing nature.
Verily?
Aye. When you first came to me, you did tell me that you worked in trade. And yet my chart very plainly indicates that you are an authority figure, connected with a learned institution over which you hold a position of responsibility. Indeed, it would seem that you are not who you say you are. Do you deny it, Signor?
Oh, Sirrah! You would accuse me of calling myself something I am not? Look at you, Sirrah, a charlatan who would call himself a doctor. You are naught but a pretender.
Fie, sir! It is you who are the pretender. For 'tis clear you are not the merchant of Venice you pretend to be.
Where'd your accent go, dude?
What is your true name, sir?
You will know it in time, Sirrah, for we shall meet again. I bid you good day, Dr. Foreman.
Yeah. Oh, great. Okay. Here it is with much sorrow that I write to inform you of. So, Ava's passed. Save her, even though he held a medical license and was thus highly skilled. Although you were no longer my wife's doctor, I am grateful for the kindness years, and I know she was too. She spoke of you in her final words, saying, "Oh, Simon, forgive me, Simon," or something of the like. Doubtless this expression of guilt was in reference to a bill for your services that she had not yet. Like, what I just used to others until she last breath. I enclose with this missive the sum of 1 shilling and beg your forgiveness for late payment. Haha. Oh, great.
But why did you not let me save you, Avis? Why did you entrust your precious life to another doctor? An ignorant impostor who knows not how to read the stars to judge an illness. Oh, my beloved Avis. Why did you die before I had the chance to?
It has to be other doctors. The one's not using astrology to figure things out. Who's to blame? I caused this tragedy by being aggressive and careless in my behavior towards Avis. God has punished me for not having been a more pleasant romantic partner for Avis. Okay. Lies and rumors circulating about Avis concerning her Catholic faith and mayhap even more our affair, bringing anxious passions that exacerbated her illness. Avis lavished such attention and care on her child, she neglected her own health. Or Ava's surprising decision to see her new doctor led to her death. Ava's death was the fault of a licensed doctor with a medical degree. Take some responsibility? Do that one.
So 'twas I. I am to blame for Avis's death. If only I had not driven away with my ill-tempered, unkind accusations. Would that I had turned my thoughts to her illness and away from my own selfish needs. How will she ever? How will I ever forgive myself?
Alright.
When you are shook by something in a book where it says that you might have some rare malady, see Dr. Foreman, be sure to inform him you have it on very good authority.
Good day, Mr. Mugg. What brings you?
I am exceeding ill, Dr. Foreman. Verily I am. And you know my wife. She is refusing to hear anything about it. 'Tis but another of your delusions, Nicholas, she says. She will not even look at it.
Look at what? Oh, I see. You may pull up your breeches now. Pray let me examine you more closely. Raise your chin, if you please. Now, loosen your garter and remove your stocking. I am afeard this verily is grave. Most grave indeed.
'Tis? Verily?
I believe so. But we must have it confirmed by the stars. Let us consult them now. What explains these swellings that have arisen on various parts of Nicholas Mugg's body?
That is... Wait. Okay. Ankles. Swelling on my body. Okay. Scrofula, a disease characterized by swelling and nodules around the lymph nodes and behind the knees. Like a disease characterized by swelling and boils behind the ears, under the armpits, and in the groin. Okay, we didn't check there. This is more like it. Gemini. Okay.
You have scrofula, a disease commonly known as the King's Evil. It is very grave, but worry not, for I have a cure close at hand.
Ah, the King's Evil. 'Tis the ailment that may be cured by the placing of royal hands upon the neck. Oh, you do not mean to say that Her Majesty the Queen herself is at this very moment...
What?
Oh.
No, of course not. I was referring to my famous strong water. A moment, if you please, while I retrieve it from my cabinet. But, sir, unhand it, sir. The dosage is very precise. You must not... nay, not the whole bottle. Ye gods, man, what have you done?
Methinks I am dying.
Oh, woe. A fatal dose. Alas, I am sorry for it, sir, but you were never meant to drink so much of it.
Oh,
may
jeez.
God forgive me.
Nay, do not blame yourself, Doctor. Thank ye heartily, for at last all shall know, my wife, my friends, how wrong they were, and how I did speak true.
William! William! Oh, curse it, where is that feckless manservant of mine? William! Go forth and fetch the vicar!
Did he really die? What? Oh, we had already gotten a letter of recommendation, so...
Mr. Foreman, you have been called before this assembly of the College of Physicians to answer the charge of practicing medicine without a medical license.
No.
What have you to say
Already?
in your defense? Would you deny practicing medicine, sir?
Why, no, I would not deny it. My practice is well known. Indeed, since I helped cure the plague of '92 with my strong water...
Then you admit you have committed this most grievous offense.
Oh,
Well,
there he
it is
is.
true I'm not technically licensed, but I fail to see how...
You fail to see? Then permit me to enlighten you, sir. A medical license assures the residents of London that a physician has the necessary education and skill to treat them. By practicing without qualification, you have not only broken the law, you have endangered the lives of your patients. Indeed, we have received reports that a man by the name of Nicholas Mugg, a wig maker of Silver Street, has lately died under your care.
Aye, well, that was most lamentable, but not my fault, sir. Mr. Mugg took a far greater dose of my strong water than I advised him to. He chose the dosage himself. In truth, one might say that the cause of death in this instance was, well, Nicholas Mugg practicing without a medical license.
Silence, Mr. Foreman! Your impudent japery may well be suffered by your patients, but it will not be tolerated here.
I do apologize, Mr. Smith.
Besides the death of this patient, we have gathered ample evidence of your malpractice, Mr. Foreman. Indeed, we have had this illegal operation of yours under observation for quite some time.
'Twas you, Riccardo Ferraro, the merchant from Venice. All along he was you, Richard Smith, the Queen's royal physician. Then I take it, Mr. Smith,
see what happens.
You were unsatisfied with the medical care I gave you?
Sir, we are well aware of your occult practices. What you so boldly call medical care was naught but advice conjured up by means of dark magic. You have no understanding of physic or astrology.
But my knowledge of both physic and astrology is unparalleled.
If that is so, then doubtless you will happily submit to having your knowledge examined before this assembly.
Okay. Alright. Oh, I was supposed to pay attention? Authority is Mercury. Okay. Okay, phlegm is... Oh, Zodiac rules over the privy parts.
Silence! Simon Foreman, you have failed. Constable, shackle this man and take him from hence to jail.
But, sir, this is most unjust. Pray afford me the chance to unhand me, you rogue.
I didn't realize you were supposed to be paying attention to this. Oh, great. I am happy to inform you that I have secured your release from jail by way of my friendship with Mistress Maud Smith, wife of the President of the College of Physicians. We have contrived to have her husband believe that you enjoy the favor of John Whitgift, the Bishop of Canterbury, and that the Archbishop plans to grant you a medical license. But whilst you will be free this day, our ruse will not hold for long. For Maud says the college intends to write the Archbishop to warn him that you are a charlatan and to urge him not to grant you a license. Oh, geez, I have to pay attention. I have to remember this stuff.
Good day, Mistress Blagg. Before we start, I must thank you for having used your influence to help me resolve my recent difficulties.
Say nothing of it. Those doctors and their College of Physicians. Naught but a band of piss-pot-sniffing bullies, so they are. Besides, I needed you out of prison so that you might read the stars for me.
I see. And what would you have me advise you on?
What know you of Richard Bancroft, the Bishop of London?
Not much, in truth. But I did attend the Easter service at St. Paul's. I found the bishop's sermon on the virtues of chastity and abstinence most compelling. Why, you know him well?
Not very well as yet. I was seated beside him at an Episcopal dinner Saturday last.
Okay.
We discoursed a while. Bishop Bancroft is a most charming man.
Okay.
There was a moment when we did both reach for the brandy decanter. Our eyes met and I felt something.
Really?
'Twas a spark between you and the bishop? You felt a certain frisson in the air?
Nay, I felt a certain hand up my skirts, more like.
His Grace put his hand up your skirts. Madam, may I say how...
Save your congratulations, Foreman. The bishop's not in the bag yet. Hence why I am come to you. Now that I have piqued his interest, I would have the stars tell me how to secure it.
Ah,
oh, jeez.
Then you wish to pursue an amorous affair with Bishop Bancroft. But what of your husband, Dean Blagg?
Oh, do not speak to me of my husband. Thomas Blagg is not fit to secure his wife's future. He is not fit for many of his marital duties, truth be told. But you did warn me of Blagg's financial ruin, and for that I am grateful.
Forsooth, I am glad I was able to be of service to you, Mistress Blagg.
Speaking of such, let us press on with this day's readings, if you please.
Of course, let us consult the stars. How may Mistress Blagg secure the lasting affections of Richard Bancroft, the Bishop of London?
Okay, let's bag a bishop. Should commit adultery with the bishop while he is away from home. Lie to the bishop by telling him she is with... Okay. Alice changes her approach and exercises constraint. Good angels will aid her in her plans. Chance of romantic success will be enhanced. Okay. So Moon is also... Okay. Moon is manner. Venus is quiet. Okay. Sun is truth. Uranus is unprediction or chaos. Pluto is perspective. Okay, it says the responsible thing to do would be to tell Alice some hard truths and afford her some perspective. Actions, however, might be unpredictable. Okay, engage in sin would go against Alice's Christian instincts. Neptune is going against instincts. Or Neptune just might have to do with instincts in general. Okay, Jupiter is careless. Do is being... Jupiter itself has to do with care of some sort. I don't know. I don't mean so. Okay. Approach and exercises constraint. Good angels will aid her in plans. She adopts a quiet, demure manner. Do would be to tell us and afford her some perspective. Her reaction to this, however, might be unpredictable. Let's go for B.
The stars advise you to conduct your wooing of the Bishop Bancroft with constraint and discipline. You must be strict. Allow him no intimacies.
I see. Keep the bishop's hands off me till he begs for it. Until he be driven so mad with lust he would offer anything for a tumble.
'Tis one interpretation, certainly. 'Tis true that Lady Anne Boleyn found success with such a stratagem in her pursuit of the late King Henry Tudor. At least, up to a point.
Aye, poor lady. Be there anything else?
My chart does also advise you to adopt a manner that is quiet, gentle, and demure.
Verily, I will not lie, this is beginning to sound like a cod's load of work. Mayhap I play dumb with the bishop and merely nod and smile at everything he says. It is the stratagem used by Jane Seymour, I believe. And unlike Anne
This is
Boleyn,
interesting, giving
she
all
bagged
dating
her
rules.
king without losing her head, did she not?
Okay, well that's good. Oh, and then we we still oh my. Is your grace, nay, your grace. Pray remove your hand, your grace. Needs must but bug this.
Lancelot more, lovely his path.
Okay, now for Lancelot.
Lacking in mind, fulsome in fashion.
Okay.
Always tryst.
We know he wasn't after the Avis.
He yet persists in chasing the skirt.
Good day, sir, and well met.
See what
Pray
he's up
tell,
to.
Did you secure the hand of the golden-haired maiden?
Yea, verily I did. But 'twas through luck alone. For though your advice to impress her with jewels and manly pursuits was most excellent wise, she took ill against me, She even called me a peacocking bear botherer. Luckily, her father shares my love of rough sports and was greatly impressed by my semblance of wealth.
Oh,
He
should go with
promised
the
me her
third
hand
one.
in marriage, and I was made the happiest of men.
Then I must congratulate you on your forthcoming nuptials. Will you be having a summer wedding, or...?
Congratulate me? Do not congratulate me, Foreman, for I am the unhappiest of men. It was but a day after our engagement was announced that my love became afflicted with the smallpox. Naturally, I was all a terror. Would she perish? So wretched was I with fear, I almost died of fright.
Aye, naturally. Smallpox is a most terrible disease.
Great.
I intend to write a small treatise on the subject.
But then, alas, fate struck the cruelest of blows upon my soul.
Oh, verily. Poor girl. May she rest in peace. Or re-squeeze in pace, as we Latin scholars say.
What? Nay, death would have been a mercy. For once cured, the maid arose from her sickbed bearing hideous scars. Her once fair cheeks, thus so cratered, do make the very moon wane with envy.
I see. And now you wish to extract yourself from your engagement, I presume.
Naturally. But her brother and father are fearsome men with a taste for rough sport, and her mother's tongue is as sharp as a barber's blade. I worry that my breach of promise may be taken ill.
Then let me see if I may fathom the family's reaction from the stars. What will become of breaking your engagement to this once fair, now pox-scarred maid?
Oh, great. So now we gotta help this douche get out of his marriage proposals because of unfortunate illness scars. Maturity or man, maybe? Or... Okay. Father, careless, okay. Cooper, apparently carelessness, detriment in Gemini. Okay. Wayne's father is being careless with his legacy. Indeed, it was most careless of him to betroth his daughter to such a mumphead snatch grabber. Snatch grab. The maiden will bear the disillusion of her engagement with quiet grace. Moore has cause for hope regarding the young lady's forgiveness. It would be intelligent to seek resolution in a foreign country. Oh yeah, let's send this jerk to war. Yep, off to war with you.
The stars suggest you have much to fear from this family. Aye, you must flee England at once. For according to my precise calculations, based on the current alignment of the planets, let me see now. Yes, you will be branded a cock-born snatch-grabbing knave of the lowest order, who deserves to be disemboweled with a pudding spoon.
Pudding spoon.
That is, if I'm not mistaken. And not
Hopefully
even
not.
God is on your side, for it is his plan that you may be dragged into a foggy-headed confusion so as to render you defenseless against the family's dark intentions.
Oh,
good sir, you must heed my warning and never show your face in London lest you be set upon most violent...
Oh, good.
God's blood! I
Keep
must
going.
flee England's shores and never show my face, you say? But whither shall I go? Hold, I have it. Be it not carnival season in Venice, when citizens do hide their faces behind masks? Oh, and with such style. I thank you, Foreman, for you have been most helpful. I must fly at once to
So
my
much for the
tailor to
war
be measured
idea.
for the latest Venetian fashions.
Alright, whatever. Pleased, so... Oh, that's good. Okay. See how that goes. Whitgift, he's a new one.
Archbishop Whitgift, glory to the Lord in the highest,
It's like,
Ho there! Be there anyone at home?
Is it? By the saints, 'tis none other than Archbishop John Whitgift. Your Grace, I am most honoured by this most unexpected visit.
Truly, 'tis most unexpected, as I just so happened to be passing by. Indeed, I was riding by in my carriage when I found myself struck ill. My chaplain did suggest I take rest at the nearest residence, which did so happen to be this small dwelling. Forsooth, these rooms have the look of a physician's consulting
really?
chambers.
What luck?
Mayhap you are a doctor? If that be true, then praise be to God for this happy coincidence.
A most fortunate coincidence indeed. I am Simon Foreman, a doctor of astrology and physic. At your service, Your Grace.
Well then, Dr. Foreman, was it? Perchance you will tell me what ails me. I feel a kind of pain and heaviness in my side, and I know not if this be related, but my skin has of late become most unattractive in appearance.
Pain in the right side of the body and sallowness of the skin?
Her Majesty did remark upon it most wittily the other day at a meeting of the Privy Council. Your face does serve as a warning to us all, Archbishop.
Her Majesty the Queen, verily. A moment, if I may, Your Grace, while I consult the stars. What does cause the suffering of His Grace, the Most Reverend John Whitgift, the Archbishop of Canterbury?
Jaundice. Yep, symptom from the jaundice, condition characterized by color seeping into the skin when the tube connecting the gallbladder to the liver is blocked. Yep.
You are afflicted with jaundice, Your Grace. Yellow bile has seeped into your skin, causing it to become yellow-hued in appearance.
'Tis the jaundice, is it? I see.
Pray, have a servant boil this pouch of herbs in water. The liquor is to be injected up the fundament once each day. It should draw the collar away from your skin and into your bowels. William!
Excellent. I will have my chaplain see to it. My. Who do we have here?
Before you take your leave, Your Grace, I would have my manservant William let blood from your right arm.
Indeed. Very well, then.
Before you depart, Your Grace, perchance I might trouble you with a request of my own.
Good day, sir. My chaplain will settle payment with you anon.
Most pleased. Yeah, wants to know more about William, apparently. I think he said his manservant's name was. I wonder how much Foreman pays him. Oh, he's back! Back.
Good day, my lord, and well met. Indeed, methinks I have not seen your lordship since last year, afore you set off with Sir Walter Raleigh to capture those Spanish treasure ships.
Find out what
yes. Doubtless you heard what became of that expedition. The town criers called it Raleigh and Essex's gold piracy fail, declaring it the biggest balls up since the English Armada.
Aye, 'twas most ill-mannered of them, if I may remark.
The directions you gave me were entirely wrong, for we never came across the Spanish fleet. Indeed, we found ourselves becalmed in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Raleigh blames me for it, and although I did explain to him that it was entirely your fault, as I had gotten the navigational coordinates from you, that seemed to bother him even more.
My lord, I am full sorry for any error I may have made in my calculations. Forsooth, I pray I may assist you better this day. What is it you would ask of the stars?
I would have you tell me how I might regain the favour of the Queen. Indeed, 'tis strange she has not yet gotten over her displeasure, for the incident did occur many months ago. And we had every intention of returning her warships, filled to the brim with gold, I might add. Besides, how in the devil's name were we supposed to know the King of Spain would choose that very same month to invade England? Huh! I have not the power to predict the future.
Well, nay, but I have, my lord, if you had asked me to.
Verily, 'tis not to be borne. Only last week, at a meeting of the Privy Council, during a minor disagreement regarding the Catholic rebellion in Ireland, she called me an impudent lord-splainer, whereupon she rose from her chair and mollywopped me in the face. I half drew my sword upon her.
You mean the Queen?
Aye, indeed. Her behaviour was most shocking. I even asked the royal physician whether she may have lost her mind. She is, after all, most elderly. But Mr. Smith assures me she is in very fine health and is in full control of her faculties.
Her Majesty's behaviour is a mystery indeed, although mayhap it should not surprise us. A man's reason is oft insufficient to fathom the workings of the feminine mind, and, in such cases, he may have little choice but to call upon divine wisdom. To wit, let us see what the stars can tell us. What must Lord Devereux do to regain the Queen's favour?
Okay, well, let's find out. Oh, two choices. May reverse his change in fortune by turning his working relationship with the Queen into a... Okay. Try to woo the Queen. Okay. It's gentle. Okay. So, Neptune has to do with deception. Venus has to do with women. I'm saying that just to, I gotta remember what the things are in case I get quizzed again. If I can help it, probably won't. Probably end up failing it again. Mercury is intelligence. Libra is violent. Mars is violence. Saturn is patience. Time or something. An intelligent suggestion to mount a military campaign in a foreign country. In a position of authority in keeping with his birthright as peer of the realm. Son is authority. Emperor must show the Queen he is a loyal man who does his duty. Let's go with the duty one, not the
To regain
wooing
the
her.
Queen's favour, you must demonstrate your fealty to her, your loyalty as a peer of the realm who sits on her Privy Council. To this end, the stars suggest you offer to lead a military campaign to put down this Catholic rebellion in Ireland. Your lordship is, after all, a great military leader. What better man for such a task than the hero of Cadiz?
Verily, 'tis no ill idea. 'Tis no ill idea at all. Yes, indeed, I shall offer to put down the Irish for her. Forsooth, how difficult could such a mission be? I shall quickly defeat those fen-sucking muck-savages and be back home by Christmas. Huzzah!
I wish I could just, like, smack him myself. Like, give me a shillelagh and let me beat the ever-living piss out of him.
But pray he does not tell her lest she punch him in the
Those are the best.
Good day, Mistress Payne. How may I help you this day?
Blessed
like a
day,
paper
Dr.
cut.
Foreman. I am just come from taking my niece to visit Rochester Cathedral. Thomas Blogg is the cathedral's dean, I believe. Know you of Dean Blogg?
Aye, I know something of him.
Verily, that man is a model to us all. Under his stewardship, the cathedral's decadent furnishings have been stripped away. He has even replaced the silver candlesticks with pewter. Such pious modesty in the sight of God.
Has he indeed? How very interesting. and godly, yes. But what is it that brings you this day?
Before I begin upon my business, Dr. Foreman, I must commend you for correctly
nice.
predicting the sinking of the Spanish Armada.
Ah, yes. 'Twas I who did predict the great storm that sunk the Spanish ships, was it not? I have oft thought that careful study of coastal weather patterns may provide...
And we must give thanks to God for the
Not the
divine
knees of a dead
vengeance
man.
he wrought upon the heretics. I did hear that by morning our beaches were verily littered with the corpses of Spanish sailors. Praise be to the Lord, his glory to behold.
Yes, praise be.
Praise
But all the
be.
same, you seem
Alright.
anxious this day, Mistress Payne. What is troubling you?
Indeed, I am troubled, Dr. Foreman. I fear for the Queen's health. Everyone is saying that as she is exceeding old, she is soon to die.
Ah,
Oh, no.
yes, I quite understand your feelings, madam. How we love our good Queen Bessie. Long may she reign. But will she? That is the question, is it not? For she cannot live forever, and when at last she does expire, we shall be stricken with such lamentation and grief.
Mayhap you, but not I. Elizabeth Tudor is naught but a sceptred whore, but still a whore who presides over the Church of England and keeps Rome at bay. And without an heir, who knows what manner of foreigner may succeed her when she dies? For all we know, he may flood the land with foul popery.
Foul popery? I take it you do not care for dried floral arrangements. But, madam, surely fresh flowers are more customary at royal funerals.
Did you not heed me, Mr. Foreman? I wish to know whether the English throne is safe from a Catholic successor.
Ah, yes, of course. Then let us consult the stars. Is our Queen's long reign in danger of ending soon? And if so, do we risk a Catholic succeeding her to the throne?
Let's see. Queen is in love. The pregnancy will bring new life to the royal line. Okay, I didn't have the one guy seduce her, so be safe. Even if she dies, her successor will remain head of the Church of England and loyal to the Anglican faith. Bonds between nations will be creatively disrupted, but with violence and austerity will be imposed as a result. Cooperation offered by a foreign country is not what it seems. This doubtless represents England's ally, King James of Scotland. Will remain head of the Church of England and loyal to the Anglican faith.
The Queen's prognosis is good, madam. God will ensure she remains in health for some years yet. And when at last Her Majesty does expire, whomever succeeds her will happily take his place at the head of the Church of England. I may assure you that England will not revert its allegiance to the Church of Rome.
Praise be!
I just
to
want
know
her to give
that
me a
England shall
word of
remain safe
recommendation.
from Satan's earthly servants is well indeed. Fare you well, and may God give you a blessed day, Dr. Foreman.
Give me my recommendation. Ah, no. I need more.
Rejoice in the Lamb, served by Archbishop, to his guests for dinner at his palace in love. Rejoice, rejoice in the Lamb, and beef and fruit.
It's making me hungry. Making me hungry tonight. Oh.
Good day, and well met, Lord Archbishop. What a pleasure it is to welcome your grace once more to my humble consulting chambers. Do you ail of something, sir?
Nay, I am in good health.
Okay.
I am come for information. That is, I am come for an astrological reading concerning one of my deans, Thomas Blagg, the Dean of Rochester Cathedral. I hear you are acquainted with him, are you not?
Yes, so please your grace. I am honoured to say that Dean Blagg is one of my querents.
I see. What a remarkable coincidence.
Interesting.
Then you may know that Dean Blagg has been petitioning me to promote him to the rank of bishop, specifically to grant him the vacant seat of the bishopric of Salisbury. I wonder if you, that is, if the stars and planets and so forth, might tell me if there be any reason why Thomas Blagg might not be a fitting candidate for such a position of responsibility.
I see. Then let us see what the stars can tell us. Should Thomas Blagg, Dean of Rochester, be made the Bishop of Salisbury?
He's now embezzling at this point. Okay. John Whitgift is not an honorable man. Blogg is a frugal manager of the church funds. It would be wise to cooperate with his employee, Dean Blogg. Yeah. Financial deceit is being committed against the church. Dean Blogg has creatively and successfully stolen from the church. Blogg is on an emotional journey, questioning his religious principles. Blogg's heresy would be a shocking blow to the archbishop. Screw it.
You must not grant Thomas Blagg the bishopric of Salisbury, your grace, for it seems Dean Blagg has been embezzling from the church. He has been removing cathedral furnishings, fine paintings, tapestries, candlesticks, and the like, and selling them for his own enrichment, or mayhap to pay off his personal debts.
Verily? Well, I do hear it remarked that the Rochester Cathedral has been looking a little Puritan of late. Mayhap I shall have my chaplain cast an eye over the cathedral accounts.
Before you leave, your grace, perchance I may broach a small matter of my own. Methinks you have the power to grant medical licenses, do you not? Although I am an experienced physician, you may have heard of my work during the plague of 1592, for instance, I am not technically licensed to practice medicine. It has been causing some administrative troubles of late. I wonder if your grace might condescend to help me by...
You would have me grant you a medical license, would you? I suppose that might be arranged. Leave it with me, and I will have my chaplain look into it.
I thank you heartily, your grace. Your grace is most generous.
Further on that. Wasn't as happy about that, but...
Alice Blagg is on the make, mayhap even on the take. Could it be for her family's sake? Seriously give her a break.
God give you good day, Mistress Blagg. Pray tell, what brings you?
I would know whether my lover, Owen Wood, is resolved to leave me something in his will. A small legacy, mayhap. A large one. I do hope he intends to leave me something.
Owen Wood? He is the Dean of Armagh, is he not? Was not your interest directed toward the Bishop of London?
Aye, but your counsel for wooing him served me most ill. When the bishop came to visit the archbishop in Lambeth, I smiled and nodded and kept my knees together like you advised, but 'twas all for naught. The archbishop's wife thought I was taken ill and sent me to bed directly after dinner.
Forsooth, I am sorry to hear it, though mayhap it was for the best. Now, perchance we may proceed to this matter concerning Owen Wood. Pray tell, why would you wish to know whether he has included you in his will? Is he gravely ill?
Not presently, but methinks he will be soon, for he has gone to Ireland to join that peacocking mumphead, the Earl of Essex.
I see. He has gone to fight in Robert Devereux's military campaign to put down the Catholic rebels in Ireland. But you're being a little harsh, are you not? 'Tis true he has had some bad luck of late, but the Earl is a fine...
Oh, a swole-headed failson is what his lordship is. 'Twould not surprise me if he read his map upside down and marched his men into a bog to drown. Pray, let us do my reading, if you please.
Certainly.
Let's see.
If Owen Wood, the Dean of Armagh, were to die, would Alice Blagg inherit anything from his estate?
I don't know who this Owen is. Frittered away his fortune. Deanwood, time to be gentle, not likely. Who will compel Owen Wood to be faithful to his wife. Romance between Sport and Owen Wood is marred by conflict. Let's see. Owen Wood is keeping a secret to be revealed upon his death. Owen Wood cannot resist being charitable to his lover Alice. He is due to receive a legacy from Wood upon her death, much to the surprise and chagrin of Mistress Wood. Owen would be faithful to his wife. Yeah, sure. Never.
Alas, I am sorry to disappoint you, madam, but Deanwood has no plans to leave you anything in his will. His entire fortune will go to his wife and children.
Verily? I must own, it does surprise me.
Does it, though? For in this chart, I see conflict and lies between you. And it does appear that he is to renounce his adulterous ways and become once again faithful to his wife. He is, after all, a man of God.
He is to become faithful to his wife, you say? How extraordinary. Well, you did put the right name in your chart, I trust. Owen Wood with 2 O's? Huh. Well, well. Wonders will never cease.
Okay. This game makes less and less sense the farther I get in it. Do not have his yet. And we're missing apparently 2 people. Oh, he's... Yes.
Good dawning, D. Blagg. How may I do you service this day?
I must begin by thanking you for your previous service, Dr. Foreman.
Oh. There we go.
Although the previous reading you gave me was hard to hear, it was honest and true.
Ah, yes. Raleigh and Essex's pursuit of the Spanish treasure ships did not end well, so I hear. Though I am glad I was able to give you fair warning of it.
As am I. A most lamentable affair that has cost me very dear. And I know not how, but my wife Alice has lately learned of our perilous financial situation.
Ah, has she?
Aye, and she has had me petition the Archbishop for a promotion. 'Tis her reckoning that if I were promoted to bishop, the increased living would enable me to settle our debts.
That would seem wise under the circumstances. And was your petition successful?
It was. At least at first. Indeed, His Grace did have me believe he is minded to make me Bishop of Salisbury.
The Bishopric of Salisbury? But that is excellent well, is it not?
It would be very well, forsooth. But many months have passed, and the Archbishop gives yet no sign of granting the vacant bishopric to anybody.
I see. And he does not say when the matter may be decided?
Nay, indeed he does not. Whenever I raise the question with His Grace, he says he needs time to consider the various episcopal and doctrinal matters concerning such an appointment. All the while, he has me performing additional duties that I dare not refuse, lest I lose his favor. And Mistress Blarg has sent him pies upon numerous occasions.
And yet the Archbishop is not moved? Oh, he must be a very hard man indeed, for your wife's pies are well renowned for their powers of persuasion. Now, let us see what the stars can tell us. Will Thomas Blarg, Dean of Rochester, be granted the bishopric of Salisbury?
Let's see what it says, what our options are. Ooh, 3. Alright. Fruit will remain amicable. Demonstrate his godliness. Professional ambitions will be realized if he exercises patience. Deception concerning the theft of goods has been uncovered. Blog is advised to travel with his wife. God will help Blog succeed by radically transforming the Archbishop's opinion of Blog's intelligence, thus raised in the Archbishop of Seam. Blog will be granted the bishopric, which comes with a considerable increase in pay. B or C? Because I don't think I want to do A, because it doesn't make much sense. This suggests victory. Go with this one.
Pack up your trunks and ready your horses, Dean Blarg. For the stars advise you and your wife to make holiday. Maybe a hunting tour of Essex? In any case, you may celebrate, as you are to be made Bishop of Salisbury, and your fortune is soon to be restored. God himself has seen fit to reward your loyal service to the church.
He has? Blessed day! O Heavenly Father, I give thanks unto thee that thou hast bestowed upon thy servant such honor and such a considerable increase.
I'm not great at picking up on what some of this context is, what the meaning is supposed to be behind some of this stuff. But I got his letter on this, so I don't care. Oh, great. Let's double check here. How many we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not received. Okay, we didn't receive his, so we got 4. We're close on 1, 2, possibly get these other ones. Okay.
Good morrow, Mr. Moore. You are returned from Italy, I see.
Aye, and I had the most enlightening experience. My tutors taught me all about those ancient Romans and whatnot. Indeed, 'tis a changed man you see before you now, a worldly man of culture and learning. Mayhap you would benefit from taking a tour of Italy yourself, Foreman.
Alas, Mr. Moore, I must remain in London to care for my querents. To wit, what brings you this day?
Well, no sooner did I return to London than I did become acquainted with the most wondrous creature. A lady who has been lately widowed.
Let me just take some notes here. Is this one dark or fair? Auburn with eyes of green, mayhap? I do not believe there's yet been an auburn-haired maid.
Fie, Mr. Foreman. Prithee show more respect for ladies than to view them as mere collections of physical charms.
I bet it's
Beauty
the one
alone
that
is of
keeps
nothing to a man such as I. Nay, my heart does
die
belong to a
off.
worldly woman of culture and learning. her head almost as striking as the soft hair and radiant eyes that adorn it. Indeed, her gift of understanding is so strong she can listen to my sonnets for hours on end.
She can she? Forsooth, the lady does show great strength of mind indeed. And how might I advise you?
I would have you tell me whether I should marry her, for, as you know, I have offered my troth to ladies in the past, and it has not ended well for me. So,
great.
this time I did tell myself, Lancelot, you will proceed with caution. You will know the lady for at least a month before you think of wedding her, and then you'll go directly to Foreman for his counsel.
Then let us consult the stars now.
4
Should
months.
Lancelot Moore marry this wondrous and worldly widow?
Wondrous and worldly widow, huh? Nice alliteration there. Let's see. Deceitful hidden motives are at play. Moore is allowing his emotions to rule his finances, putting them at risk by acting impatiently. A match would provoke an unexpected death, resulting in an inheritance. Because I think it's the one that's been offing the husbands. Intelligent woman who aspires to greatness through her relationships. God favors the marriage. It would make a man of Moore. Make something of Moore. Star suggests I have cruel intentions towards my querent, Lancelot Moore. I could get him in... No. I need him alive.
You must not marry this lady, sir. You are a wealthy man, and she has designs upon your fortune that may result in your untimely death.
Ye gods! Verily?
I am afeard so. You must take care not to let your emotions lead you astray.
She seemed so. She told me she... Are you sure? You did not put a planet in the wrong house or whatnot?
Aye, quite sure.
Oh, well indeed, 'tis most lamentable. Oh, what a waste of such fine eyes. Mayhap Emma has a sister.
Emma, yep. I had a feeling it was going to be her. We skipped 4. Ooh, interesting. No, so close, so close.
Sibyl's not blessed, for when she tries her best, 'tis then she does her worst. From being overdressed to poisoning her guests. Ambitions are
Let's see what's going on with her next.
Okay, Mistress Fortescue.
This time.
I do hope you may
All
help
right.
me, Dr. Foreman, for I am mightily afflicted with fever and pain.
Yes, I see. Your face is a trifle red in colour. When did your troubles begin? At a dinner party, perchance?
Nay, 'twas at a luncheon, the one I gave this day. I sought to play a trick upon my friend, Lady Emma Dyer, and I worry God is punishing me for my japery.
And what manner of jape did you play on your friend at this luncheon of yours? Pray, describe the ruse to me.
Well, I came upon the idea when I took receipt of a trunk full of exotic goods from the New World. Lovely gifts sent home to me by my gallant husband. Know you of my husband, Captain Henry Fortescue? He is a great friend of Sir Walter Raleigh, of course.
Tell us again.
I think you have mentioned him once or twice, madam.
The trunk contained a
Only once or
parcel of
twice.
dried fruits, full red in colour they were, and with them a note of warning. On it was writ that these fruits, if not consumed in moderation, can provoke a hot, pricking fever when ingested.
Ah, yes. I have read of this fruit in the writings of Spanish explorers. Capsicum icaramba mequema is the botanical name, I believe.
I am well known for serving the most original dishes at my table. Hence my guests were not surprised when I invited them to try my exotic fruit. I served them each a sweet pie containing one of these, capsicum...
Icaramba mequema.
But I made sure Emma received a pie containing the very largest fruit, and I the very smallest one.
I see. You hoped to occasion a fever in your friend while escaping the same fate yourself.
Oh.
And yet this ruse did not succeed, I take it.
Nay, it did not, Dr. Foreman. Most of my guests dared only take one bite of their pies before abandoning them, finding themselves unequal to the challenge. But Emma ate hers all up, as did I. I was sure I would be safe, and that she would turn red and begin to perspire most shamefully, but she remained as cool as a cucumber. But
But you, madam?
But I began to feel such pain in my mouth and throat. My face and eyes turned red. Moisture gathered on my brow and bosom, and damp marks appeared on my bodice. I could not conceal it from my guests. 'Twas humiliating.
How distressing for you, madam. Let us now seek a solution to this mystery in the stars.
You ate a hot pepper.
What might explain the querent's affliction?
Yeah, but if she ate a small enough hot pepper, there's a lot of times the smaller the hot pepper, the more capsaicin in them. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, short-lived antagonistic condition that can occasionally occasion bodily heat and blushing of the face. Yeah, that should be probably it. Bewitched? No. Frequency caused by an abundance of blood flowing to the head and throat. It can occasion swelling, fever, redness in the face. I don't really have swelling and fever, but it, could be this with that hot. I don't think it's gonna be Lusty Passion. I think it's gonna be Quincy. Head and throat. But I mean, we have the redness, flushing of the face, bodily heat. Yeah, let's do this.
Your trouble is entirely unrelated to the consumption of New World fruits, madam. You suffer naught but an attack of lusty passions.
I beg your pardon, what?
Your husband is off away at sea, methinks, with...
Yes? Yes, he is.
Then 'twould be only natural that your thoughts would wander towards other gentlemen. Or, perchance 'tis your friend.
I should have known better.
A rivalry can arouse passions. Indeed, chaste passions betwixt ladies are not unheard of.
Oh, my God, Dr. Foreman, I know not what you are implying.
Well, actually, madam, I am not implying anything. To imply is to hint at something without saying it explicitly, whereas I am suggesting quite clearly that you are...
Nay, verily, 'tis most unclear to me. I am sorry, Dr. Foreman, but I find I cannot understand you at all.
Let's check on with Quincy. I had a feeling that could end up being a problem. We lost him on this one. Next time. Oh, it's a new guy, a new person. Okay.
His eyes, his hair, his shape, form, forsooth, has he a sweetheart? Pray tell us the truth.
New person.
Good morrow,
see.
young sir. Methinks this is your first consultation, Mr.
Humphrey Bell, sir.
And how may I do you service this day, Mr. Bell?
I want to get lean in that.
You wish to become lean, you say? And why would you need to be any leaner than you are now? You do not appear at all overplump. Indeed, you appear to be a young man in the full vigour of health.
Yay, but I do the lady parts though, innit?
You do the lady parts. Oh, I see. You are a player who plays feminine roles upon the stage. Yes, I think I recognise you now. You play for Lord Chamberlain's men, do you not? The company of players led by Will Shakespeare, Richard Burbage and Will Kemp, among others.
Aye, sir. I play for them as a hired man, and next month I'm to play a fairy queen in a play we're doing for Lord Hunston at his daughter's wedding. But boss man Burbage says I'm too plump for the role.
Humphrey, you're
girth does make it difficult for an audience to imagine you getting up out of your fairy throne, let alone flying.
Yes, I think I understand. 'Twould imperil the audience's suspension of disbelief, thus breaking the fourth wall, as you players so call it.
Ah, sir, indeed. Mr. Burbage worries much for them scenery walls, for he says my rear end is of such a size 'tis liable to smash right through 'em. Anyways, Mistress Burbage told me that to fit into her gowns she bids herself chunder after eating. Might you give me some herbs for that or something?
And Mistress Burbage would be Richard Burbage's wife, I presume. Well, to judge what would be most effective in your case, I shall need to consult the stars. What should Mr. Humphrey Bell do to become leaner?
Let's find something a little bit more, Virgin is. Well, no. I haven't done the X. I don't know what that does on it, so I haven't worried about it yet. Consuming canis, no excrementum to produce. Chronic overconsumption of food. He must commit to underconsumption of food if he hopes to become leaner. So, instead of making him purge, which isn't good, make him start. Excuse me. I'd rather, honestly, in the long run, under consuming too much in the long run might be not healthy for him, but purging is almost worse. Yeah, we're gonna go with this one.
The solution is quite simple, Mr. Bell. If you would make yourself leaner, you have but to eat less.
Why would I need a doctor to tell me that though? I need something to do it quicker than that, urgent like. Know you what I mean?
Indeed. Sadly, I am familiar with the tendency of the young folk of this day to seek quick, easy fixes to their problems.
What about Mrs. Burbage and her chundering though? Can I not have what she is taking?
Well, there are ways to induce imbalances in your body to purge itself, but doing so is not at all healthsome. For instance, I might have told you of the dangerous practice of taking goodly quantities of prunes and rhubarb to purge from the fundament, but that would have been negligent of me, for as a physician I cannot endorse...
Prunes and rhubarb? So I just eat them things. Easy. Thank you, Doctor. Give you a good day.
Hold, sir. I'd strongly advise against such a...
Still got our plus. Only got 10 though. Okay, see how this.
But if Essex disobeys the Queen, she'll put him in the ground.
What happened this time?
Good day, my lord. I must own, your lordship's visit to my chambers does surprise me, for I'd believed, well, indeed, all of England believes, that you are in Ireland at present.
Did anyone see me? No? Good. Now, bid your manservant close the shutters.
As your lordship pleases. William! William! Pray close the shutters. Yes, all of them. And fetch us some candles.
I pray the counsel you give me this day be wise, sirrah, for I find myself in the most desperate of predicaments.
And the last advice I gave you? That of offering to lead a military campaign to put down the Irish rebellion? I trust it worked to win back the Queen's favour. Indeed, the parade given to send you off was most impressive. I was there. Did you see me? I did wave at you. Nay, I do not imagine you would have seen me. So great were the crowds.
Yes, my offer to lead the campaign was well received by the Queen. But there was a fatal flaw in your advice.
Oh, and this flaw was...
Is it not obvious? I had to verily go to that midge-ridden bog hole and try to put down the Irish. God's breath! Have you seen the Irish?
Damn it!
They are savages. That Irish chieftain O'Neill and his band of fen-born brutes are especially bad.
Forsooth, they sound most fearsome. 'Tis a mercy you escaped with your life, and are now back home safe in England.
Nay, I am not yet safe in England, I fear. For when the Queen finds out that I made a truce with O'Neill, heaven only knows how ill she will take it. Even my leaving Ireland without her permission will doubtless vex her.
Then the Queen has not been informed of your return?
Nay, she knows yet nothing of it. I am at present taking refuge with my sister, the Countess of Devonshire, at her country estate. But I cannot hide there forever. Hence I am come to you this day so that the stars may advise me on how I may extract myself from my current predicament and win back the favour of the Queen.
Then let us see what the stars advise. How might Lord Devereux escape the displeasure of Her Majesty the Queen and regain her favour?
Whoa. Let's use his best asset. His body, okay? God will help Devereux if he appeals to the Queen's vanity and exercises his patience. May revive his hopes for a brilliant career. All is not lost. Okay, what's this one? Contrive a way to make the Queen see his obedience within the context of their personal relationship rather than as an act of disloyalty to the crown. Parallel the legacy tendency towards confused optimism. Okay. Being subject to the violence of the law. May reverse the political situation back to his advantage by having the Queen look upon him as the son she never had. Better or... Aww. I don't really like either of these options. That's not going to go well at this point. Ah, screw it.
The stars
Go die.
foretell of violence enacted by officers of the law.
Ah, verily. 'Tis doubtless a beheading. Forsooth, I do enjoy a good beheading.
Well, 'tis likely to be a trifle more elaborate than that. If the Queen is particularly vexed, it will start with a quick hanging until just before the point of death, followed by a disemboweling and emasculation.
Ah, yes, of course.
Whereafter the gentleman is invited to watch his own entrails and privy parts being lightly grilled upon an open fire, before he is chopped into 4 separate pieces.
A quartering, I think you mean?
Which, as etiquette dictates, are then to be parcelled up and sent as gifts to any friends and family members unable to attend the ceremony.
Ah, yes, splendid. An execution with all the trimmings.
Oh.
Verily, whilst a simple beheading can be
Not
a most
barbarish
elegant
at all.
entertainment, 'tis a trifle too, well, continental for my taste. Why, 'tis oft over in mere moments. Whereas a full English execution keeps one entertained throughout the whole morning. Though I fail to see what this has to do with... God's breakfast! You mean I am the one to be hung, drawn, and quartered?
Well, yes, very possibly. I am afeard the only course
Not
left
at
you
all.
now is to humble yourself before the Queen. The stars suggest you might be able to convince her to look upon you as the son she never had. A naughty, wayward child who has rebelled against his parent. With time and patience, she may forgive you.
In truth, 'tis not the worst of ideas, and it might even clear the path for the possibility of... Yes, methinks this plan may serve me very well.
Let's see. How well did this do us? Ooh, was pleased. Ooh, we're up slightly above what we started at. Okay. Okay. Singing is just great in this game. Alright.
Hey, Your Grace.
Let's
And
see what
while
he
we're
has
at
for us today.
Might I inquire whether Your Grace has made a decision regarding whether to give Thomas Blagg the bishopric of Salisbury?
Ah, yes, Dean Blagg. I had my chaplain look into what you told me regarding irregularities in Dean Blagg's stewardship of Rochester Cathedral. Methinks you said he was embezzling coin and pawning cathedral furnishings, did you not? Well, it seems you did speak true.
Oh, indeed?
Of course, I will make nothing of it, as I wish to avoid the scandal. I merely told Dean Blagg that I could not offer him the bishopric due to various episcopal and doctrinal constraints.
Of course. And what problem would Your Grace wish me to address this day?
Oh, 'tis a problem with my other deans. With each passing day there seems to be a new dean at the palace gates, come to petition me for this wretched bishopric of Salisbury. Presently, 'tis Owen Wood, the Dean of Armagh. Since he returned from Ireland, he talks of nothing else.
How tiresome for Your Grace.
Indeed. I have told Owen that I am giving his request careful consideration, but in my experience, this only delays a dean for so long. I do have to grant the occasional bishopric, or else my deans become restless.
Doubtless, Your Grace.
But after what I learned about Dean Blagg, I must take care to exercise caution. Hence, I would have you tell me anything you know. That is, anything the stars reveal about Owen Wood that would render him unsuitable to perform the role of bishop.
Then let us ask the stars. Is there any reason why the Most Reverend John Whitgift, the Archbishop of Canterbury, should not grant Owen Wood the bishopric of Salisbury?
We got here is impossible to please. What is a vain but patient man who has God on his side? Is uncertain about whether he will be offered the bishop. He remains optimistic. John Whitgift should bring Owen Wood's dream of being a bishop to life. When it comes to his relationships with women, Owen Wood has a creative interpretation of the teaching of the Bible on the sin of adultery. Owen Wood has betrayed his wife. We're gonna go with this one, because we want them to come back and find that this random dean. An unexpected problem may arise concerning Owen Wood and some unborn child. Okay. Yep. Let's go with this one.
I must advise against granting Owen Wood the bishopric, for the stars reveal that he has sinned most grievously.
Ah, verily? Grievously, you say?
I am afeard Dean Wood did commit the sin of adultery.
Ah, nothing else?
'Twas more than once, Your Grace.
Doubtless, doubtless. While I appreciate your most excellent discernment of this information from the stars, I must own that Dean Wood's extra-clerical activities are already well known to me.
Oh.
Why, even my own wife has had a tumble with the man.
Your Grace, I am sorry.
Hold, Sarah. In truth, 'tis of no consequence to me. What occurs in Lambeth Palace bides in Lambeth Palace, as we like to say. But you are right to remind me of Dean Wood's indiscretions. For mayhap it be not wise to elevate Owen to such a public position as bishop. I do have the reputation of the church to consider.
Indeed, Your Grace.
I will tell Owen that while I had every intention of granting him the bishopric, my hands are now tied due to various episcopal and doctrinal constraints.
Very wise, Your Grace. And one more matter, if I may. Has Your Grace yet had the opportunity to consider the granting of my medical license?
Ah, yes, that. Once my chaplain has finished looking into the matter, I shall be giving it careful consideration. Good day.
All right. So he's slightly pleased. Alright, it's good. See, oh, here's...
For solution she does search. 'Tis true she's the bandit of the church, but Black left Alice in the lurch.
Oh, oops.
Good day, mistress. What brings you?
I am come about my lover who is lately returned from Ireland.
Ah, yea, and your current lover is, as I recall... Ah, yes, your lover at present is Owen Wood, the Reverend Dean of Armagh, is it not?
Aye.
And according to my notes, you were afeard he might die in battle, and yet you do not appear to be much pleased he's returned alive. Whatever is the matter, madam?
It is being said around the diocese that my lover, Owen Wood, is romantically entangled with 2 other women.
And who might these 2 other women be? Might one of them be his wife, or...?
Of course not. Do not jape with me, Foreman. For as you very well know, what you told me about Dean Wood reforming and becoming a loyal husband turned out to be naught but boil-brain. I did hear that one of the ladies Owen is seeing is Mistress Ways, while the other is a certain Anne Hayborn, with whom I am not yet acquainted. I do hear she is a very young and comely maiden, though mayhap a maiden no longer. I prithee, scribble one of those doodles of yours and tell me if this be true.
Madam, if you will but afford me some silence and calm, I will compose one of my doodles, as you so call my mathematically precise astronomical charts, and endeavour to answer your question. To wit, is Owen Wood, the Dean of Armagh, wooing other women?
Oh, I can't even choose B now. Okay. Alright, we'll abandon his winch. Yeah, no. Not wooing other women, but Alice may be optimistic for his relationships with these women. Marred by discord. Won't let me choose C. That's weird. I guess that's my only option is to choose A. It's kind
I
of...
have good
I don't know if
tidings
it's
for you,
glitched or what.
mistress. Your relationship with Owen Wood is secure. 'Tis true, he has indeed been conducting intimate liaisons with some of the wives and daughters of various deans and bishops, but...
So then 'tis true! What a maid-fiddling maggot of a man is he!
Aye, but prithee, madam, I had not finished. The stars suggest that Dean Wood's affairs with these women will shortly end, for it seems he is in dispute with them.
What?
Yeah.
With all of them? At the same time?
It would seem so. Mayhap they all have been apprised of the same rumour that brings you this day.
Well, I am glad to hear these affairs are soon to be
Game's
ended.
it's
But I
just
will not
hard
lie,
to keep
I
up
am
with
no
all
less
the different
vexed
things.
with him. And indeed, if Owen has been larking about, 'tis only fair I do the same, to even things out between us.
Ah, I think what you may be referring to is lex talionis. 'Tis the law of retaliation, as practiced by the ancient Babylonians. Well, madam, indeed, if it would help square matters betwixt you and Dean Wood, you may consider me wholly at your service.
Jumping. I've done something to jump, like, across, like, paths or whatever, and it's not giving me full information on this Owen guy, whatever, doesn't make sense on the timelines. And we still have... Yeah, we still have coitus. Oh, he's back. I can just hear it in like a big old chapel, cathedral.
Ah, God give you good even, your grace. I trust you were pleased with the previous counsel I gave you? The advice I gave against granting Owen Wood the bishopric of Salisbury.
Ah, yes. Your counsel did indeed prove sound, for Dean Wood is now cods deep in scandal. The parish council has received numerous paternity suits, and 'tis said that scores of defiled wenches bethrong the gates of his deanery each morning, clutching suckling babes and demanding recourse. As for young Anne Hayborn, she has had her reputation ruined, and Dean Ways is barely speaking to his wife anymore.
On my word, how disgraceful.
Aye, indeed. If only Owen had the sense to exercise more discretion.
Yes, indeed, Your Grace.
The Bishop of London, for instance, manages his affairs very quietly. I might have been able to look the other way, but in this instance I could not let Owen's indiscretions pass. For a wretched local woman by the name of Mary Payne got wind of the scandal and stirred up a public fuss about it. Oh, the devil take the woman and her bacon-faced husband.
If I might venture an opinion, Your Grace, mayhap if we were to pay no heed to Mary Payne and her ilk, they would eventually tire of their animus and leave us all be. But is it upon such problems you come this day, or upon some other matter?
I am come about my health. I believe I do ail of something.
Then pray, describe your complaints to me, Your Grace.
Yes.
Well, I am afflicted with pain in my back, and at times I find myself hard of breathing. Indeed, I feel I may have phlegm in my chest, and I do bear these odd-looking spots upon my body that will not mend.
If you will permit me to loosen your robes to examine you? Oh, I see. Methinks I have a notion of what ails you. Let me confirm it with a reading of the stars. What troubles Archbishop Whitgift?
Big, short-windedness and spots. What's that? Spots of venereal. Fine. Arms and legs, short-winded. That's likely gonna be it. Gotta have to be that.
Your Grace, I know not how to put this delicately. You have the French pox. I am not sure how this is possible, as you're a man of the cloth. Indeed, mayhap I check the stars again.
No need. I did suspect as much.
Verily? How astute of you. The French pox can oft be difficult to cure, but in your case, it is not far advanced. This ointment of boar grease and mercury is to be applied to your entire body. It must be rubbed in vigorously to ensure the mercury is well absorbed into the
I will let
skin.
everybody know this is
You
not
may then expect to see the sores
any
on your body
actual
start to
medical
heal within
practice
a matter
at
of
all.
days.
I see.
Don't do any of this.
And, I imagine your manservant William will be giving me this treatment?
No, Your Grace. The grease is to be taken home with you and applied each night before bed for 9 days. Mayhap your chaplain could apply it to Your Grace's body.
Ah, yes, a fine idea. I thank you for this treatment, sir.
Ooh,
Fare you
maybe it'll
well,
be
Dr.
enough.
Foreman.
Before you leave,
Okay.
Your Grace, might I inquire again as to the possibility of you granting me a medical license? Your Grace did mention you would give it careful consideration.
Ah, yes, indeed I did I not? Have no fear, Dr. Foreman. My chaplain is looking into it. Good day.
See? Most please. Ooh, here's another one. All right. That makes what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Didn't we have 4? Oh, we haven't gotten his yet. That is the 4 we had before, and then his will make 5 now.
Here comes Lord
Fancy time. And tights. Alright, let's double check. Yeah, one. There's, what, 5 now? Nice.
Ah, give ye good morrow, my lord. I trust your lordship is well this day.
Well? God's body, am I likely to be well? I have been languishing under lock and key while all England goes to ruin.
Ah, yes, I did hear something of your arrest. I take it your encounter with the Queen did not go as well as planned.
Nay, 'twas a disaster. I took the precaution of seeking an audience with Her Majesty just after dawn, to be sure I would find her alone. But when I entered her bedchamber, she let out such a blood-curdling scream it alerted the palace guards, who ran into the room and arrested me.
But you were imprisoned in your York House residence, were you not? The fact that you were placed under house arrest and not imprisoned in the Tower
I don't
surely
remember
speaks to the Queen's fondness for you. I trust your time in confinement was not...
Well, yes, my time away from the world and its trifling concerns did, in truth, prove useful. It afforded me time to reflect on larger questions, to take stock of my life and put recent events in perspective.
Ah, I see.
What we're
And
talking
what
about.
resolution did this quiet period of sober reflection bring you? A closer relationship with God? Or perchance you are resolved to spend more time with your family?
What? Nay. I said my mind was turned to larger questions. To wit, am I destined for greater things? Am I chosen by God to rule a kingdom? For I must needs act. The realm is under threat from within. For why was I verily imprisoned? Was it merely to punish me for some trifling mistakes I made in Ireland? Nay, 'twas to separate me from the Queen.
Well, I imagine after discovering you in Her Majesty's bedchamber...
Do you not yet see? The Privy Council means to keep me away from Whitehall, lest I see how they have contrived to control and manipulate the Queen since I left for Ireland.
My lord, are you saying the Queen is weak and no longer in control of her reign?
Aye, indeed. Something must be done about it. Well, man, do not just stand there.
Yes, of course, my lord. Let us see whether the stars may give you your answer. Is Robert Lord Devereux, Earl of Essex, destined to, rule England?
Hopefully not, but we'll see. How we got here? He uses substantial wealth to cleverly ensure cooperation with his plans. In short, he should engage in bribery. Strong authority figure. Queen's failure to procure an heir will have violent consequences. Okay. Suffers from geopolitical ignorance. A foreign sovereign is destined to rule England. Devereux is deluded about his legacy. Devereux does not rein in his ambitions. He will die. Devereux would do well to limit the influence of his friend's advice upon him. Devereux is secretly motivated by his feelings about the Queen and how he has been treated by her. Man. Screw it, go for it, dude.
The stars confirm
I want your
fears,
letter.
my lord. Her Majesty's failure to provide an heir has created the conditions for much plotting and scheming, and her refusal thus far to name a successor has provided an opportunity for powerful forces who would seek to gain control of the throne. Indeed, the realm is in grave danger, and the stars suggest that you are a strong, wise leader, chosen by God to lead England, mayhap as Lord Protector of the realm?
By God's underlumps, 'tis true. Huzzah!
As to practical matters, the stars suggest you use your significant wealth to, ensure cooperation and procure the influence you will need to secure success in this endeavor.
Then
What
I
if we
will
go
rally
broke
my
enough
forces
to
and
not
make the
worry
necessary
about it anymore?
preparations. For England, for God, Queen, and country. Huzzah!
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 Alright. Okay. Most pleased. Alright. Yes, another letter. Yeah. Here we're getting close to the end here. Alright, let's double check how many we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we're pretty close in a couple of these. We already have Thomas Blogs. We're looking for Lancelot, Sybil Fortescue, Alice, I'm not so worried about. Mary Payne, yeah. So we only need 2 of them. So Lancelot and these 3 are the 3 I'm mostly focused on, but we could possibly get here. These aren't really going to happen. He just started. I doubt that's going to be an option because he just came into the picture. I don't know about Emma Sharp. Yeah, we're just going to have to see how it goes.
Good day, Dean Blag. How now, good sir? I see you do ale of something.
I do ale of something, Foreman. Forsooth, I fear I am very ill indeed. For I tremble day and night with fever, and my face does itch and prick with pain.
Verily. You do exhibit upon your nose and cheeks a rash of a most remarkable hue.
Before you do this reading for me, Foreman, I must have your word that you will not speak of this to my wife, Alice. In truth, I have had her believe that I was set upon by an angry swarm of wasps that have lately been nesting in the north transept of the cathedral.
I do understand. A kind husband would naturally wish to shield his wife from any undue distress.
Yea.
Yeah.
That, of course. And there be also the small matter of the promise I did make to restore the Blag family fortune before I died. And thus not leave my wife and children to live in penury when I am gone. If Mistress Blag were to think that I am gravely ill, it would provoke some awkwardness between us that I would rather wish to avoid.
I take it then that your finances are also in poor health.
Forsooth they are. And had you warned me that the Archbishop would never grant me the bishopric of Salisbury, chance I may have acted sooner to recover them.
I thought he was going to give it to you.
Well, as to your wife, Alice, be not afeard, sir.
Oh well.
We doctors
I already got
take
his
quelling
thing.
confidentiality most
I already got his
seriously.
letter.
As Hippocrates did say, testa Apollinum medicum secreta. Among other things. Now, mayhap we proceed to consult the stars on the matter of your condition. With what disease is my querent Thomas Blag troubled, and how
The words
may
getting
he
all
be
mixed up.
cured?
Red nose and cheeks and much bodily pain. Red nose and cheeks and much bodily pain? Okay. Skin disease of the face that is accompanied by... Okay. No, not evil digestion. No, it's this one. Yeah, a severe skin disease of the face that is accompanied by pain and fever. Sorry, dude.
It would seem you are troubled with a severe disease of the skin known as erysipelas. It is quite serious. Though you may find some temporary relief from the pain and fever by vigorously purging from your fundament. To induce such a thing, I do advise the consumption of a considerable quantity of prunes, or mayhap rhubarb. Of course, it does depend on the season.
Erysipelas? Prunes? Oh, merciful Lord, if it be thy will that I should die, and if thou hast writ these mortal signs upon the stars, I beseech thee, have thy servant Simon Foreman speak the truth.
Prithee, sir, I had not finished.
Okay.
Oh, My dear friend, I will not lie to you. Your condition is quite advanced. In truth, I fear you must prepare for the worst. If you will not share this grave news with Mistress Blarg, perchance you might speak to her from the safety of, from beyond the grave? That is to say, write her a letter that may be read to her after you're gone. Your loving words, though thus delayed, may provide her comfort in her time of grief and destitution.
Okay.
God bless you for your candour, sir, as well your wisdom and friendship these last years. I will now go and pray upon what you have told me.
Okay. Luckily, we already have his recommendation later. Alright, who's next? Oh. Still don't have hers yet. We accidentally accused her of being into ladies last time.
Good day, Mistress Fortescue. How may I help you this day? You seem a little out of breath.
Aye, 'tis but my bodice. My maidservant did lace it far too tightly. Methinks she is a trifle vexed with me. Indeed, the atmosphere in the Fortescue household is exceeding ill at present.
Verily? And why is that?
Someone has been stealing food from the larder in the night. This morning, 3 whole swan pies were missing. Each member of the Fortescue household suspects another.
And whom do you think is the author of these thefts, madam?
Well, I suspect my son Harold, as his fondness for pie is well known. But Harry denies it and has accused our maidservant Gladys. And 'tis true that Gladys has become suspiciously wide about the girth of late. And as for Gladys, well, she is convinced the culprit is our African parrot, Sir Muncelot Grey. But Sir Muncelot has denied the accusation and blames my monkey.
Ah, and who does your monkey blame?
How now, Dr. Foreman? Be not absurd. Monkeys cannot speak.
Ah, yes. Then 'tis fortunate that God can. Speak to us, that is, by way of the stars. Who in the Fortescue household has been sneaking into the larder at night to steal pies?
Thing. Forget she needs to turn her finger to the accusation on herself, or she ate all the pies. His family and friends have exercised constraint and discipline in relation to pies. Okay. About the identity of the pie thief is wrong. The solution to this mystery is counterintuitive. One suspect who has maintained their silence. Children have been raised well. They know not to steal pies. Okay. Evil from a foreign country is indicated here. Pie is to make changes to her will. She must get her maidservant out of it. I just want to get the last one. Aggressive. Okay. I think it's going to be this one. Put this one.
Madam, you may eliminate your son from your inquiries, for according to the stars, you have educated him well, and he knows not to steal pies.
Harry is innocent, is he? Then who has been eating our pies?
I am afeard it is the very last individual you would suspect. An individual who is in this very room with us now.
How now, Dr. Foreman? Surely you would not accuse me?
Oh, nay, not you, madam. 'Tis your monkey. What was his name again?
You mean to say Sir Nanahad has been stealing our pies? Oh, my days! What a naughty monkey!
I should have done the first one.
Naughty indeed, 'twould seem.
I must at once to him go and apologise to Sir Muncelot. I never should have doubted him. God give you good even, Dr. Foreman.
Whatever.
You
if
have
it gets
been
me
a bad
hurt.
boy, have you not, Sir Nanahad? Who's a naughty monkey? Yes, you're the naughty monkey. Yes, you're the naughty monkey.
Good even, Mistress Fortescue.
Whatever. Definitely what his face is saying. Was pleased with it. Okay. What are we at? No! So close! So dang close. Ah, I'm free.
You must pay the price of looking thin and nice. Drink all your fears, face all your guilt and shame, lest you be judged and we accord you blame.
Oh my. Oh
Good
yay.
even, Mr. Bell. What brings you so late this evening, young sir? Have you come from the playhouse?
Yay, I'm come from playing a Duchess in a special performance of Richard II. You know, that play that makes the Queen look bad.
So, Mr. Shakespeare decided to revive his play, did he? I see.
I need you to tell me what to do about my pay. Our seamstress told me she heard Mistress Burbage discoursing how John Crisp is getting paid a full shilling for each performance.
And you feel this is unfair, I take it? I gather Mr. Crisp's pay is greater than yours.
Aye, sir. 'Tis full twice as much coin as they pay me. What I get is barely enough to cover my rent. And my parts are well bigger than his, innit?
And you can fathom no reason for this disparity in pay? He is more experienced, perchance.
What? I've been on the stage since I was a boy, and John's been playing for less than a year. Nay, sir. Mr. Burbage and them other company sharers are paying me less on account of how I'm doing the lady parts.
You mean to say you are being paid less simply because you perform lady roles?
Indeed. John only gets them main parts because he's big and tall, but I'm well better than he is. Critics call my Ophelia the most tantalizingly nubile and tragical performance since Henry Condell's Juliet.
Ah, yes. Having seen Hamlet, I would have to agree with them there. I must own that I too found your Ophelia most comely and alluring. Now, let's see what the stars advise. What can be done about you being paid less than players of masculine roles?
Well, let's see what we can do here. Wait, pay equity will come in time and a few hundred years. Humphrey can solve his problem by using his romantic allure to seduce a woman. Humphrey should continue to perform his duties and remain quiet about this. No, that's not going to work. Uncover the truth about what his colleagues are paid. Tyrgots are allowing Humphrey's employer to behave hypocritically. Humphrey's employers are shrewd businessmen. His boss will do evil to others if it means safeguarding his legacy. Alright. Humphrey's boss's wife is pregnant with a masculine child. His boss can therefore not be truthful. Okay. No, I think it's going to be this one. Find out what's going on.
According to the stars, your employers, the Lord Chamberlain's men, are very wise businessmen.
How do you reckon that? On account of them contriving to pay me less than I deserve?
Precisely so, Mr. Bell. And being so wise, they doubtless deter their hired men from discoursing upon the coin they receive for their labour, perchance to the extent where the men harbour such feelings of shame and suspicion about it, they would more readily show each other their privy parts before they would show their pay.
Aye, 'tis true enough. We oft pull our yardles out when we're jesting about and that. But as for a man's pay, forsooth, 'tis considered most private.
Well, such prudery must end if you and your
nowadays,
are to advance your interests, Mr. Bell.
Employers
Indeed.
do everything they can to make it to where you don't share your pay with each other.
Upon these matters, you will find
It's technically not illegal to
being
share your
paid
pay
unjustly.
amongst each other
If
at
you
a place.
do decide to demand more coin from your employers, I advise you to unify with the other hired men and speak as one voice.
Zah! We shall unify and demand them company sharers pay us equal coin for equal playing.
Union.
Hear ye, hear ye! Earl of Essex, Foiled and Queen kidnap attempt shocker. Biggest treason fail since Babington plot. Hear ye!
Whatever, get rid of him. He just pissed me off so much. He was such an idiot. It's like, come on, dude. Just Robert Devereaux, Earl of Essex, has been arrested for plotting to kidnap the Queen and install himself as protector of the realm. Devereaux is reported to have bribed a company of players to stage a revival of Shakespeare's King Richard II. As this play invites treasonous comparison between the weak and incompetent King Richard and our present sovereign, Queen Elizabeth, it was Devereaux's intention to use it to rouse an angry mob and lead them to the gates of Kensington Palace. Failing to muster sufficient support for the London populace, however, Devereaux was compelled to return home to Essex House, where he was arrested. What?
Especially if you be Black's wife.
All right.
Good day, Mistress Blagg. Pray tell, how did things fare with your gentleman friend, Owen Wood, the Dean of Armagh?
Alas, 'tis all over betwixt me and Dean Wood. I did ask him for a small loan, and he was most insulting about it. We have not spoken since. And I think I know why his ardour for me has cooled, for I did lately learn that he has been bedding half the women in the diocese.
Ah, yes. I too did lately hear of this.
So it seems your stars were right. There verily were other women vying for Dean Wood's affections. But this day I am come about my husband. Methinks he is ill, yet he pretends he is not.
Ah, pray describe his symptoms to me.
Well, yesterday I did remark that something was amiss when Molly McDoon and I returned from the playhouse. There was a special performance of Richard II at the Globe. Know you of it? Oh, 'tis the play that makes the Queen look bad.
I know of it.
When I came in the door, there was an awful racket coming from our upstairs rooms. I went to see what the matter was and found my husband tucked up abed, moaning and wailing, and with a monstrous rash all over his face. He told me some nonsense about having been stung by wasps, and that he is merely tired. But I do not believe him.
I see.
I bid you, Foreman, tell me true, for I grow ill with worry. Is it grave? Blagg had better not think of dying on me afore he has paid his debts.
Ah, for as his widow, by law, you would inherit them, would you not? But mayhap there is little to worry about. Let us consult the stars and see. What ails Thomas Blagg, the Dean of Rochester?
Alrighty, let's see what our options are. Melancholy, the disease characterized by much woe, and preference to remain abed. Swelling of the cods? Okay. Or we tell him the truth. He said not to tell the truth because you know what? We want to make her happy because right now he's almost. We already got his letter. We don't really care about him. We want her. Yeah. We want her to be on our side. So we're going to do this.
Alas, I am afeard your husband is ill with a disease known as erysipelas. He is in grave danger. Indeed, his case is advanced and beyond treatment. There is nothing to be done now, but
this actually gets us points.
Prepare yourself for his death, Mistress Blagg. Madam? Alice? Come, Alice, I will find you a chair.
Nay, I must not tarry. I am meeting Mistress McDoon at the Bear for a quiet one. Good day, Foreman.
But Alice...
I didn't get any points off of that. I shouldn't have said anything.
Hear ye! Traitor loses head after losing mind. Earl of Essex gets the chop for treason. Hear ye!
On this day, the 25th day of February in the year of our Lord 1601, Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex, was executed for treason. The execution followed yesterday's trial, at which he was found guilty of leading a failed plot against the realm. Formerly a favorite of both Her Majesty and the London public, the Earl's surprising betrayal of both Queen and country has shocked the nation. Oops.
If you try to argue with her, you will have no luck. She'll twist and turn your logic till your reason comes unstuck. Chastise Mary who you like, she will not give up.
They've all flown away.
Well met, Mistress Payne. How fare you this day?
Most well indeed, sir, for I am just come from taking my niece on an outing to Tower Hill. 'Twas to see the execution of the traitor Robert Devereux.
Ah, yes, Lord Devereux. What a tragic end to a promising career.
And such a lovely beheading they gave us. My niece and I very much enjoy the hangings at Tyburn, but a beheading is so much more elegant, is it not? Verily, 'tis a better class of execution, I find, and the royal executioner did go down on Devereux with such skill. A single stroke was all it took to give us the traitor's head.
Aye, 'tis true the royal executioner gives excellent...
But I have no time to tarry here and gossip with you, Dr. Foreman. I am come on a matter of great concern, and you are just the man to help, methinks.
Oh my God.
For your prediction that Elizabeth's reign would endure was true. Whilst the Queen does have the appearance of being naught but a painted corpse propped up on a throne using artfully placed cushions, she is, in law at least, still alive. Praised be!
Ah, indeed. Praised be.
The
And
windows
what is
in
this
this
new
game
matter
are
that
great.
concerns you?
'Tis that England is filling up with foreigners. Indeed, 'tis been going on for so many years now that in London 'tis rare to hear anyone discoursing in the English tongue any more. The city is crawling with continentals.
Ah, then I take it you do not enjoy your visits to the City of London.
Oh, nay, I have never been to London. For as I did just say, 'tis crawling with continentals, and Lambeth will soon suffer the same fate if we do not act. Why, only the other day, I spied a continental on the high street. A monstrous ogre of a man he was. And as for his face, his eyelashes were so fair, he had the appearance of having none at all.
Ah, yes, the Netherlanders. 'Tis true the people of the Netherlands can be fair of hair and tall of stature.
And 'tis surely no coincidence that Lambeth has suffered an increase in crime of late. We do not feel safe, Dr. Foreman. Every night we ladies of Fore Street do shiver in our beds at the thought of these frighteningly large men.
I do not doubt it, madam. Now, let us see whether the stars might allay or confirm your fears. Should the residents of Lambeth be concerned about an influx of continentals?
The group of continental immigrants is in danger of turning violence. Continentals are lying about why they are in Lambeth. They are coming here to rob Lambeth residents of our household possessions, lie with our domestic concerns, which should be heard. Okay. Queen has been waging war on the continent. Pleasantness in the name of religion has caused death and destruction. And with our being somewhat hypocritical, the stars advise countering this hypocrisy. Okay. Creation will enrich England's legacy with culture and innovation. Those who have lost their sense of discipline are involved. Okay. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna want to hear that one. It's caused death and destruction. Somewhat hypocritical. The stars advise countering this. Let's see. How close am I? Ooh, pretty close for her. I want to get her to. I need 2 of these. Get there. Afraid Alice might be a lost cause at this point. I don't know. I might have been screwed up by telling her that he was gonna die. I don't really want to piss her off. I don't want to start shit with everybody in the neighborhood. Anybody else have any suggestions on this one? Screw it. We're gonna go with B.
Madam, know you that many of these Continentals are Protestant refugees who are come to our shores fleeing Catholic violence?
Aye. They say the Spanish Inquisitors did torture the Netherlanders most cruelly in the name of their barbarous backward religion. But though 'tis most lamentable, 'tis hardly our affair.
Is it not England's affair, though, madam? For 'tis England's numerous military adventures in that part of the continent that have helped make of it a constant cluster shambles. And until all warring ends and peace is restored, Continentals will evermore come hither seeking refuge. By not offering shelter to these innocent victims of war, are we not being a trifle, well, hypocritical?
Tush, Dr. Foreman, do we not see? The only way to win peace for the Continentals is to defeat the Catholic armies who invade their lands. Indeed, has England not already spent enough of our own coin trying to save these Continentals? Are we now to offer them our land and houses as well? Why, we would have naught left for our own poor and indigent.
But, madam...
Verily, 'tis not right to expect the residents of Lambeth to bear such burdens.
Great.
'Tis neither fit nor proper. I will have my husband write to Lambeth Palace at once and demand the Archbishop act to ensure the needs of Englanders come first. Blessed day, Dr. Foreman.
Yep. God, she's a bitch.
Hear ye, hear ye! Dean of Rochester Cathedral dies. New Dean pledges to refurnish empty cathedral. Hear ye!
Local residents were saddened to this day by tidings of the death of Thomas Blogg, Dean of Rochester Cathedral. He leaves behind a wife, Alice Blogg, and children: John, Thomas, Cornwallis, Edmund, Nicholas, and Jesus. Do you now? Not over your keyboards.
Good day, Mr. Bell, and well met. I recall you were hoping for a pay rise. How did that go?
Well, I got a pay rise, innit? I took your advice about banding together with the other hired men and gabbing about how much coin we was getting. Turns out, another one of the lads weren't getting paid enough for his lady parts neither. So, we all refused to do our rehearsals until the boss man fixed it.
Well done, Mr. Bell. I must say I am most proud of you.
But this day, I am come about my skin. She's so clapped, I need twice as much ceruse as normal.
Ah, yes, Venetian ceruse. The white lead and vinegar paste ladies and players use to whiten their faces.
You have to fix it for me, Doctor, for my role in Mr. Shakespeare's new play. I'm to play a lady who disguises herself as a lawyer.
A lady cunningly disguised as a lawyer? Forsooth, how original. But I see not why you need worry over your complexion. Having a sound grasp of Latin and a talent for eloquence are the usual qualifications of a legal advocate, are they not? Is it verily necessary for this lawyer to have beauty as well?
Well, Mr. Burbage seems to think so.
These are enlightened times, and we must have confidence in our audience that they will accept, even welcome, the notion of a lady of learning, as long as she be lovely enough to lie with.
I see.
Oh,
And 'tis true your skin is looking a little less than lovely at present. Let us see if we may find a remedy for it in the stars. What is the matter with Humphrey Bell's face, and what may be done to improve its appearance?
Find out. Okay. No. Temperature of the liver. Poison. Is that? Am I really gonna tell him he's ugly? Okay, suffers from his temperature of the liver occasioned by some kind of poison. Condition that can make the skin appear pale in appearance and induce fanciful imaginings in the mind. Good. But it sounded like he was needing more of the Cerus. I think that makes you more. It's supposed to make you more pale. Don't think that. I think we're gonna go with this one.
You have the melancholy. 'Twould explain the greyness of your skin.
But what about all these scabs, though?
You are imagining them, Mr. Bell. Melancholy does also provoke fancies of the mind.
But it's not just me seeing them, though, innit? Even Bossman says I look clapped. He says if my face ain't fixed, he'll give my part to another player.
Well, doubtless you are imagining that as well. I do oft find that my lady querents have a tendency...
What'd you say that for, though? I ain't no lady. I'm a man. I'll tell you true, tis know when she's imagining or nothing. My face is not
I guess I
lovely
should have told him he was ugly.
Oh, fool, sorry, Dr. Foreman. But me thinks I best go see a doctor who can fix up my skin, lest I lose my lady lawyer part, innit?
Okay. Well, I wasn't too... I didn't think I was less likely. I'm just needing two of the others to get up to where I need them.
Mr. Foreman,
Oh,
doubtless I
God.
need not explain why you have been brought before the College of Physicians this day. We have been informed that you persist in practicing medicine without a license, in defiance of the law and in spite of previous warnings given you by myself and my distinguished colleagues. How do you answer this charge? Well, what do you have to say for yourself, Sirrah?
I say that I am a good doctor, and that my many years of experience have allowed me to perfect my methods as a true physician.
You would dare speak of your methods,
Here
Mr.
comes
Foreman? We are
Yes.
informed that you write your patients' names and complaints in a notebook, doubtless all the better to blackmail them with.
Yes, my case books. Indeed, sir, 'tis most useful to be able to remember a querent's history.
Furthermore, you use astrological readings not simply to predict the course of an illness or judge the best time for a treatment, as good medicine teaches us, but you find the cause of the disease in the stars. You refuse to examine your patient's urine for this purpose.
Well, yes,
And you would dare claim that in these past years you have gained medical knowledge and skill from mere experience? Then I invite you to provide proof of it now. You will submit to an examination.
I haven't seen that one in a while. Saturn. No, okay. Someone with an excess black bile. Hey, why am I supposed to remember this off of this BS? It's like, really? Yeah, that's not helping. Okay. intelligence was Mercury.
Silence! Simon Foreman, you have failed this examination, and thereby have proved yourself unfit to practice medicine. Remove this charlatan, this carnival quack from my sight!
Ah, great.
Again? I demand to speak with my legal counsel. You will regret this.
Ah, great. I don't get it why it expects you to memorize all the signs and what they specifically do for the that's just I'm not great at remembering that kind of stuff on on a game all in one night. All right, Mail. Sir, it was with shock and distress that I did learn of your current situation, but worry not, Dr. Foreman, for you will be freed from jail this very day. I bade my husband, Lord Dyer, exert his influence on your behalf, but I must warn you that the College of Physicians cannot be obstructed for long, and that you verily ought to procure a medical license. Okay, Emma Dyer. Even though we're not in her good standing. Okay.
Mayhap there be some solution, though. Read the stars and we shall know.
Okay.
Well met, Alice, dear friend. Since your husband's death, I have oft thought of you. Fare you well?
Oh, Foreman, I am sorry for not coming to see you sooner, for I was grateful for your warning about Blag's illness. It gave me the sense to bide with him in his final hours. It was only then that I did realize how much I did love the old fool. Despite his mump-headed nature and his leaving me and the children with not a penny between us. But the day after he passed, I came upon a note he had writ for me. I warrant that was your idea, was it, Foreman?
It may have been.
Then I thank ye for it, Simon. For 'twas a comfort to be left something to remember him by, even if it be the only thing he did leave me. But things are better since I did become Mistress Macy.
Then you have remarried?
Aye. 'Twas the only means of putting a roof over our heads and meat in our bellies. And Mr. Macy is a kind man. Oh, but Foreman, we may not have our roof much longer. Macy has threatened to leave me.
The brute!
Well, to be fair, I suppose I did fail to apprise him of the full extent of Blag's debts, which are, as you know, not inconsiderable. But what am I to do about it now?
Ah, yes, of course. By marrying you, he is now responsible for the debts of your late husband, according to the law. In sooth, 'tis a high price to pay for a wife. No matter the marital bliss her bountiful charms and fine qualities do doubtless afford him.
Ah, save it for another day, Foreman. 'Tis not your chub-brained flattery I am come for. 'Tis your counsel.
Then let us see if the stars may offer a solution. How may Alice Macy prevent her husband petitioning for a divorce?
Okay. Alright, let's see here. First option is Mr. Macy feels nervous about being burdened with Thomas Blag's debts and angry. Okay. And angry towards Alice as a result. And the tree might turn things around. That's the answer. Legacy is the debts he has burdened his widow with. God is punishing the deceased only by visiting the evil sins of the father upon his widow and children. Must be realistic and temper her hopes. Make her hopeful.
Alas, you have little hope of calming your new husband's feelings about your late husband's debts. But the stars suggest that your family might go abroad, and thus put yourself out of the reach of Blag's creditors. You must do this without delay.
Go abroad? You mean where foreigners live?
Aye. My chart also suggests that you find some creative solution to ensure your husband's cooperation in such a project. Has he ever expressed an interest in the New World colonies? Or perchance you might suggest an extended tour of Roman antiquities?
Nay, but I will put my mind to it. But if we do go abroad, this is doubtless the last time I shall ever see you, Foreman.
And, yep. Yep. Here's number 7.
Hear ye! Nation mourns death of beloved Queen. King James of Scotland tipped to succeed to the English throne. Hear ye!
All England is in mourning as news spreads of the death of our beloved sovereign, Queen Elizabeth Tudor, oft referred to as Good Queen Bess by her subjects, expired of natural causes on this day, the 24th day of March, the year of our Lord 1603. Although her Majesty left no heir nor named a successor, her cousin and nearest blood relative, 57-year-old James Stuart, King of Scotland, is rumored to be traveling down from Edinburgh to be crowned King of England later this week. Oh, real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we can just get Lancelot or Sybil are the only two we need. Got a nice ass, we get it. Alright.
Good day,
now what do you
Mr. Bell.
want?
Oh, I must congratulate you on your performance of the comely lady lawyer in The Merchant of Venice, and methinks your skin is much improved. 'Tis verily glowing.
Innit? My skin ain't recovered though. 'Tis only glowing on account of this powder made from ground up pearls I started using.
I see. Forsooth, 'tis well to hear the troubles with your skin are resolved. Now, what is it you come for this day?
Mr. Shakespeare has written a new play, and I need to look younger if I'm to get a good part in it. 'Tis about an ancient Roman general called Titus Andronicus. I wish to play the role of his comely mother, the Lady Tamara.
You need to look younger in order to play a man's mother, you say. But according to my casebook, why, sir, you are not yet 25 years of age.
Aye, sir, indeed. 'Tis but the business of playing, though, innit? At least, according to Mr. Burbage, he was well vexed when I pointed out how the man playing Titus is near as old as I am.
If the stage is not to your liking, Mr. Bell, I invite you to seek employment elsewhere.
All right, then. Let us see what the stars advise. What can be done to make my querent Humphrey Bell appear younger?
Transformation to repair the damage times legacy has wrought. Okay. Good angels have bestowed upon Humphrey the talent of artistry, which he can use to improve the appearance of his face. This advises that something refined that has been obtained from a foreign country can help him appear younger, but there is cruelty involved. God's will that Humphrey embraces his masculinity as he matures. For he is out of touch with reality. He cannot reverse the aging process and look younger. His bosses are impossible to please, and Humphrey should be pessimistic about his ability to reverse the aging process. Not going with the cruelty thing. You know what, dude?
What you
Learn to
ask
deal.
is quite impossible, Mr. Bell. You wish for time to pass, so that you may gain experience and become a better player, do you not? And yet, paradoxically, you ask that time be suspended, so that you may remain young and comely enough to play these roles you have spent years training for. To wit, you aspire to be a domina perfectus.
What?
A perfect woman, sir. But have you not considered the option available to you? That of being a homo mediocris?
What now?
A mediocre man. In the guise of a mediocre man, you would doubtless excel. Indeed, for every lady role in Mr. Shakespeare's plays, are there not roles for 20 men? And to be sure, growing older would not shorten your career. For a man can play all kinds of roles at almost any age. Hero, lover, grandfather, oft all at the same time.
But how am I to convince Mr. Shakespeare and the other sharers to start giving me man parts?
Have the company begin seeing you as a man, Mr. Bell. Grow yourself a beard and break wind with abandon. Fill the hours you save on beauty treatments by joining your fellow players on outings to bear-baiting pits and alehouses.
I will not let you down, Dr. Foreman. I will make myself so manly, Mr. Shakespeare will be begging me to take his man parts.
Okay, who's next? Okay. Please. Please, give me points.
Say, can you conceive of what could be achieved if we were a man?
Good morrow, Mistress Fortescue. How may I do you, sir?
Oh, Dr. Foreman, I have urgent need of your advice. Oh, woe! I know not what I am to do.
On my word, madam, I have never before
Put
seen
you in
you
a
in such a
tizzy.
state. Pray tell, whatever can the matter be?
'Tis my husband, Captain Fortescue. God mend me! He has been implicated in a conspiracy to commit treason.
Ooh, really?
Yes, your husband, Captain Henry Fortescue. He is a great friend of Sir Walter Raleigh, is he not? Oh, methinks I see your problem. For Raleigh has been implicated in a plot against our new king, has he not? 'Tis said the plotters wish
Where did
to
that come?
oust the king and install the king's cousin on the throne. Or was Raleigh involved in that other plot? The one to kidnap the king and force him to appoint a more religiously tolerant privy council. In truth, there are so many plots against the English throne these days, 'tis hard to keep abreast of them all.
Indeed, I know not which plot Sir Walter was arrested for, but I have heard tell that the Privy Council seeks to find conspirators amongst his associates. Hence I have been hiding my husband in our cellar and pretending he's still away at sea.
But why would your husband fear arrest? Was he involved in Sir Walter Raleigh's plot?
Nay, he was not. But all London believes that he and Sir Walter are very great friends.
Very great
yes,
friend, huh?
I see. But what of your own friends, Mistress Fortescue? All those lords, ladies, and bishops who have so oft graced your table, would they not speak in your husband's defence?
Well, dear Emma says she will speak for my husband, but alas, she now has little influence at court on account of some scandals of her own. As for my other acquaintances, they have all disowned me. They decline my invitations, and no one is at home to me when I call upon them. Even Sir Munchalot has stopped speaking to me.
Even your parrot, madam? On my word, that is very cold.
I beseech you, sir, read the stars and tell me how I might save my husband from arrest. Pray assure me he will be safe.
Let us see, then. Is Captain Henry Fortescue in danger of being arrested for treason? If so, what might Mistress Fortescue do to prevent it?
Okay. That's gonna get me the best points. Luton has lost touch with reality. I will punish Captain Fortescue violently for his part in this conspiracy. Fortescue family's reputation is dead. They will go down in history as traitors. Will soon be waging a violent war in a foreign country, thus distracting him from years. You may be optimistic about her husband's fate, for the plot against the king will soon be taken far less seriously than it is now. Okay. Despite what she may think, Sybil Fortescue can still use her social authority and influential relationships to aid her husband. Intelligent forces for Sybil to keep her distress secret from the world and behave as if she has nothing to fear. Which one? One's gonna give me points. That's all I need is to get enough points, because we only need 5 points. And then we've won. 5 points and we won. You know what? Sure.
Madam,
don't care.
Although your friends in the royal court may no longer own you in public, perchance they could be prevailed upon to act on your behalf in private. Verily, madam, I urge you to write to them and bid them use their influence in your family's favour. Mayhap they can quietly speak well of your husband to the king and to the lords of the Privy Council. In the meantime, you must behave as if you have nothing to fear or be ashamed of, as if your husband is full innocent of treason. Hold your head high, Mistress Fortescue.
But Dr. Foreman, surely you see how low I am come.
Madam, have you not before suffered the slings and arrows of social misfortune and yet risen victorious?
Well,
You had a house full of guests purging from all their orifices, and yet you did not waver. You suffered an attack upon your mucosal membrane by the most fiendish of New World fruits, those known to affright the bravest of conquistadors, and yet you soldiered on. And after you played the fool before lords, bishops, and countesses, still they thronged for invitations to your luncheons. Truly, madam, are you not a leader amongst women? Reclaim your place at London's dinner tables and use it to save your husband. Take back your Camelot.
Indeed, sir. I shall not be cowed by
Give
spiteful
me my
wagging
points.
tongues any longer. I now go forth to restore my husband's honour and our family's good name.
Fare you well, and Godspeed, Mistress Fortescue.
Yes! Yes! Ha ha ha! That's all we needed.
Humphrey Bell, your time upon the stage grows near to its end as you advance in age. But hold, no tears, come down, resign, you're just too old to earn a living wage.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's all we needed was 8. Right.
Good day to you, young sir. May I say, your playing of Titus Andronicus's comely mother was excellent. Well, a wondrous performance, Mr. Bell.
Aye, well, I did ask for a man's part, like he told me, but Bossman just winked at me and said he'd consider it, but only if I convince Mistress Burbage I'm a man first.
Forsooth, how strange. I wonder what he meant by that.
I know what he means though, innit? Mistress Burbage wants to move to me and Mr. Burbage knows all about it.
On my word! But surely, Mr. Bell, if Mistress Burbage's attentions occasion you discomfort, you have merely to tell her so. Make it plain you wish your relationship to remain professional and bid her abstain from any amorous advances.
You what? Nay, sir. If I air her, she'll be vexed and I could lose my job. Know you what I mean?
Ah, I see, yes. If she were to take umbrage, she might use her influence over her husband to prevent you from getting work. Well, I do have a recipe for a very effective aphrodisiac. Nay? Then let us see what the stars advise. How might Humphrey Bell calm the ardour of Mistress Burbage without it costing him his career?
Great. That don't matter anymore. With the habit of indulging in lustful passions. Temperament when it comes to the affairs of the heart. Be the one in charge. Okay. Okay. Screw it, we'll go with this one.
The stars indicate that Mistress
We're
Burbage
almost
harbours
done.
an excess of choler in her heart. It has given her a somewhat dominating disposition, and such women oft show a preference for men they perceive to be submissive.
What are you saying, Doc?
Perchance if you were to adopt a more assertive, commanding demeanour, Mistress Burbage's lustful ardour may be tempered.
What you mean, like, be all hench and that? I will not lie, it's not me though, innit? You heard me.
But you are a skilled player, are you not? Think upon it as a role I have given you, as if all the world's a stage, and you are merely playing. At being, hench, as you so call it. You can do it, Mr. Bell.
Aye. Yay, methinks I can. I thank you kindly, Dr. Foreman.
Alright. Get off my stage. I have the best of tidings. I have managed to use my influence to ensure my husband is safe from the executioner's block. My petitioning of courtiers and their wives has been so successful that the royal court is now abuzz with talk of the innocence of Captain Fortescue, and how he has been the victim of a gross miscarriage of justice. A sonnet upon the subject has been composed, and I hear tell that Mr. Shakespeare intends to write a play about it. I'm back.
Men of his class are destined to rule. They tell us 'tis but the order of things, as is the divine right of kings.
Good even, Mr. Moore. How may I do you service?
I have a mind to take up a profession and would have your counsel on it. For I must say, your advice thus far has been most excellent. Counselling me not to marry that sly succubus Amadea did veritably save my life. Indeed, I have heard it rumoured that her husbands have a lamentable habit of dying, if you follow my meaning. In short, their deaths are most unnatural and not at all accidental. Do you understand what I'm telling you, Foreman?
Aye, I do, Mr. Moore. Pray afford me a moment to recover from the excess of shock and surprise I do feel upon being told of the lady's true nature. Now, you say you wish to take up a profession. 'Tis a military career you're considering, I presume? You wish to distinguish yourself in battle?
Nay, 'tis a career in the church. I have a mind to take holy orders.
You wish to become a clergyman? Pray tell, how came you by this notion?
'Twas given me by the top dog himself, the Archbishop of Canterbury. He's a hunting chum of my father's. Aye, the Archbishop is a crack shot with a musket. You should see him at it, Foreman. Give the man half an hour and a pouch of lead shot, and he'll turn your duck pond into duck soup. It seems the Archbishop has had his eye on me for quite some time.
Verily, indeed.
He says I show great promise, and that under his personal tutelage I should rise very rapidly. He even said he has a mind to make me Bishop of Salisbury.
Ah, yes, the much-coveted bishopric of Salisbury.
But before I make my final decision, Foreman, I thought I'd better come to you first.
Aye, very wise of you. Then let us see what the stars foretell. Would my querent, Lancelot Moore, enjoy success as a clergyman?
Let's find out. Faculties. While hidden motives are at work, promises will be broken. His ambitions are misguided. He is being unrealistic about his suitability for the church. Serving an archbishop would be unpleasant. Okay. Good angels would transform more, turning him away from his present course of idleness and dissipation. God will help more with women. London will resound with flattering gossip of Moore's piety and seriousness, thus enhancing his romantic appeal. Yeah, let's make him happy.
You should indeed take holy orders, Mr. Moore, for the stars do indicate that life as a clergyman would transform you. It would turn your mind away from vice and idle pursuits.
I see.
So, there is your answer.
Ah, yea. But do the stars give any additional reasons as to why I might pursue a career in the church? Aside from the fact of it being godly and such.
Well, my chart does also suggest that doing so would enhance your eligibility as a suitor, for taking orders would serve as a signal of your wisdom and virtue.
Oh, verily?
Aye, it says here that if you become a clergyman, yes, that God will reward you with ladies.
God's underlumps! And to think all the hours I've wasted learning to play the lute for such a purpose. I thank you, Foreman, for you have helped me find my true calling. I shall take holy orders and begin to dispense wise counsel and spiritual guidance to all the ladies of London.
All right, let's find out. Okay, please with me. There we go. Number 10. Emma. Probably not.
What does she ask for now?
Good question. All right. 4, 5. Oh, we only have 9 so far. That's fine. That's still enough for us to finish the
God
game.
give you good day, madam.
Good day to you, sir, and well met.
And how fares your husband, Lady Dyer? I recalled you were worried for his health.
Lord Dyer fell into the Thames and drowned while we were taking a turn along the towpath. Such a shame he had the habit of carrying his rock collection around in his doublet, or else he might not have sunk straight to the bottom of the river.
His rock collection, you say?
Aye, an unfortunate choice of hobby as it turned out, but there you are.
And, Lord Dyer's family, did they not find the circumstances of his death a trifle peculiar?
Aye, just a trifle. Methinks they would have been far less suspicious had he died of a medical complaint.
Well, I am sorry to hear of your husband's passing, but, madam, are you quite well? You do not seem yourself this day, if I may remark on it.
Dr. Foreman, I am more myself than you have ever seen me, for during these past years I have been playing a role that has served me well, to be sure, but I am grown tired of it. Indeed, I am not proud of my dissembling. I'm not proud of some other things besides.
And doubtless you are come to unburden yourself by confessing your, what those things are.
What? Nay, of course not. As I was saying, whilst my dissimulations have afforded me wealth and status, such a life as I have lived has not fulfilled me. For though I have been married many times and known many men, I have always lacked one important thing.
A moral compass?
And that thing is love. In short, I have found love, Dr. Foreman, and the object of my affection is not one of these privileged popinjays I've met at the royal court. Nay, 'tis a real man, a man who knows what it is to make his own way in the world.
Save me, I'm going to murder.
You mean to say, you mean you and I?
Verily, upon seeing him play Tamara in Titus Andronicus at the Globe one even, I was, well, my heart was took.
Oh no.
I see.
No.
You are in love with a player then, I take it.
Aye, and
Thank
I
God.
wish to marry him. But first, I would know whether such a match be advisable. Is our love true, Or is my considerable coin and property where his true affections lie? Such a deception would not surprise me in truth.
Well, nay, doubtless it would not. Let us see whether the
I think
stars
there's
can tell us.
just talk about Humphrey Bell. It says Emma's bow hides evil intentions. Emma's head has been turned. She's deluded in her hopes. What is the last one? Mine and Emma's beloved is on the coin. Emma and he would inherit when Emma dies. Emma and I were romantic partners. I would not trust her. Reduce as a wife would be impossible to fulfill. It is cruel to deprive a man of children. Okay. The relationship with her young man has changed her. Marriage between Emma and her beau would be faithful and enduring. I mean, he doesn't have any money, and it would at least possibly stop the killing spree. And, I mean, it would be another option for, you know what, screw it. Let's go for it.
The stars
at this point.
bless the match between you and the young man.
They do not think it would
Humphrey.
be bad for him in some way. They do not judge.
The chart indicates that your relationship with this young man has changed you. It would be a faithful, lasting marriage.
Verily? I must own I dared not expect such a happy ending to my story. I thank ye heartily, Dr. Foreman.
Unless it's the, someone else here. Okay. Yeah, we got some points there, but...
Humphrey Bell, our thoughts we must disclose. Though your acting is fine, you wear too many clothes.
The singers are really thirsty. God. Do not start a porn in my channel.
Good day, Mr. Bell. I see here in my notes
not
that the
TOS.
last time you came to us for counsel regarding Mistress Burbage and her tender advances.
Aye, and your advice to be dominating her were very well. This made Mr. Burbage start seeing me in a whole new light, innit? He was well impressed when I told her to go make me some pottage before rehearsal.
If you are so eager to comport yourself like a man, Humphrey, methinks 'tis time you did so upon the stage.
I see. So, as well as resolving the matter with Mistress Burbage, you have also been promoted to playing Melrose now. On my word, that is very well to hear.
'Tis about another lady I'm come this day. 'Tis a member of the audience who comes to all my performances and brings me flowers and sweetmeats.
I knew it.
A mature lady. A widow, innit?
Another one. On my word, you are most ill-fortuned, Mr. Bell. Verily, are no young players safe these days from being preyed upon by lecherous old ladies?
'Tis not all ladies, Dr. Foreman. Not this one,
Okay.
anyways. Emma ain't like any of the other ladies I've met. In truth,
Emma.
Dr.
Yep.
Foreman, we wish to be wed. I love her, innit?
Then what is your trouble?
Well, I've heard tell of some vexing things. There are them that say she has a heart of stone and only marries to get her hands on a man's money, though I have none, and she very rich. But she has been widowed many times, and there's even a rumour saying she's had a hand in her husband's deaths.
Oh, verily? How shocking.
I must own to being a trifle shook by it, and maybe a bit excited as well, but mainly shook, innit?
Doubtless you are, for 'tis most frightening if there be any truth to these rumours. We must consult the stars and see whether it be wise for you to marry. Should Humphrey Bell wed this wealthy widow, and what will become of him if he does?
Yeah, come on. Okay. At least I got instincts regarding the amassing of wealth has changed. Rumors about the lady are cruel. Okay. Can expect a pleasant inheritance from this lady as she is very rich. in time, and if he keeps faith, Humphrey will have children with this lady. Okay. No exterior lady harvest. Yeah, I don't think it's this one. A death will occur on the couple's honeymoon. Lady has a creative approach to marriage and is not too. I think I'd rather go with this one or this one. No. This one.
Mr. Bell, it has been my privilege to guide you over the years in matters of work and in life. Wisely, I hope, but certainly with the greatest sense of care for your well-being. Indeed, I have come to think of you as a father might think of a son. 'Tis a responsibility I have not taken lightly, and in loco parentis, as it were, I feel an obligation to...
Sir, begging your pardon, sir, but I'm going to stop you right there because I need to know, innit? Should I marry Emma or not?
The stars bless the match between you and this widow, Mr. Bell. Forsooth, she is, let us be frank, wondrous wealthy. Marrying her will make you a rich man indeed, and with time and faith, you will have many children together.
I'd have to have a full lot of faith, though. My Emma is all of 46 years of age.
Emma, you say this lady's name is?
Dr. Foreman, methinks your stars ain't working true this day. I'll best make this life-changing decision on my own, innit?
What? Oh well. I'm not worried about it. Yeah. How much more is there?
She prefers a hiding, though she readily admits. You're not a drinking turnip wine until she's off her la 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 la.
Good morrow, Mistress Payne. It has been quite some time since I last saw you.
We're just about done.
Did you ever hear from the Archbishop? I recall your husband was intending to write to him, expressing your concerns about the Continentals.
Aye, we did write, but he never replied. Not that I am surprised, mind you, as they do say that Archbishop Whitgift is a very idle man, not to speak of the unsavoury goings-on within the walls of Lambeth Palace. They say that in the great dining hall the Archbishop and his guests do feast and carouse from dusk till dawn, and 'tis said that in some of the palace rooms they indulge in fornication and sodomitical sins.
Verily, indeed. Then, doubtless that leaves him very little time to reply to every...
Truly, methinks being surrounded by such decadence and corruption of the flesh is likely to have made the Archbishop very hard. Aye, bearing witness to so much vice would make a man very hard indeed. Hard, Dr. Foreman? Insensible to the needs and difficulties of ordinary folk such as you and I. Verily, I do not wonder that such a hard man gave me no satisfaction. Which is why I am come to you this day, Dr. Foreman. Something did trouble me last night, and I would have you tell me what it might have been.
I will if I can, madam. Prithee, describe it to me.
Well, at first was the noise of a boat that did awaken me. I got up out of bed and went to the window to see what was. As you know, on 4th Street we are right by the banks of the Thames. In the moonlight, I could just make out a ferry crossing the river, loaded up with large barrels.
And you thought it suspicious?
Aye, indeed, for the hour was very late and the boat's lamp was not lit. I did not wake Mr. Payne to ask his opinion, for, in truth, he has told me he wishes to hear no more about the things I see from our window. So, I am come to you, for I can have no rest until I know who those men were and what they were doing. Who knows what foul deeds may be afoot in Lambeth Town? Mayhap the men I saw were Catholic spies, engaging in some manner of nefarious plot against the realm.
Then let us see. What does God have to say regarding this boat you saw crossing the Thames last night? Was it some kind of elaborate Catholic plot, or is there a more likely explanation?
The wasn't delusional. Wants to change the world. This is the legacy she intends to leave. Queen is unhappy with her children. They are doubtless grown up and are now neglecting her. Okay. The goods the boat was transporting were of questionable provenance. Information should be reported to the authorities, ideally a friend or acquaintance with some connection to them. The boat's journey was undertaken for evil purposes. Visions of disloyal, untamed forces are at play here. You know what? Sure. Whatever.
You did well to come to me, Mistress Payne. The stars confirm that the events you witnessed last night do indeed portend of doings of a most foul and sinister nature. I will pass your information on to one of my querents, whom I may not name, but who is a member of Her Majesty's Secret Service and reports directly to Her Majesty's Privy Council.
I knew I could rely upon you, Dr. Foreman. You and I doing such important work together. We make quite the team, do we not?
I would not say that precisely.
Do not be falsely modest, Dr. Foreman. False
blows the
modesty is
smoke up
naught
her-
but the sin of vanity in disguise. Now, I must to home hasten to tell my neighbours. Forsooth, I must warn them of this grave threat and bid them keep a watchful eye on our local Catholics. Blessed day, Dr. Foreman.
Just shy of.
Hear ye! Catholic terror plot to blow up Parliament foiled! Gunpowder
Yep.
barrels discovered in cellar! Hear ye!
Story reports just in from Westminster that barrels of gunpowder were discovered in the cell. Yep, the gunpowder treason and plot. Yep. The barrels of gunpowder were discovered in a cellar under the House of Parliament late last night. Sources indicate that this gunpowder plot was a Catholic conspiracy led by Robert Catesby, assisted by a continental by the name of Guido Fawkes. Guy Fawkes, I guess.
'Tis well to jest at Mary Payne, 'tis well to sneer and mock, until her views become the norm, then 'twill be quite a shock. But for now let's laugh at her and how her niece loves. How her niece loves la 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 la.
Alright.
Good day, Mistress Payne. You seem in good cheer.
That I am, Dr. Foreman. This day I am taking my niece on a lovely outing to see the cockfighting in Vauxhall.
Ah, there is a cockpit in Vauxhall now, is there?
Aye, and a very fine one. And I did think we need a nice day out to turn our minds away from that terrible affair of the Catholics plotting to blow up the Houses of Parliament. And my niece does so love the cocks.
Doubtless, madam. And the gunpowder plot was indeed a terrible business.
They say it was the doings of a group of young Catholic nobles from the Midlands, do they not? And that the gunpowder was ferried across the Thames at Lambeth under cover of darkness. Doubtless, 'twas the very same boat I did tell you about, Dr. Foreman. And of course, I must congratulate you for recognizing how right I was to be suspicious of that
number 10.
boat I saw. Now, I bid you tell me, and do not be coy, Dr. Foreman, was it your relaying of my information to the authorities that foiled the gunpowder plot? Did you and I save England from the Catholics?
I am afraid, madam, that I am not at liberty to confirm nor deny my involvement in the matter.
Ah, but oh my days! Are you ill, Dr. Foreman? Mayhap we are both troubled with the same disease, for my eyes do also twitch and prick with pain.
I did remark the condition of your eyes. They are very red in appearance, and you seem troubled with a hacking cough. For how long have you had these troubles?
Only these past few days, and as well as my eyes and my cough, I do also find it a trifle vexing to breathe.
Then let us now consult the stars. What ails Mistress Mary Payne?
Itchy eyes, cough, and hard to breathe. Let's see. Harmed by the inhalation of noxious odors. Heat sickness, a disease that can provoke short-windedness owing to the buildup of venereal restoration. No, I think she's gonna have the noxious odors because of this.
Ah, madam, your symptoms are occasioned by noxious odours. Most likely you did lately inhale a large volume of smoke. Mayhap your chimney requires cleaning.
Indeed it does not, Dr. Foreman. My cleanliness is unimpeachable. I have my maidservant scour the house from top to bottom every day.
Then I cannot be sure what has occasioned your... Hold. What is that acrid odour? Methinks it does emanate from your clothing. Madam, have you been taking part in the anti-Catholic pogroms that Lambeth has witnessed these past days? The burning of houses and shops. The lynching of priests from trees upon Lambeth Green.
Mayhap I have, and what of it? You should be congratulating me and my ilk for keeping you safe, and for sending a clear message to those Catholics who would plot against our Parliament and blow us up with gunpowder.
Madam, these Catholics are our neighbours, our colleagues, and our friends. I beseech you to consider your actions, madam. Are not Catholics people too, just as we are? If you prick them, do they not bleed?
Aye, and their flesh does burn the same and all. I fear I do not follow your reasoning, Dr. Foreman.
Are they not subject to the same diseases, healed by the same cures as we are? And if not cured, then, alas, taken so soon, so needlessly. I did never have the chance to... Oh, my sweet Avis. Can you ever forgive me?
Is something the matter with you, Dr. Foreman? On my honour, you do seem most troubled. Mayhap you should be going to consult with a doctor yourself. God keep you well, Dr. Foreman. Blessed day.
Goodbye, horrible woman. And there's another one.
Hear ye! London struck by plague. Playhouses closed
the
by
plague.
order of the king.
Oh no. Advise that if you are experiencing any of the following plague symptoms: fever, abdominal pain, lumps on your groin, oozing, foul pus, send word to local authorities and a team of carpenters will be dispatched to your place of residence to board up your house so that you may not roam about infecting others. Please ensure dead loved ones are ready to be deposited in the plague cart when it passes each evening. Corpses deposited on the street outside of collection hours will incur a fine of 1 shilling. Oh, great. Okay.
Upon us he hath wrought his vengeance and justice, rest in rest, and death was death,
Don't talk to your man. Yeah, come on, go send a complaint up for us. You know, send a memo.
God
Put in
give you good
TPS
day, your
report.
grace. How fare you this...
Know you whether the plague will reach as far as Lambeth? Have you seen it in the stars?
The plague that has begun to spread throughout London. Rest assured, your grace, if the plague does indeed reach Lambeth, the people of Lambeth will have me, Dr. Simon Foreman, at their service. My renowned strong water cure will doubtless be required.
I bid you, read the stars for me now. Will or will it not reach Lambeth?
Of course, as it pleases your grace. Let us see what the stars have to say. Will the London plague reach beyond the city walls to Lambeth?
Great. Rumors of the plague reach Lambeth are not credible. Death for the plague is God's punishment for our sins. Archbishop has nothing to fear for the plague. He is but to exercise patience, and the threat will pass. The Archbishop's duty to stay in Lambeth and help fight the plague. Lambeth society may be peaceful now, but people can behave predictably during a grave health crisis. Alright. Bishop must embark upon a journey. Let's see. I'll go with that one. Plague. It goes abroad if we survive through this. Right.
Ah, yes. The stars are most clear on the matter. Very clear indeed.
Then what do they say? Tell me!
Well, before I give you my answer, I would have your decision on granting me that medical license we spoke of on your previous visits. I am sorry, Your Grace, but I must insist upon it.
I would gladly do so, but I find my hands tied due to various episcopal and doctrinal... As I see you are determined not to let the matter rest, I will speak true. Some years ago, the Queen's physician, Dr. Richard Smith, did write me a letter on behalf of the College of Physicians. He warned me in the strongest terms against granting you a medical license. So you see, I cannot grant you a license without raising the ire of the College of Physicians.
But...
Now, Dr. Foreman. Doubtless you are thinking that a man of my position, one of the most powerful men in England, should not be so easily put off by such a letter. However, and methinks you know this from your own experience, the college is a terrifying organization that will stop at nothing to get their way. One would be better off defying the Queen herself than the licensed doctors of London. For whilst our Lord God in heaven may be merciful, the College of Physicians is not.
Aye, verily, I must own that what you say is very true.
But mayhap I will furnish you with a letter of recommendation to the University of Cambridge. They may confer upon you a medical degree, and thereby a medical license.
I thank you, Your Grace.
Now, prithee, answer my question.
I have bad news, Your Grace. Lambeth will not escape the plague this time. Things are quiet now, but as I learned during the plague of '92, events may change apace. You must leave Lambeth before it's too late.
I feared as much. I must begin preparations for the removal of the palace household to Sussex.
Before you go, Your Grace, I believe you were intending to write me a letter of recommendation.
Well, indeed, I will reflect on the quality of advice you have given me over the years, and if I judge that you have acted with some skill, then I will have my new chaplain, Lancelot Moore, draft you a letter of recommendation and have it sent to you. Good day, Dr. Foreman.
Lancelot's his new chamberlain. Okay. Thank you. Okay, sir. Thank you for your recent submission of several letters of recommendation. I am pleased to inform you that these letters, being of sufficient quality and number, have been credited towards the obtention of a medical degree. Please find and enclose your license to practice medicine. All right.
Foreman gained a license to everyone's surprise. A true and proper doctor at last legitimized. But now he's
Now what?
You cannot board up my house. 'Tis not a plague house. You are mistaken. I do not have the plague. Let me out of here. Know you not who I am, you fools? I am Simon Foreman, Doctor of Astrology and Physic. Fie upon those ungrateful wretches. Have I not always been there for them when they needed me? Am I not the doctor who risked his life to cure them during the plague of '92, when all the other doctors and their high-born friends fled London and left them to die? Indeed, mayhap next time I will think again before risking my life in the service of the townsfolk, if this is the way I'm to be repaid. And forsooth, if my deeds are so easily forgotten by the living, what chance is there for my work to be remembered by generations to come? What will the world know of me once I'm gone?
Oh, how will I be remembered after I die? Speaks of quiet violence exacted by a genteel woman with hidden motives. I'll be remembered for having given something valuable to a psychopath to hide somewhere. Forsooth, how strange, whatever could that be? A potion comprised of costly ingredients? My name will be mentioned in court during a famous legal battle. It will be a long time before my ingenious contributions are properly recognized by historians. Or, good angels will ensure the manner of my death serves as a testament to the intelligence, accuracy, and soundness of my methods as an authority in the field of astrological science. My relationship with myself will change when embark upon a voyage. My death will occur while traveling. This one sounds the most fun. I'm gonna go with A. This sounds the most fun.
It seems I am to be remembered for being named in a case against two ladies who quietly killed someone, meaning they poisoned him. How monstrous! If such unsavory tales are ever to be told, I pray thee do not overshadow my accomplishments, for my work is of great historical importance. And now that I have a medical license, not even the College of Physicians has the power to discredit me. But if I am to go forth into the world to make any further contributions to the advancement of medical science, I must find a way to pry these wretched boards off my front door. William! William! Fetch me a crowbar!
Nice.
Long ago in England in 1592, there begins our tale,
Sounds great.
and all of it is true. Through all of London, bubonic plague did spread, covering folk in weeping sores and leaving thousands dead.
From towns and cities, doctors they did flee, leaving their patients to die in misery.
But one brave doctor stayed when all the cowards fled. Might have to be because he was too sick to leave his bed.
Foreman made a
Yeah, bypass it.
and use it on himself, then left his house to ring.
Well, we know what that means, though, right? We beat the game! We beat the game! Woo! Oh, that was cool. Oh, but anyways, yeah, that was Astrologaster. Once this gets done, we'll spin the wheel for what we're gonna play on Tuesday. But yeah, that was a fun game. Definitely interesting. We just took a bit for us to get some of the points stuff, everything. Then I wonder what would happen if you can actually get the one guy, the court physician on your side. Yes, you can. The little quiz things kind of were like frustrating a bit for me.